even if there's all this utility flying around him, so frequently he gets the second kill just because he insta-bullets the second guy that he sees.
There is a bigger picture sort of conversation that has to happen around Astralis, and it is the legacy of what Astralis is, the legacy that this organization has. They are a organization and a name that you presume would be aspiring to lift trophies. Is this lineup the list of players that lifts trophies, or are we going to start seeing Astralis sitting more in the sort of Gamer Legion space of every so often you'll see them rise up, but they're never really going to be in playoff contention?
I think there is a realistic chance that Astralis will be a team that could at least get kind of towards the top 8 of the world rankings. As far as breaking into the top 5, I don't see it. You know, not yet at least. You know, again, I think we saw some promising things out of Ryu and Fuzi at Krakow. I think that, you know, Hooksy still is a leader that has value. There are definitely some pieces there, but I just don't know if it's quite enough to contend for titles or be in that top 5 world ranking status.
Just being realistic about it, the thing that is, to me, capping Astralis, unfortunately, is probably the guy that we were singing the most praises about in the last year and a half with the team. I look at a guy like Staehr, where every single season, he has practically the same rating. If you look at his first 6 months with Astralis, he had something around a 1.07. You look at his next 6 months after he changed some spots, practically the same rating. But now he has all of the star positions.
Turim su manim, kas žiūrės.
And that's not really what you're looking for a guy that gets to be in the head-to-head versus the best riflers in the world. When Donks charge him,
žinot, ką reikia parašyti? Aš dar norėsiu Dziuggą paskui žiūrėti. Tai reikia
find a way to jump up in form and maybe even be a little bit more selfish, because I can still recognize in the mid-rounds he's being a great team player. He's being this guy that'll know how he needs to entry first so that his teammates can trade off of him. But in some ways, I actually wish he was a little bit more selfish, because it doesn't always feel like he's demanding the resources that his position should be commanding.
I agree 100%. And I think the biggest thing for me is
jeigu pamatysit, kad kažkas spoilina iš kito šito, iškart trinkit, kad aš nematyčiau.
Or trade off the back of Hooksy or something along those lines, but they're kind of relying more on Yabi and Ryu to find openings for them lately. Like, I don't think Staehr's had that entry success that other star entries have had, and so I think you're spot on that call.
Let's take a look at what the map veto is going to be. Obviously, a little bit difficult for us. We know a lot of what we can expect from NAVI, but this Astralis lineup still kind of new. We don't really know what their map pool looks like.
I will say the one thing that really hurts them in this veto right away is they've looked so damn good on Overpass that it's been clearly their pocket pick map throughout Krakow, and they are not going to get to play it in this. It is a
Kačia,
like you said, you're limited on what knowledge is out there, but you do know that you have
Faktas, kad yra, kas žiūrės, dar Rosaldui labas, Gabija.
In the series, it's definitely going to force Astralis to kind of show us more elsewhere.
Gerai, Nuke, Overpass nematysim.
That I've been seeing them go for picks, and okay, so they do bust that one out.
Nuke.
On the other hand, for NAVI, I mean, it's just been the
NAVI Nuke по-любому.
They go with Mirage practically every single time.
Toliau nepasimoko žmonės,
I feel like Ancient could be the decider for this series, and so I would expect that the
Net pažįstu, kas čia, Miražas?
As the third map here, but that's I feel like Dust already kind of talked about the main issue with going into the series when you're lose your favorite map. Nuke, NAVI, there's no slouches on that one in general, and it does look like the decider will in fact be Ancient,
Okay, Astralis paėmė. Ar aš netaip suprantu, ble? Astralis paėmė Nuke. Miražą. Kaip čia Astralis išbandė? Ai, NAVI išbandė Overpassą. Okay.
And it's definitely something
ir jeigu ką Ancientas, mapai neblogi.
Pick into this as a potential punish. I think that maybe they could see something there, some weakness in NAVI's Nuke lately.
Ką darytum, jei gautum tokį vaizdo įrašą? Nori važiuoti 10 minučių, kad susitiktum su vyresnio amžiaus moterimis, kurios nori tik sekso? Paklausk adreso ir eik dulkintis.
Pamačiau, kad Raulis yra šonas. Kas čia per map? Fine. Mintonai, pagarba užmė biriuką.
I'm going to be ever siding with Hooksy and Rugga.
Augink savo pimpolą, blėt, ir
a team that could probably reach, say, the playoffs of this event. NAVI team is kind of one that is looking to play spoiler once you reach those playoffs. So a lot of that's off of the back of Alexi being able to, in the middle of a half, change up if an offense isn't working.
Ką darytum, jei gautum tokį vaizdo įrašą? Nori važiuoti 10 minučių, kad susitiktum su vyresnio amžiaus moterimis, kurios nori tik sekso? Paklausk adreso ir eik dulkintis.
8 centimetrai. Zaravauri.
He's able to come up with solutions on the fly, but sometimes I feel like it's also to the extremity players. Sometimes the lurkers just find answers, but he knows at least how to mid-round off of those kinds of picks, even if it ends in a 4v4.
Yeah, I mean, I think another key matchup you always have to watch out for on Nuke is going to be the guys we were kind of already talking about a little bit. You know, that is Staehr, and that is going to be
Atidėjo pusvalandžiui, bet gal ir gerai, nes aš pas mane labai blogai, jeigu tam neilą pasidarau apačioj, per laptopą, ten visi photoshopai ir visi montavimai. Čia nieko net. Ateinu čia ir kas nors blogai su thumbnailu, aš nebeturiu kaip pakeis, man reikia į ten ir kompą įsijunginėti vėl. Tai čia per Paintą ir čia GPT. Nu, blėt, kaip negeri 7 atsikeli. Tai man jau dabar pietus, kaip sakė draugelis.
Is it an? Can you say that?
Nežinau, Rosvaldai, ką tu čia geri.
Paired matchup here, or is NAVI far superior?
Well, it feels like we're getting Astralis on the rise right now, whereas NAVI aren't able to build off of the momentum they were carrying into the winter break. So this might be the perfect time for a team like Astralis to
Aš vakar jau pirmą, po 7 atsikeliu. Įsijungiu chatą, kur dar vienas negeri. Žiūriu, prirašinėti. Supratau, čia negerinčiu chatą.
Right in the middle here, and so this game is a bit more of a coin flip than I would have said 2 months ago.
Tik priminimas neįspoilinkit. Džiugo, mes dabar nežiūrim, aš dabar va tą streamą kitą papauzinės. Iškart žiūrėsim. Arba netgi žinot, kaip žiūrėsim. Ne, vieną po kito žiūrėsim, kad visi žiūrėsim. Arba galim per pertraukas Džiugą įsijungti netiesiogiai nuo pradžių. Ir stabdyt per pertrauką.
I guess data you have is like what you had in practice in the off season and what you saw at Krakow.
Just soft
it's a little bit hard to know how it's going to go, but I am excited for their new players.
Ar AI-us kažkoks? Ar browseris, kas čia yra? Turim tai, labas dienas, labas Vindė.
If we take a look at the tournament overall though, it must be going through the back of
Tobulas gyvenimas, baigtų, tobulas, nu nustokit jūs save apgaudinėti. Koks čia tobulas gyvenimas? Vakar, blėt, Žalgirį žiūriu, popkornus sudegintus valgau. Tai iki Žalgirio į sieną žiūrėjau, ten niekas nepakabinta, tiesiog į sieną žiūriu, o ką man daugiau reikia?
It's also a thing with NAVI is they elected not to make a change there in this offseason, and I think you could have easily had the debate that they should have. They should have maybe considered making a change.
Who would you have changed?
That's the interesting question. I think having a more powerful entry force would be huge for them, and I don't know if that is, you know, replacing Makaze, replacing Ima. You know, I think you could go a couple of different, you know, options.
You can't replace Ima when you're going to Romania, though.
Yeah, of course.
You got to let him play this one in Cluj with him.
Yeah, I'm just thinking.
They weren't even here last time.
I'm just thinking long term. You know, to me, NAVI just feels like an upgraded version of 3D Max, where it's like they are constantly a team that can, you know, be just outside the playoffs, make a playoffs appearance here and there, and they do have the tactics and the strategic structure.
Knygą, blėt, skaityti gali, nežinau, skaityti tikrai negaliu. Per visą gyvenimą neišmokau skaityti knygų. Jasikevičius negaliu niekaip pabaigti. Su bet kokiom gerom istorijom, blėt. Zarato, dėlė, labas, gretukai. Kas čia dabar? Metei spiritą keliesi 7. Šiaip su spiritu atsikeli irgi 7, kad dar įpys.
Simply put, the elite teams right now all have their Zaiwu, Moldadoi, Monasi, Donk, what have you. Whereas you point at NAVI and you know that it has to be this team effort. Like back when they were the team of the year in 2024, there was really no superstar on the team. I mean, JL was their highest ranked player on HLTV, but nobody's looking to him to just hard carry them through series. It was because they were outbraining their opponents, and that's what can get them so far. But now that some of those elite teams caught up to CS2 mechanics and the meta, teams like Vitality and Fury, who are really on the ball when it comes to tactics, you need somebody to step up. That's why I would pin Wonderful towards Taylor last year. I thought he was going to make the lead. And so if he's able to do that at Cluj, then you finally have a serious win condition. Because reminder, when they played Vitality at Budapest, Wonderful was the best player in that series. So he has shown the potential before, but it's just not day to day. You're not getting that every single series that he loads up into.
Consistency is lacking in Navi. Astralis is on the
Ne,
rise.
aš audioteką norėčiau visai, bet aš pasižiūrėjau tenais vietoj podcastėlių pasileis kokios fainas, bet man nepatinka tas išgalvotas, aš į filmų nežiūriu jau daugybę metų. Man viskas, kas išgalvota, yra jau nebeįdomu. Tai va, aš nebent visokios norėčiau visas norėčiau ten...
Yeah, that's one thing I think was missed a little bit. It's 3 wins for Astralis, not the same Astralis, but as Maui pointed out, it's probably a better Astralis. I think that we look at Astralis' last attempt to try to fill this roster full Danish.
Gerai, kur man kamerą laikydavo? Per vidurį.
And going away from that because they just feel like there are no more
Startuoja.
options. Well, they come in with Fuzi, they come in with Ryu, and at Krakow, they really impressed.
So can they do it again with the Nuke pick and kicking off on the T side? Hooksy dropped it over top.
Tinka?
A lot of rumblings here, and Emo was ready to just sit inside of the smoke and wait this out. Pressure inside of the A play, no other defenders really to stop it. Sure, bit of presence over towards Heaven, but because of that Molotov, no peek into the bomb site, and we've got an Astralis bomb down 4v4.
Very fast.
We've got this big group up as well inside of Heaven already, so clear idea for the retake, but the shots aren't going to get hit from the retake itself. It's a good hold immediately, and then Bit starts storming the lobby. Door swing makes this one a little bit awkward, and Wonderful's going to pick up a kill. Little tap out of the bomb to try to add some leg pressure for the clutch.
Reikia priprast, kad čia ne šeštas žmogus.
Half second after Wonderful was ready, and that bomb plant's going to net Astralis a pistol round win.
You really love to see
Ne,
a quick
čia
bomb plant.
lietuvis
You love
tik
to see
tai,
the door
Sauri.
games there
Tik
by
Raulis.
Staehr. Everything's pretty perfect in terms of how fast they went and how coordinated they looked all the way to the end. So it's a lot of pressure back here on Navi, who are looking for a fast
Lietuvis
start.
kitam stream'e žaidžia, tuo pačiu metu pradėjo, niekas nespoilinkit, nes po šito žiūrėsiu tą.
Connor, because this is not a good map for Navi right now. It's a terrible map for Astralis right now. And at Krakow, it was the
Pasiūlymus
map
knygo,
that famously
aš mačiau
Astralis
Rosvalai,
got the 0 T
dar ir
round, so
kita
they're
yra,
already
15
past
dienų net
And
nemoka.
we call that progress around here.
Yeah.
Ne iš klubo kažkokio.
Basically, they're the team right now that are like, if we don't win a T pistol,
Va
we're
čia
not
vat
getting our
man
own
dabar-
nuke stats. So they've already
Matot,
at least
kur va
done that.
Utiličius
It just
rodo.
helps out so much for them in this
Tai
first
man,
half.
blėt, kad ten žaidėjas bus dabar visą laiką lygęs. Tas blogai. O tai kur man kitur perkelt? Aš galiu į viršų perkelt save. Blogai čia?
For the peek over top. And Emet. Again, that smoke up close.
O kodėl pinigų niekad nerodo?
But there's players behind it, not the case. We're
Eik,
gonna
man
get
jau
this active
nepatinka.
Navi move into the trophy room, but just as active on the other end of all this.
Nu jie pirko,
Taking a
kaip
look in
matom,
through
bet man
Heaven.
patinka
So the
pažiūrėti
lobby push
pinigus,
moves
iškart
forward from the A
suprantu.
side as well. Navi taking
Raulis
space as they know
jau
that backline's
in
under
Heavene.
threat. A lot of posturing going on, but no triggers just yet as we hit 45 seconds.
Galiu į dešinę, galiu.
So smooth, few
Galiu
very
ir,
small timings
galiu
here
ir
for
čia,
Gabby
galiu ir
from
čia.
Above, obviously Wonderful sitting here.
Ai, ne, čia kilogas, blėt.
Picks it off. Fuzi finds
Matai,
the return. Wonderful to the
nesimatys.
smoke spam drops Hooksy. Oh,
Oi, tu naku, Vanderlėjus čia daužau.
Just 2 kills straight up through smoke.
Eik ir
Wonderful with
bita.
perfect timing.
Pizdana.
4 players survive, and Navi take this one right back.
We're looking at
Visą laiką
Wonderful
kažkas
in the
blogai.
lobby, staring up to the T roof. And
Pizdu, naku,
clearly he was waiting
nebekeliausiu.
for any small peak.
Galiu,
Taking
jeigu
out
nori,
Gabby
tik
there.
tais va taip
One
palik
peak
tada.
dead.
I didn't hear frag
What?
grenades. I heard nothing.
Taip nenori?
Nasty from
Just
Wonderful.
spamming away on smoke. Well then.
Happy.
Now Astralis with this economy sweating bullets.
Vietoj
Have to fly
flare.
in, scouting deagles
Ten
across
kažkokias
the
dar
board.
lentelės lenda, nepamačiau
You said
kokias. Nu
one
tuoj
round was
pasižiūrėsim.
better than what they were able to pull off back at Krakow, but
That one I feel bad about. because that
Pirmin
was still
Navi,
recoverable,
pizda
not the
mindė
smoke
išdavikas.
shots. But now
Banu nahui. O,
This is what we're
Raulis
doing, this is how we're
kokį.
starting.
Makazį.
This is how it's gonna go.
Blėt, galėjau.
We got Deags on both sides, folks. Buckle in.
that was something brought up on the desk as well. That Ryu can come
Mindė
through.
iš Alauno
and go for it and
žvengia
get entry
ir dabar
sometimes.
prieš Raulį pats,
So,
prieš lietuvį,
This is just a great
išdavikas
move here
tautos.
For Navi, for Ima to come and re-clear outside as soon as
Zarodė
it feels
visėlį.
like it's a bluff, that there's not actually pressure. It's a, it's kind of the winning move. you would think.
Pizda
Navi in
mindė,
this
ble.
spot.
Banna!
We're going to go ahead and reinforce the ramp. They are
Kas čia kurva buvo ant grindų
adequately
išlindę, ble,
stacked
per juos.
upstairs. The only
Kitą
one
mapą,
thing
na.
is that they're down to 4. So no matter how you
Gerai.
flip it, they're always going to be a little
Ble,
bit
čia
more
dabar akim
insecure.
pripras. Tai jie dyglus pirko, jie nebeturi pinigų. na.
Tees have the advantage of being able to go for a pack play and get a lucky couple of entries back to back. Navi have to think about that.
Pizda mindė išdaviks, ble.
And an interesting call to actually expand
Jūs
back outside.
bled,
I mean, this
greičiau
might be a
Alaunas
good read on
atsikeltų,
what
na.
Navi would normally do.
Akim.
It's kind of lovely to see. It's actually just in time. It's like just in
Ble,
time
tai tu
for this
mindė,
to
kai aš
still make
grįšiu į
sense.
žvejybą, jau būsi gerokai pabėgęs ten. Visus metus atchujerinės. Gerai, ką mes laukutyje? Mes laukutyje skautas ir 2 dyglai. Opa, turim Galilą.
Gonna get left behind for only that extra second.
Bled,
Wonderful.
Vanderlees.
Finding another clean kill. Questions about the individual level of Navi coming into this game on the desk, but Wonderful's picking up easy shots from the Desert Eagle to the hold from Heaven to now converting that force buy for the 2-1 lead.
Yeah, mentally, if you're a
Perimu
Astralis, you just
rytinę
have to look
rinką.
at your pistol
Žiūriu,
as
kad
just
laisva,
like
blėt,
a
rinka.
round on the board,
Streamerių.
not a pistol with a
Aš
follow
dabar
we lost,
streaminsiu
because I think
nuo
they're-
8
they
iki
might
2.
not expect to get, you know, a huge T side
Iki
in
3.
general.
Nuo 8 iki 3.
But a round is a round,
Ryta.
essentially, so. And as for
Užimu
Navi,
rytinę
they've got to be
rinką.
feeling great. And it's always funny with him because last year, you know, we saw him, you know, getting
Trečią
appreciated by
dienos
the crowd,
komoj,
and we
na.
saw how much he was loved
0,7
here,
ant galvos paėmęs.
I think Navi weren't playing, and they skipped the event, but he still came, which was great.
Yeah.
But now there's a chance for him on stage.
Pydaras, pydaras.
Easy for Makaze.
Va
3
taip,
kills
na.
all he's going to find with the Glock entry from Hooksy, but
Gerai.
that Glock entry is
Pagaliau
all that
pinigus
Astralis get
parodė.
to play from. So
Dabar
from the pistol
perkam ir
victory, the
grįžtam.
high to kick this off to what feels like a real low now. They've got no footing in the door over the course of the last 2 rounds. No bomb plant over the last 3. It is 4 survivors
Kas čia
in
žino,
every
šitas
single
lenteles
CT
ir
round
atsargiai,
as
kas
well.
eina, tai
And
neįsispolinkit
so,
savo,
this bodes well
jeigu
for the
nenorit.
kickoff for the defense.
Yeah,
Tai
and
šitą
intangible
pralošiant namo
momentum.
iškart.
Navi have a grasp of that right now. So
Jeigu GL'as būtų Navi, aš tai GL, aišku.
what the call is going to be.
Durnas, tai GL'as yra
He's a little lower than they like.
pirmoji
So
mūsų
Navi should
meilė.
expect them to move a bit more quickly.
They want to take that test towards ramp, but met by frags, that's fine.
That's interesting.
Dirbi Ulila.
Really quickly before his connection could come into turn
Laikus nepamiršot paspausti, nes karočią paaiškinsiu vieną dalyką.
Flash out and Rio's taking
Vakar
this
pas
pretty
Gedį
quick
vis
space.
užeidau tenais per kašį, žinai, po kašį įsijung. Man kiekvieną kartą reikėdavo eiti rašyti Jeski
Sometimes you're like a
ir tada tik tai įsilaivą. Žinot, kodėl neišmeta rekomendacijų? Nes jūs kurva laikų nespaudžiat Raulis, ble. Nes jūs, blėt, laikų nespaudžiat, na.
Big info, though.
Čia pizda tragedija, na. Jeigu taip žmonės tik pamato, tai čia na. Ble, čia streameriam šitiem nuo molio lagina kompai.
He takes a look up towards Heaven, doesn't see it. Emet, eyes on this main play.
Ai, 3 laimėt reikia, kad išeit.
Makaze finds Fuzi in the process, and then Javi's going to strike one down from Hut. Alexi's done a good job of trying to dodge
Nice, Jakobsas ištrynė. Blet, bitas.
And he spots out all the
Gerai.
bodies with the cover straight from Staehr. And that squeeze that Astralis have been trying to play with round after round comes to
Karočią,
fruition
čia
in the fifth.
3-3 toks
That's pretty lovely, man. I mean,
pinklės.
I like the
Vadinkim tai voratinkliu.
the call because they have low
3-3
utility.
voratinklis.
They get all the map control they can for the
Oh,
least amount of
vorakling,
grenades.
blet.
They throw the early molly down the ramp, get bit to rotate, and then call it out by sneaking into ramp. Navi don't expect them to even try
Beje,
this.
Džielai, jeigu žiūri,
They come in to try to re-clear
Džielai,
it, but they don't
grįžk,
take that as
bugeras.
of actually push because they didn't throw any lurk smoke. They didn't double flash it. They just kind of made it
Pažadu
feel like
visus tavo
they got the
streamus
rotation out and then
žiūrėt.
reset. But Astralis had plans to move forward, and they did that really well.
Negerdamas, be alkoholio. Jeigu grįši, Džielai. Visi tavo blaivas.
Looking to maybe stifle the amount of space that the T's have been able to take, and that shot from Wonderful will do exactly what they needed. Hooksy tries to spam back over, now looking to scramble over towards the secret spacing, but God, uncertainty here.
Wait,
nice!
That looks so good, but that's a huge
Dude, the back and forth between thinking about secret to then just diving back behind red. I thought for certain that Astralis were going to get caught in that moment, but a beautiful shot out of Ryu.
Let Raulis geras atidarė. Aš esu Raulis.
Under pressure with that wonderful op that somehow the bullet disappears. This felt like a round where Astralis kind of caught off. But sometimes Hooksy, in the mess of it all, variation. So now this move back into the lobby with numbers strong.
Oi, gerai, nusisuko.
Gonna just give Hooksy an easy run into the bomb.
Blet, Alexis, kurva. Nice, Raulis.
And so we've got a clutch on our hands on 3.
Viens prieš vieną pas Raulį 13, Bitas ventose su 100.
Try to bait it out.
And Bit's not playing this one fast. He's assuming Ryu knows exactly where he is. Ryu's trying to build out some movement.
Nice!
Wow, he pulled that off. He ran quickly towards Hut. Bit was confused exactly what he had tried to do.
Oi, Rosvaldo, eik tu pizblė.
That was excellent. I wonder what was going through.
Aš jau radęs, mane jau surado. Raulis pizda, nahu. Jūs matėt, ką daro? 3 kilai, man atrodo, šį raundą.
Just kind of misread exactly which direction it was going, but Ryu baited
Oi, geras ir plės.
Well then.
Ten assistas, čia kilas, čia alaukė dar kilas Vanderlėjaus 3.
It had to be a bait, and that is just, that's his court IQ on display. Like, you see moments from Ryu, and there's even small ones, like when he went to clear last round, not assuming what he believed was the right
Major MVP, kai
even though
taps,
he's not an
nahu, va
entry,
tada
this is
pažiūrėsim.
something that's really important for entries, is that you don't pick and clear every single spot. Anyone can do that. You've got to pick like 2 or 3 positions you're pretty sure they're in, and then hope they're there, and you have lots of confidence in those clears. So, wow, lots of good moments for Ryu, man, at the beginning and ends of rounds.
Tuoj tavo, blėt, pradės kurva degt, nahu, netyčiom Gabija, blėt, plaukai. Dar jinai čia sugalvoja, blėt, paimsiu telefoną ir dar aš papizdavosiu, nahu. Ir kaip taip sugalvot, blėt?
Money all on the line.
Visai.
Again, trying to deal with that potential threat beyond these smokes. Variation in the smokes played here by the attackers. Astralis go for just the simple straight wall. We see Mikaze
Blet, šitas mūsų strėlėtai man iš Nuke tikrai neatseseris. Žinai, koks? Tas senas klasiokas, kur iki šiol skolingas klasiokam. Nors jau Trump 5. Šaibą. Oi, Huksis atidaro. Kas čia? Aleksis dega, sudegs Aleksis. Viena gyvybė, blė. Deg tu, blė. Raulis.
That's never going to happen. And so the 5 versus 3 pieced together meticulously off that timing.
Eikit save ten strėlė sėdi, blė.
Even further punish.
It's a round-winning entry out of Hooksy, and one stat coming into the game.
Nice, kaip Raulius sekasi 8-4, blė.
KD for the last 3 months.
Vanderlėjus 8-3, bus 8-4.
So that also contributes to the problems of Astralis keep wanting to play Nuke, how much they're struggling on it.
Oi, blogai.
It's a tale as old as time with Hooksy, where, you know, we even look at this game and you see excellent calls. You see great organization on T side. You see that he's activating another offer that you know, would have not really heard about otherwise. But yet, there's still, you know, his individual heaviness, if I could put it like that, that can sometimes hold the team back. But if that's something that's different in this game, well, then they have everything else.
Tai prieš tai čia žiūrėjo, o paskui jau apleido.
His individual weight, is that the PC way to say it?
Yeah.
Garsai, junkit mum, pizdukai.
He's got some heft.
Well, quick back to it again. Just making the most of this outer play. Once again, multiple bodies, you know, they kind of felt like, remember that one round they tried to cross over and then scrambled back, that uncertainty that's been kind of in their minds about taking it to secret. Well, with, again, this continuation of their success, this time they actually do decide to test downstairs, but curiously, this is when we've got an M4 thrown over towards the staircase in Ime's hands, coupled with Kaze's smoke primed to be thrown in front of it. But it's good procedures. Again, the utility here well placed out of Astralis, and then they will call it quits once more.
And they could have a double spot downstairs and not see anything, and because they can stay here jumping, but it doesn't benefit Navi to have 2 down here unless this ends up being a lower play. They're not going to be easy rotations upstairs. And so they've got to make nice shot.
Finds the response back at least, but that's a wonderful dead, right? So one of the guns on the ground for the time being.
Another tag here from Bit.
Блядь, он не Džėlas nežaisdavo ant šito. Ant hato. Dabar Aleksis visą laiką žaidžia. Oik tu nahui bitas, blėt. 3 kilai su Diglu. Ne! Oik tu nahui 4 kilai. Huksis prieš imą.
Looking for his own 3K and that looming threat of the Ime rifle that was allowed to creep from downstairs now soon enough up into heaven.
And we'll see where the molly goes. And
Ай, Хевена не žiūrės. Žiūrėk, Хевena, prašau!
The timing of the blockout perfection and Bit's endeavors don't go down in vain. 4 kills inside of that A site, kicks it off with an outer frag, does it all on his own, and a putt in from Ime to take this lead.
Yeah, it's another round to pair with Wonderfuls earlier on this game that Astralis have to stomach. This was supposed to be the freebie. They were actually still moving quite nicely. Again, this is not a round where they stacked.
Astralis
they had 2 downstairs, 3 upstairs, and it was just Bit to get 4.
Man NAVI patinka.
Not letting Astralis run away with this
Astralio, Puto ir Montes.
Lead in the air. And in this case, it's not, you know, like that. It's not those 3 instant headshot Deagle kills out of Bit either. It's a bit of a labored effort, but you know, what do you chalk that up to? A few unideal shots from Astralis, or Bit just really positioning correctly, getting away with the spam.
Yeah, a little bit of both.
Critical round for that to be pulled out by Navi, considering that it was a couple saves.
Žinai, pasakysiu toks Balkanų babuška.
Desert Eagles for the rest.
Balkanų tokia babuška, tik su jaunu veidu.
Smoke wall once more, but if you think you're gonna get downstairs like you did last round with free space, you will meet that wonderful
AWP. Pas mane ant sienos kilimas, blėt. Vat tokį vaibelį turi kažkokį. Kelias karpas uždėtum ir iš jos paplauka 30 cm tokį juodą, blėt, tokį styro, kur akis išbadytų. Tai grina babuška, blėt, Jotkalnijos.
Looks like another strong call, man, because see how light ramp is right now with the secret play? This is what Navi should be worried about.
Bitai, kurva! Eik, nahu!
He's done an excellent job. That's 1 clean pickoff and a fallback.
Just chopped Jabby off the play.
Kaip ir. Ui, Vanderlėjus čia blogai. Oh, nice! Side. Mes, aš turiu savo vardus vis. Aik, nahu. Imai ne! Imai ne! Nu, nahu. Raul, blė. Eik tu, pis.
They didn't anticipate the double doors, Mo.
That's the first time I think Astralis got really messy. Even though they've lost these 2 Deagle rounds, I feel like those were kind of taken from them. Great shots, you know, minimizing presence, but this one, it's like they tried to go speedily into lower after they got
tam, kad tu nepamatytum stream.
And remember, it was only 1 back.
Bet, blėt, pamatei vis tiek, tai kada man įsijung 5 ryto?
A position of power here for Navi. Rotations are still on their side. And even though they weren't inside the site already, like, you know, Wonderful going down.
Nu ir ką mes turim? Kietkulis atėjo. Turim visiškai ekonominį. Galokiukai. Visi laukia, man atrodo.
It's like maybe don't
ne visi viens kažkur. Oi, molis. Atsargiai.
And it's like, sure, the 2 players crossing over on the ledge were looking towards the door, but you've got a sitting duck planting right in front of it. So now they're try with the pistol pop beyond Makaze's angle.
Давай vieną.
Easy cleanup as far as he's concerned. Wonderful's on the scene, all's good, and we're back into that realm where Navi are going to find themselves.
Blet, ko čia į tą lauką eit su glokais? Man paaiškinkit. Kodėl ne kažkokius trumpus atstumus?
Eagle is then worth this round, a potential follow-up after this one as well. The door is open for Navi to still shut this down 8-4.
Kas čia per mintis?
Yeah, Astralis just don't want to end on a bad note because the rounds they've
Bandyti
got
secretą
have actually been
prabėgti
excellent.
visiems. Bet tai ten sulauks.
Navi have kind of like stolen this half away from them, and Astralis
А
know
хуй
that.
знает, блядь.
But none of that will
Аж не
matter because
профессионал.
Astralis, they don't have a lot of confidence on Nuke at the moment, even though, again, they run into it very consistently. It's just not one they're winning on.
Kurva, Aleksis nebeangata, nahui. O, Raulis per plečų. Blet, Raulį nuėmė. Nu, nahui, čia vėl Kevin nebekeliu. Bliuot. Gerai.
And Fuzi's got the trade back. That's going to confirm another one out there. Wonderful actually commits down to the bomb site.
Du prieš du.
Bomb possession
Gal
belongs
kaip
to
nors.
the CTs for the time being, sitting in the open
Nice.
door. Staehr's able to get the most of that.
Trauk tu
And now
ginklą,
Wonderful
blėt,
walks-
O, blėt, Eik tu,
Able to
nahui.
close. And so,
No,
slides
kurva,
into
vos
the open,
trūko.
high-pressure moment, hits all the shots he has to.
Yeah,
Ten galėjo iš vienos kulkos abu ir nuimt.
Brutal for Astralis. That feels
Vėl
like a
nervuok baną gaus.
guaranteed trade situation, but he basically couldn't have played it better. With how deep he
Tu ką
went on
nepameni,
deep,
kai
second guy
baigėsi
wasn't
visiems,
ready,
kurie
thought it'd
serga
be
prieš
some kind of
lietuvius?
heaven fight.
Nepameni?
No, he was ahead of the game. One more round, and this
Banai
is actually just a total tragedy for Astralis. They
išriestas
start out with a
subinėje,
pistol
nahui.
win. They win 3 other rounds that are
Šluotas
super solid. They
antgali,
do
blėt.
good on nap control.
Už
They've gotten
šluotas
ramp every
pakeli,
single
blėt,
time they
ir-
tried to take it for free. They've gotten down to bomb plants. Their upper pops have actually looked solid up until a point. And so I think it's just it'd be a
Labai
bitter
keista,
end if
kad
they don't
tu
pick up
užnai.
this last round.
Man labai keista, kad tu užnai. Blet, čia jie taip gerai išsidėstė buvo, kad už Vento patikrint,
also just
jis
what you'd expect from
pabeitino,
Wonderful.
pasislėpė, kad
His
patikrint už
moments
Vento reikia
since
nueiti
the
kurva
major
į-
just been lights
daugiau
out.
nei už vidurio, blet. Sai. Kuris čia
many good
lietuvis va
maps.
tas dešinėje pačioj Ryjų. Matai? Raulis, kitaip tariant. Nice, Raulį!
They're doing great on ramp.
Atidaro.
The first time bit just goes down
Raulis,
straight up.
ai,
Nice to be able to
3
tap
ginklai.
into Ryu's abilities to entry
du.
like this.
And now they're right. They can speed up.
Pistolėm.
Staehr catches a kill on Makaze, 5 versus 3, looking like a comfortable place to
Penki
close
prieš
out
tris.
this half if you are Astralis. Make it even more comfortable. Staehr's just doing his own thing. E-Man tries to go deal with him, but
Nice.
that Galil is thriving in this
What
round.
type?
Just waiting until the final round of the T side to sprinkle in his biggest multi-kill yet.
Forsukas, matai
A
koks?
triple for Staehr, working entirely alone
7-5
throughout this
mes
round.
grįžtam.
We're all
Kiek pasnai
frazzled
pinigų?
with the
Nu, va,
attack down into
ai,
the lower
yra
bomb
gerai.
site.
Neturime
actually Staehr
veik.
who winds up doing
Nu,
the heavy
biški
lifting.
turi. Gerai, turi.
No,
Makacis.
Wonderful's just not even going to really try this. Just going to look for kills.
Last
Knows
round of the
this-
half, so he better
Yeah.
get in
Berg.
there. And so it closes with a fifth.
Ai, čia
One for the
paskutinis,
road for
kurva.
Astralis to maybe feel
Nice,
a little bit
paskutinį
better.
paim
You
gerai.
get the pistol, you get 3
O
rounds,
dabar mes
smack dab in the
ginamės,
center of
blėt.
that T side,
Aleksi
and then you
Binachu, mes
end
žinom,
it
kad tu
with at
nemoki
least
į
that
niuką
fifth.
I
užeit,
do
blėt.
think mentally that does make up for some stuff that's happened. I think like I would just be pissed off.
Taigi
I
mes
would just be
matėm
pissed
dar
off if I
džielo
watched
laikais,
how
blėt.
those,
Taktikas.
you know, like a lot of times you might tune in and be like, oh, it's an 8-4 half for Navi, they stomped them, but no, actually, it
Nesu
looked
aš
like
žaidžiu.
Astralis
Dar
actually.
yra šiuo
I
metu
think they
žaidžia
should have had a
kitas
lead in this
Dziugss.
half straight up. Like they lost key rounds. They lost
Tai
rounds
po šito
where they were gonna
žiūrėsim
make lots
jau
of money.
nebe tiesiogiai,
They
bet
lost rounds that they would've
nespoilinkit,
built momentum
nerodykit
off
man
of.
nieko,
And then
nes
who knows
kitaip
what
banas
happened
nako
there.
visiems
So,
laikam, blėt.
I think you could see it on Hooksy's face
Ir-
last round, but they took it on the chin. They win an eco of their own, and now that just makes this
Ir
game
tiek žinių.
competitive. And it's actually 5 rounds T side is fine. I think the pressure isn't necessarily back on Navi. They got to be quite happy
Vetos
about their
atėjo
individual
parūkyt.
level. And I think one thing that's very cool for Navi is that
Ei,
a guy
parūkyt.
like Wonderful, you know, this many years in is like apparently
Oh.
getting better. You know, sometimes you see a good peak from a player that ends up being a veteran. They're still young, but they don't actually improve.
Right.
Whereas it looks like there might be a new
ceiling. Gerai, pirmą paėmėm 7-6, tada 7-7 Forza, tada 8-7 ekonominė ir tada bus.
Maintained some of his same personality, but just got more output, at least in the last couple months. And maybe too scared isn't the right word, but he's always had to get set up to go for moves. He doesn't really do it himself. Like, you know, maybe Fuzi might be a nice contrast to him in that regard, but...
Man šitie nepatinka įleidimai į Heavenus, tos jai bublė. Nu tai bent žiūrėk nahu tada. Bezda čia dviesi. Huxis sukis.
Yeah, Huxy's only like loosely worried about this.
Now that flashbang is going to give him something to be concerned about. CT's instantly deleted with the shoulder there from Akaze. So see you later, Huxy, calling from the sidelines.
Va dėl to man ir nepatinka, blėt, tas įleidimas.
But NAVI taking a chunk out of that A bomb site and still taking their sweet time to finish off this round.
Yeah, I mean, getting into lobby, you know, on a rifle, it's like worst case situation. You want to take it back over, maybe try to retake. But yeah, you're not getting around to heaven, not with two guys down here. Getting back in through Hut's going to be the spot they expect. So, could be and NAVI will actually take it one step further. They're going towards lower.
Ai, Kimas strėlė pagal. Nu, kur. Atien. Ai, jau girdė turbūt.
And they'll charge it down yonder Gonder.
Jis da čia kaip gražiai užėjo.
15 on the clock.
Kurva.
Whatsoever. If Astralis were feeling good about winning that last round of the first half, it's going to be a sinking feeling in their stomach unless they can do what was done to them.
Nuke, Astralis
maps. To try to upend this early NAVI T-side start.
Tai, a jūs žiūrėdavot NAVI, blėt? Anksčiau, jie mėgsta Nuke.
Clean approach, let Makaze get his entry, and then even still don't rush the whole ordeal. Move it down to the opposite bomb site. I mean, talk about working the body in this pistol for NAVI.
Yeah, and I think some teams can definitely be too quick with it. And like NAVI are in a spot where, you know, the odds in my head are like, oh, they're like 55-45 in this position. Then they get the kill on Huxy. Okay, they're like 65. They can go over, but they see that no one's flanking them on ramp. So they know that Astralis are not game planning for it, going for that lobby ramp. Then they decide, let's make this into a 90-10. Let's take it down lower. And NAVI know how to be comfortable in those positions, and I think that's one of their main strengths.
Nebūdavo, kad nepažaisa. Būdavo visai. Buvo ir susipysė jie, būdavo pizda, kambeką įpysė. Atsimenu daug ko išgyvenom.
Of a game that's going to be like, damn, we could have had it, but it just escaped us every time. If this pistol gets converted, and excuse me, it wasn't actually a force back for Astralis, so they're not going to try what NAVI did. They're willing to just try to get to the gun rounds, and I feel like that could just genuinely be a symptom of the way the game has gone so far.
Tai jeigu būtų išmokę, tai būtų jie
You
pikini.
know you've had your chances. You feel like you're playing well enough to win, but you just don't have all the tools for the job. So maybe don't rush the process. Don't bank on this force victory to just let NAVI pull further ahead.
Jiem pasakys ir jie tada norės visi pušis, kas čia per taktika, man jau įdomu.
Very scholarly approach to round 14.
Ar jie čia laukia, kol Utiličius įsimėtys? Kas čia per taktika?
Ends up being a wrap, so they can catch someone off.
Ar lauks, kol į Heaveną vėl lips?
This could be a farm round for Wonderful to really cap off what was already a great half.
Oh, well, you're not supposed to be finding.
Raulis čia headshotas buvo? Eik tu nahu, nušaudykit, lyskit,
blė. Get a little wild in the hands of Wonderful. They don't decide to just sprint downstairs.
Ai, nenaisna. Eik bitai iš čia, blė.
Stolen by Astralis, and it seems like it's
Raulis dar na.
Unless Ryu could come through.
Parpisau jo headshotėlį ten, nes man atrodo net neparodė. Blėt, jūs dar daugiau junginėkit, aš jau nebesuprantu, kada savas, kada nena.
Down here by the window. And it's been found out and dealt with. So still majority alive for NAVI. Solid conversion, but really, again, no threat with USPs in hand. And so we take a look at the next buy. Not even one player kind of breaking through that $5,000 point for Astralis. But they wanted this full purchase now. It's scary when you look at the scoreboard of Astralis. We haven't really brought it up, but 4-11 is Jabby, 4-12 is Huxy. But that's about par for his course. It's really Fuzi who I think has kind of left some slack out there for his teammates to try to pick up. We'll see if now CT side can be the birth of his comeback within this map.
Nu gerai, yra ginklai, pistajam. Oi, realiai išpušinės buvo, kurva gaila dar Aleksio nepaėmė.
With Makaze, best Tim dies to Alexi, and we get a 4 versus 4 out of the gate on Astralis' terms.
Yeah, it's a real audacious play there, but well supported with the flash.
Tai čia tiek žmonių, nei vienas nesuprantat, kodėl jie taip darė? Jūs visi tiek pat suprantat, kiek aš. Jūs visi antro levelio feisite. Kas čia per lavonų susirinkimas? Ai, Huksė! Nu, blėt! Gerai, Jakobsas! Gerai! Gerai, Rūliu, gerai! Du prieš vieną! Nice! Iš kairė, blėt!
Perfect challenge on the side of that one to find him in the open.
Oh, didn't he know? He knew that someone was squeaky side, right? And there's actually a couple of small moments communication-wise. Astralis on that lower round where Hooksy got shot in the back from him after they didn't defend the bomb plant. Couple of these moments, I do wonder sometimes if we would ask Astralis to say this is communication. This has been brought up, and I don't think it's something to harp on strongly because Hooksy's called for international lineups before, but not everyone's played on international teams together. I think this would be so. I don't know, where that comes down. Where one or two small words sometimes, right? Yeah. Sure. I think actually Hooksy said that it was Yavi. Sometimes he doesn't realize he's speaking in Danish when he thinks he's saying a word in English, and just one small thing, and then maybe, from what you're used to, a really important gap gets missed.
Okay.
They said it was improving. I don't
o ką mes čia barinamės? Reikia 3 laimėti.
But I see a couple of moments where I'm like, communication isn't perfect right now.
Tai ar nėra? Ir Kasperskio nėra, bet ir Alauno nėra.
Yeah, clearly just caught by that. Shame too, because that's the gun round that Astralis were banking on.
O į šitą į Heltavą nenoriu eiti, nes Dziuggą išsispoilinsiu kaip nors.
Now scout in hand. Ooh, chance at the top side, low frag, but drop down to 65 health. He'll try to keep that pressure on. And Makaze is going to be a beast off a leash, I think, in this one. Just kind of sensing that the threat's over here, that these pistols are now pinned in behind minimal cover. He's looking to tear through what remains of Astralis.
Navi just look like they're in their comfort zone now. They've just got such a huge lead. They're establishing dominance here. Save. And Fuzi, maybe one more chance at a shot here with this scout.
Yeah, don't skip protocols. Keep it clean, and you'll find it out in the open. So Ryu stuck with just the pistol. Raulis is back with a double. That's the bomb. He had gotten the third. It's bomb possession, a 1v5 attempt.
And the bomb would have just like jumped right into the window.
Of course, it would have just trickled over. It would have been one of those moments where Navi then starts to beat them. It would have been a very Navi situation, would it not? But instead, it's an 11th round. It's a flawless T-side so far. It's another majority alive situation for Navi. 2 rounds away from handing Astralis their second nuke loss. That's all it's going to take.
And Navi right before Budapest were just not good. And then at Budapest, they showed us they're Navi. When push comes to shove, they know how to win. They know how to be good. You don't always get a strong game like this out of them right off the bat, but that might be a new trend. They 3-0'd their first stage of the major, right?
Navi? Yeah, and they were the team that were like all the other rosters were predicting to just kind of go through flawlessly.
Right.
It's like the whole community was kind of convinced that they would do it. And we are playing the upgraded major format.
Yeah.
So
all best of 3s.
I guess we just kind of start at stage 3 here at PGL events.
Yeah. So.
5 prieš 3, tik pas Raulį 12.
But let's not talk about Astralis like they're dead. Guns back in hand, 5 versus 3. It's kind of been a tale of playing catch up to a Navi that's been in the lead. Astralis had it once, 4-3 on the T side, haven't seen it since.
And it's just like, look at the score lines in comparison. Everyone on Navi is putting in effort here.
And that's, on the desk, I think it was very well said that we look at Navi, you don't get that superstar. Maui Snake was, listing off all the stars that are on the top team. So if Navi wants to be top 5, it's got to be everybody. And today we're getting that everybody situation. So it bodes well still for Navi's chances, as does this Alexi headshot with a bomb plant in tow. Staehr's going to swing the doors open. That's not going to get Alexi off the plant. They know still that Navi have to scramble in this 2v3 post plant. It's low health as well for the Navi players.
Ne! Kurva, Alexi, kas tau čia atsitiko, nak? Gerai, blei!
Alexi, 3 kills to his name. Hooksy challenges and finds it just to keep giving Astralis
tu naku, kurva, kai už Alexi sergi, bret, nichuja jis
in a round that should have always been theirs for the taking. 3v5 for Navi. Damn near to the limit.
When I looked at the KDs and my eyes naturally gravitated to Alexi because I'm like, if there's one person who's like, you're not going to get someone on the level of a wonderful on bid on average, well, maybe it's him, and he's also doing great. That would have been an amazing moment for him.
Ruski sako, iš
Not
kur
an amazing moment for Astralis.
traukia, kad fašizmą daugiau Ukrainoje nei pas mus, tipo?
Even that getting scary and getting expensive kind of sucks for Astralis.
Nesitikiu, kad ten ruskis.
They're looking for some confidence here.
Gerai, 11-6 mes grįžtame, ponios ir ponai. Ponaitės ir ponaičiai. Pizdos ir bibėjai, va taip, Jakobsas vienas. Aleks. Ui. Eik tu, nako Aleksis per dūmus dar nušau. Jei buvo. Kaip Aleksis varo? 15-9, čia taip niekada nebūna. Pezda ir makasė. Ei, šop. Daulis vien. Aleksis, kurva, 15-9.
It's by far the most energizing way to win a round. An upper pop on Nuke, T-side.
Man įdomu dabar kiek Artiomičių.
Yeah. And that goes swimmingly here for Navi.
Kad 3 laimėt.
Take 12 as well, right after we just saw
Kiek iš viso geimų žais?
Almost below a like 4v2 advantage.
Čia į 8-tuką išeina, ne?
Money's in the dumps.
Kad 3 laimėt, kiek reikia? Iš kelių geimų.
And it could be another single-digit loss for Astralis on Nuke.
Tai 3 prapisa все, nu tai gerai, o jeigu dabar vienas prapisa, tada vieną laimi. Tada dar vieną prapisa, tada 1-2 būna. Ai, tai tu žaisi čia, gali žaisti 5 mačus. Eik tu, tai čia per formatas.
But then we didn't get to see them in Krakow. I mean, we saw them, but they didn't give us much to watch. This is excellent. And maybe, yes, okay, again, you're capitalizing off of some missed opportunity by Astralis. The force buy in round 2 that comes through, the bit quad Desert Eagle that then stops Astralis' momentum. It's all there for them. But
nebus taip, kad Astralis prapisas prieš futų žais.
So I'm very curious as Mirage is now queued up in this best of 3, a map that they should be very comfortable on. This is a statement opening to Cluj. A much needed event for EMA.
Be real, it's just so it's so special for EMA and for the team.
Ne, tai čia kita game, tai bus nes kartu žaidžia.
This is going to be more important for him than picking up a Krakow, right? This isn't. He got to visit this crowd last year. He didn't get to play in front of them.
Oi, ginkleliai kokie silpni.
Unlike Torji in Budapest,
Raulis vienintelis pliusas. 16-13.
We'll see when they go up against FaZe, but somehow, I don't know, but
they have to get there. Nesakykit.
Well, it's first chance to close this opening map of play. Opening map of the day, in fact. And we've got a limitation in the hands of both Hooksy and Dziugss.
Ai, kaip deginu, gerai, vieną paėmė. 2-3, gerai.
Put in a tough spot, decides to make something happen on his terms. Not the first time either. We've seen him kind of challenge around this utility, right? The push through the smoke at the base of Silo in the first gun round. Now a challenge over top of the Flames here in round 19. Staehr called on by the desk to kind of get more done. Has stepped up into these opening moments. And 5v4 from it. But 45 seconds on Navi's timer. And a smoke grenade goes down towards Squeaky as they take their look towards ramp instead. Can Wonderful crack this open? Does Ryu overstep?
Yeah, well, no one's here for his first peek.
Ten jau kojas matys, girdėjo.
Yeah.
You hear the drop off, you know it's going to be a couple players coming this way now, so that's why we get this
Abu
reinforcement called over
nuėmė.
at Fuzi.
Alexis kažką nupysė.
He's going to
O
find
gerai,
that shot. Ryan gets traded out to the AWP, but that op now has to somehow couple with Bit at 15 seconds.
15 sekundžių, kurva Vanderlėjus, ne, 2 prieš 2, Vanderlėjus 17 gyvybių. Pastrėlė 13.
Wait, why is he going?
What?
Eina savings.
He went to Squeaky with no time.
Okay.
There was absolutely no way to win that way. To be fair, from our perspective, like he was going to die from heaven probably, but you did have a player in mini to try to get that kill.
I guess it's one of those ones where it's like,
Davai biškį atkakliau, pasitreniruosit kaip tik prieš Miragę.
They know that you've got a player walking out on the ledge that would have been killed by the main player had he hard committed to his swing.
Kaip Artiomkai kitas accountas, atsimenu. Apšilimo account.
To save right away, they just realized it.
Reikia ir man apšilimo
Still
accountą.
impressive for Wonderful to read exactly where he was, walking up on top of that ledge. A nice try, but a good save here.
3 accountus apšilimo, tada viduriuką ir jau kominio. 3 accountai. Hakalis 1, Hakalis 2, Hakalis 3.
The first of 6 map points goes the way of Astralis instead.
Ir kominio aukščiausias būtų Elas.
Now working with less utility, Imez already challenged down into the vent. That's going to cost him half his health, but we do get this challenge, I think, into Squeaky coming through from Jabby. He's lost in the smoke
Tautvydas, aš įsijungiu kompą, tenais čia Steam'e turbūt išlindau, Tautvydas rašė, einam CS. Tas turbūt nemėgoja, sėdi. Sakau, aš metęs gertę įsižiūrėt lietuvių. Jau metus negeria, dar metus negeria.
Because they're walking.
They're getting the info, but are they in a place
Gerai,
that they can punish?
pasiima Halilas.
Ryu gets into the back of the bomb site. Bottom ramp held as well, so he's not even operating on his own.
This is good as it gets now for
Raulė,
Astralis.
blė, tik nesugalvok nusisukt, nahui.
Come and help.
Confirmation as the fast steps start to come through.
Nu kas čia per poziciją, blė?
Not sure which door to
Tu,
watch.
blėt, juokauji, nahui. Vidurį, gerai strėlė. Ai, na.
And he'll bring one down, but burnt to a crisp.
Yes,
It's a
da
clutch
strėlė.
needed out of Staehr. A 4K called on. And he's halfway there, hands busy on the plant. Ime turns back around, and now with Staehr out here in the open. Oh!
Nice!
Stare at that.
Challenge
Geras
out through the double
apšilimas prieš Mirazą.
doors.
Džiaukitės, blėt.
Giving that space
Apšilinėkit.
over for a second.
Davai,
Ime
blė,
turns around
įvarykit
and
jam
clears
baimės,
Secret, but it's a
Ei, blėt,
2v1.
ežiukas,
Look at Staehr in the face.
užduso, blė.
All of a sudden, Staehr is given extra space, comes out from ramp already, and hits the shots he has to. That is 2 of 6. Now, the way back.
Dabar tai pinigėlių, tai ai
I
padėjo
thought
bombą.
that round died with Fuzi running through the molly for his 1 kill. And,
O kiek jis čia padarė? 4 kilus, blė. Pizda, malodės strėlė. Atiduok klasiokam skolą, blė.
Could you have optimized that a little bit more on the peak? Sure, but still,
Oh, wow.
it was a very
Bibi,
good
tu vos
chance of
mindė.
just getting
So
the last
now-
remaining points of HP
Bibi.
off of him and winning that round. So, Astralis, they endure, they continue,
O, moka kaip
and they
aš.
make it a 4-round game.
All right. On top of that, pistols in hand for Navi, which could paint a
Tai
bleak
jie čia
picture.
2000
except we've
pasiliko
seen
ar
them
ne,
win
na,
these
tos
sorts of
dyglus
rounds.
prisipirkė. Hui pameš.
There's been a lot of X factor in the hands of these pistols.
Gaudyk! Zdravoj, Eldai.
They'll take their sweet time with it, try to chip away at an Astralis that has been on the brink, right? It's 2 players that survive off of the clock 2 rounds ago.
Gaudyk dar.
Staehr the sole survivor in that previous 1v2.
Gražu.
Any kills would be very valuable here for
Zdravoj,
Navi, but
Ela.
so far down to
Zdravoj,
the
Eldai.
4v5.
Dar vienas jau. Taigi gaus. Tai jau gauna. Va taip Raulis
Not
gražiai.
gonna go their way either.
Tai pasiliko, reiškia, 2000. Man pasbyta dabar rodo.
They've had
Kurva.
a good track record.
O negalėjo mažai
But it's
skaičiukais,
about
kai
time
gyvi,
Astralis
blėt,
just cleaned
kažkur
one
rodė.
up, no
Jop.
problem.
O, įstrėlė gerai.
Seemingly exactly what we're gonna get.
O, tik norėjau pasakyti, nieks nemirkit, blėt. Aleksis, headshotą. Tu, blėt, juokauji 18-11, Aleksis.
But that's all right.
Va tau, na.
One death.
Nice.
Yes, one death
Nice.
on the side of
Nice,
Astralis.
nice, nice.
All we're gonna get is a 3-round game, folks.
Nice,
3 in a
nice,
row
nice. Yeah.
for Astralis. 3 more to go.
Yeah, no, nothing really matters. Nothing about how these past rounds have gone. Nothing about the first half in general is on your mind. You're just thinking about, we actually have a good chance at overtime. Yes, we have to play better than we have been because some of these rounds have been way too close. But it's now Navi who have to prove they can close.
Thing is, you're coming off of the final timeout from Blade. These ones burn up. 3 red lights and you're done.
Tai gal dar ir paklaus, kieno Krymas pas
We talk about it, notorious for round conversion off of timeouts are Navi. So let's see if that's all it takes.
Kieno Krymas?
From the mastermind. I kind of threw Fozy under the bus at the start of this second half, right? Mentioning that his score was down there with Jabby and Hooksy, who aren't
Gerai, Aleksis su Gloku, nahui. Jau bėgs kažkur. Bliu, iš kur pas jį atsirado, na?
We've got that presence online for the CT side at least. That could be a driving factor.
Nice, Raulį, молодец, va taip. Sėdėjo 2 ar 3 raundus ramiai, tais ketvirtą prapušino. Blet, masto kaip aš. Šaudo kaip aš. Nu, aš tai irgi kaip bebūtų. Dar vienas kurva heiteris lietuvių, blet. Heiterių, Alaunas dar paliubomu. O, Kasperski, labas. Aš tik priminsiu, Kasperski ir tau, nice. Raulis 19. Vienintelis pliusas, sakau. Ai, ne, jau Sirilė pliusai. Tik priminimas visiems. Dziugą žiūrėsiu po šitų. Susistabdęs streamą dar nei kiek nežiūrėjau. Tai nespoilinkit nieko. Už spoilinimą iškart bam. Bam. Ant apversos taburetės, su šikna ir burna sėdat ir čiuožėt nuo kalno. Kitas dalykas, Kasperski. Turėjau dar klausimą. Gerai. Kas blaivas?
They're lucky for the time being that Astralis aren't going to...
Aš ne heiteris Raulio, bet Navi yra Navi, negaliu tiesiog nustaba. Neprimena Alauno kalbų, kaip prieš džėlą sirdo. Neprimena mindė, tu pats šaipeis iš jo.
Does this lure the CTs into a push? Oh yeah, they're getting active. Big time.
Dar vienas, aš ne prieš šaltąją, jūs prieš šaltąją, ble. Šiuo atveju jūs prieš šaltąją. Ai, kurva. Neprimenu, tas pats naratyvas, ble, žodis į žodina. Kitas dalykas, naujai atėjusiam, noriu priminti tokią situaciją. Vakar eidamas pas Gedį, turėdavau kiekvieną kartą į paiešką rašyti Džeskį ir eit per kanalą ir tik tada laivą man išmesdavo. Žinot kodėl? Rekomendacijose jie nebūdavo. Nes jūs, blet, laikų kurva jebanu nepaspaudžiat, nahui. Ačiū. Padarykit kažkam lengviau. Gerai, 3 pistoletai, 4 pistoletai, na. Ir Vanderlėjui su ginklu 12-11 čia? 12-11?
See what you can do with this Glock. That's your punishment.
Boy, that makes up for all those force buy moments.
Dziugss tau nepatinka?
That is your golden ticket to get into
Keistum Dziuggsį į Aleksį B.
Especially if this goes to overtime. It's going to be largely because of Bit having absolutely.
Bet į ką nors kitą tai irgi keičiau.
He can't even buy himself armor for when someone can drop him.
I mean, it is full loss bonus for the side of Navi going into round 24.
Įsivaizduok, Gabė buvo nepadėjęs, nu tu kurva, dar pizdavoja mane, nahui nuo ryto. Ir dar ir laiko. Kas jai šiandien yra? Į džėlą norėtum keisti? Aš irgi norėjau. Kurvas kandikas.
This might be Bit's lucky day.
Does he get away with it? And you know what's crazy too?
Tai Evaldai aš iškart sakiau, kai jis išėjo, kad taip. Bet jis sako, kad ne. Ui, koks taimingas!
The nade pull. Luckily Staehr's got it from the back line. There's so many players there ready for that kind of a push. Staehr's multi-kill is big. The AK's not going to get picked back.
Oi, tu nahu, kas darosi? Kas darosi?
challenge into Ema, but time is up.
Eik tu nahui!
He gets Hooksy up close. He's gonna slow burn this, and Navi are gonna win
Eik tu
map 1
nahui!
of Bit dying after time in AK
Man
save
pakilo
not needed.
temperatūra po
It
šio
is
raundo.
a fumbled ball by Astralis here, folks.
Pizdan.
Nuke doesn't go their way. No overtime needed.
Pizdan.
Navi queue up a finish for Mirage.
Arba į Dziuggą? Labas rytas
Am I
iš
the
mūsų
only one that
Labas
gets excited
rytas,
when
įsimylėjėliai.
the player in his home country
Pripersta
does
kaldra,
something
abu
cool?
guli,
So, like,
blėt.
it's the final round,
Labas
and he's like,
rytas
"Don't
iš mūsų
worry,
lovos, tai
it's gonna come in."
išsivedinkit.
Then I just get
bent.
super hyped because I'm like, yay, it's not even playoffs
Ir
yet, but
viskas
that
per tą
makes
jobaną
me
Hugsį?
excited. Navi got me excited.
Yeah,
there.
I mean, you have to be, right? Because Ema was actually at Cluj last year, but not competing. He was just here to be able to.
Gerai, turiu klausimą. Žiūrėkit, du variantai.
But now he has an
Aš
opportunity.
Dziuggą esu
if Navi continues this trend
užsipauzinęs
that we saw on that map, to have a chance to play in front of his crowd.
iš
We know how
naujo.
special that was for
Dabar
Malaboy last
pradedu
year in Astana.
apklausą.
And while Ema's a little bit more
Ar
of a veteran, it's not
darome
quite the
taip?
same, romantic story. It still
Klausimą.
is one, right? To have
Pirmas
a
variantas.
chance over at Foot to do the same thing. And yeah, I'm with you on that one.
Grabbing
Žiūrim
them by their hair and
tiesiog
dragging them. He's like, "Come on,
Raulį
we will keep going." That last round, I mean, what could have
ir
Astralis
jam
done differently?
pasibaigus
Was there anything they could have done
tik
differently?
tada
I feel like they could have
pereinam
known that it was lower
į Dziuggą.
perhaps a little bit earlier, so things weren't in much of a scramble. I also feel like
Ar
throughout
per
a lot of this game, I think it just
Raulio
comes down to Navi in many of these
pertraukas
situations, kind of having a
po
little bit more X
biškį
factor. It was kind of something
pažiūrim
that we sort of talked about in the
Dziuggą.
pregame, just the way that the individuals they're good,
Tik
but I almost feel like the way that Astralis started
prasidėjus
this one, we could have said the
Raul
opposite was true. The way Ryu was taking names towards outside, with his
grįžtam
Deagle, but it was
jį
oftentimes the
žiūrėt.
pistols that got Navi over the line in this one. A couple great CT rounds.
Eik,
with them, and
prirašiau
then, of
tiek
course, the
negaliu čia
last one to
simbolių
finish
tiek.
off
Nu, ką
this
čia
half.
supratot?
Which kind of felt like it shouldn't have gone that way. The casters were talking a lot about it, and yet Navi was able to pull it out. Like you said, that little X factor, they are the favorites. They were the favorites coming into this. But I want to focus in on Astralis. We can do that first half, moving into a little bit of the comeback in the second. Dust. What did you like about what you saw?
Well, I mean, I like that, despite having that fumble on the second round, losing to Wonderful's Deagle, they composed themselves and they put together a streak of about 3 rounds kind of in the middle of the half. And really what you saw a lot of it is, again, just the value that Ryu is bringing to this team as, a rookie and a guy to keep an eye out for a Rookie of the Year story of this year if he's able to keep up this pace. And that is that his primary role is not that of an opener. He's a luxury to have because he does have that capacity, right? And it takes a little bit of weight off the shoulders of some of the others. I mean, there were multiple rounds
davai
kind of
vieną
early in the
mapą
first half
tokį,
where Ryu
Blet,
was
ne.
helping him take upper and getting entries on people in the upper rafters.
Tada išvis į nieką,
I think it was the final round of the half.
neįsi.
It was their 5th round that they won on the T side.
Mes
where he
galim
just
tik tais pamažint.
bulldozes into ramp room and finds an opening pick. And it's little things like that that allow him to be a little bit of an X factor.
Mes nepasikursim vienam. Mes galim tik tais pamažint per pauzes Dziuggą.
I love how it does. I'm just going off topic really quickly. But
Pabiški pamažinsim, va
this is
taip.
a moment that he's creating a moment. I want to create a moment too. I think.
Nu tai tada
before we even
nežiūrim.
got into the
Laukiam
second
vieno
map
ir
of the
tada
first
kitą.
game, you've dropped the Rookie of the Year comment for Ryu a few times, going contender.
Va, tai jūs taip ir balsuojat. Žiūrim
But
tiesiog
at the
Raulį
end
ir
of the
vėliau
year,
Dziuggą.
if he
Sak?
is one of the
Nuspręsta
contenders, would be
man.
like, I called that at the beginning of the
Well,
year.
the Rookie of the Year story starts
A
at the
tu
beginning
mintė
of the
net
year, right? And it's
nebalsuok,
something that we're gonna
kurva, tu
track
net
all year
neturi
long.
balso,
It started at the
ble.
beginning of the year because
This-
last year's Rookie of the Year only
Džiaugkis, kad dar
The
nebanėtų.
conversation starts on the first day, but
They can pivot,
oftentimes the
right? I mean,
story's
last
told at
year,
the end.
the conversation started with someone like PR. Right, that was kind
Jo,
of the guy that a
mačiau,
lot of
kad
people had on.
Dziuggas
Joe was
ketvirtoj
another one at the
vietoj
beginning of the year. But then
perspektyviausias.
you had Malaboy and Kiyoshi
O Raulio
take
nėra
on
tam
midway through the
sąraše, nes
year,
jis tipo
and they really told the story at that
neperspektyviausias.
point. So
Jis
that
jau
obviously
kaip
can happen
ir
again, but for now,
jau
it's just cool to see someone like
top
Ryu
komanda.
who had
Čia-
some
čia
land
tipo
experience
tokie,
with
kur-
Monty, but not against top level competition. He's being thrown into
Aš kaip
now
suprantu,
the
čia
fold of having
yra-
to play against tier 1 teams at an elite
Ar ne
prestige
taip
event at
suprantu?
Krakow,
Čia kad
now
į
here at Cluj,
geresnę
it's a very
komandą,
stacked field,
blet,
and he's
peršok,
putting
ne?
up really good performances. I mean, it's something that Astralis needs to be excited about because they haven't had a whole lot to,
Gal ne- Tai
be
aš
thankful
negalvojau,
for here
Mintė,
lately.
kad kurva
You heard
toks.
that first. If
E,
he
o
wins
čia
Rookie of the Year,
neparodys,
this
blet,
clip
mum,
will
e.
probably find its way onto the internet. I'm just warning.
Nesugalvos čia įspolint.
You gotta show some teams,
Sugalvos! Taigi čia per pertraukas rodo būna. Kitą streamą. Bent jau Krokuvoj tai buvo.
We said like we need Wonderful to activate. He looks really good on Nuke.
Wonderful was fantastic. I mean, the Deagle that he had in round 2, even just the way that he was
Jeigu
able
čia
to find great trade
iškaziolis.
kills with the op, I feel like he's in this map doing everything that I wanted him to do from the beginning of this year. Obviously, Krakow did not go the way that he had wanted. So to see him bounce back in this fashion is a welcome sight.
Jeigu yra lietuvių heiterių,
really, if he can actually just consistently contend with the top 5 offers in the world, it's a world of difference for what Navi can be this season. Because if he just kind of falls out of that sort of conversation, if he's sort of just meddling around the 8th best, then you don't really have the same win conditions that Navi did.
Alone neįspoiling Dziuggo tik tais mums gerai, mes paskui po Raulio žiūrėsim Dziuggo.
Just getting key kills that sometimes
visiems perspėjo ir laiką paspaus.
Yeah, I mean, Wonderful is definitely, when you look to Navi, we talk about how there is really no true star on this team, right? And Makaze, it's a little too early to call. The others are people that we kind of know. We know Bit's capable of it, right? I mean, he was one of their best players in 2024 whenever they had that Team of the Year run that they had in kind of the first full year of CS2. But he hasn't been that same guy, right? I think Ima, to me, even though he's not the main entry of this team, he actually does a pretty good job when he's still gets called upon to create openings. So he has that part of his game really fulfilled. But, you know, he's had to kind of really repivot how he approaches the game to make room for Makaze. You know, Makaze took a lot of his spots. Ema was having to
už kągi tu, blėt, Sergej? Už Navi gal jau, blėt?
Place with this one roster move. But yeah, like Wonderful is kind of that one guy when you saw the performance like you saw at Amazing, it's like, man, if we could get that more often, you know, that all of a sudden just makes the game a whole hell of a lot easier when you have an opera that can have that kind of impact.
Norėsit per ilgą 2 prieš 2 su mes? Iš 100 eurų. Iš 100 celofanų kriptovaliutų.
I would think so. I feel like the win condition in the series was Astralis taking
Nes ten bus ilgesnė pauzė, ką mes veiksim?
I feel like this could still be a very competitive map. Because even though Navi Mirage is their bread and butter, I have seen some weaknesses. I feel like a lot of people understand the constricting play that Navi just like to run so badly. And so we've started to see teams actually play to counter it a little bit more, pushing into Bit, whether he's in Palace or Ram. I feel like so frequently that's been outlined from teams that have taken on Navi in recent history that they just want to force the issue. They want to take some space away because Navi's just feels so airtight when Ema's coming from underpass.
Prie triple boxą, o Underlėjus eina pastoviai. Bitas rampai.
So if Astralis have keyed into that detail, there's a way that they can upset the balance here.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, though. I mean, they've lost all 4 games they've played with this 5 this year. And so I think you're going to have to see them step up their T sides in particular. Like, they're going to be starting on the CT side. And again, Staehr and Yabi are the ones to keep an eye on because they play such important roles defensively on this team. Again, Yabi had a great Krakow, but really struggled throughout, you know, the entirety of last year. Staehr, he's a guy that, you know, we discussed in the pregame where he's been called upon to play a lot of star roles, but he's not always putting up star level numbers. He played fantastic there on Nuke. So if he can kind of carry that over, that's obviously going to be very important.
O kaip mes ginam? Tai pažiūrėk, vienas konikė, kitas langė, blėt, pas jūs. Pas mus 2 saitė, nes vienas rampa.
Their T sides have really not been there. Meanwhile, when you look at
paskui
you know,
Side in the
Krakow, but one was an overtime loss to Spirit, and they were so hot at the end of last year and throughout the Budapest major where they're just, you know, you mentioned their mid control and their A pinches, but I think their playbook is just quite deep. Like, they can make pivots if they need to, if that's not working out. I think they're a pretty balanced team all in all. And again, just like we talked about in the last game, it's just going to be, you know, Makaze is kind of their front runner. And it's going to be about how much impact he can have.
Laksta vakar ant sniego pirmą kartą į balkoną nuėjo toliau, tai balėt, turbūt sušalo pėdutės, davėsi po chatą pirmyn atgal, blėt.
Is where they lack, and how do you fix that? How do you activate these players? How do you make sure that they come in?
Ką jie čia mano metų moteriškė tokia pasadina?
I don't know what the answer to that is.
To me, that's more of an individual issue when it comes to Wonderful. I feel like the praise has gone well to the support staff of Navi. Ursula has seemingly done a really solid job in making sure that he is in the right mentality all the time, because even watching some of the Navi vlogs or even just things from what tournaments have released in the past, I feel like Wonderful, the consistency or his own, it's almost like his own mentality was wavering. Kind of broad stroke concepts, but when he's just between maps vaping just constantly nervously. I'm not really sure if he's going to deliver on map 2, and then sometimes he doesn't. So I feel like he's really settled down into being a star and actually just realizing that he can take liberties in how they want to run plays. He doesn't have to just follow the blade book to a T every single time. He can break the mold, and when you see him do that, when you see him just decide to go for a peak that has no trade potential, but he thinks it's a good fight, then you start seeing the best version of Wonderful.
If you've just woken up, good morning. But it's okay. Navi was able to take Astralis' pick. And we now move on to Mirage.
Vakam jau antras vidurdienis
turbūt. They may be able to close the series at 2-0. We'll find out if that is the case right after the break.
Blet, čia mum neparodys tikiuosi.
But I love you.
Trečias jį. Va čia tai dar atsisėdo žmogus.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Grinai aš buvau. Smauką gauni ir pizdu tą langą, ble. Kaip sekasi lietuviam? Ryjų prapiso. Pirmą mapą. O antro mes nežinom, nes žiūrėsim po šito. Tai nespoilinkit tik tais, nesugalvokit. Ir laikų paspauskit. Ko tu čia rieki su ta kėdė, blėt? Labas, šonai! Pala, man reikia sugalvoti, jeigu dabar įjungia futus, aš jum tada pist, o ką pats? Escape ir pauzė. Gerai. Gerai. Pasitreniravau mintyse. O dabar šio streamo rėmėjai, monitoriai, kurio aš pats dėja neturiu, nepirkit ir jūs, na. Bet kažkoks pas man panašus, ne? Stovas. Ai. Jie visi turbūt panašus. Gerai, tu ne VB čia apie futus nieko, gerai? Nieko special. Kaip tai nieko special, mes sesą žiūrim, blėt. Mes savo meilę žiūrim. Na, ateinama Valentinas baltas. Eini parūkyt? Parūkyt ateini. Na, ateik. Pairk tai bus.
Is it frustrating for you when you're maybe having to go over this again and say, like, guys, okay, we're going back into old habits? Like, how are you guys approaching all this?
Linkėjimai Romusėliui. Romusėlis mato mane?
I just think that it's the same process.
Romusėli?
You know, trial and error.
Jeigu dar nemėgi, pagarba.
During the boot camp and overall start of the season was also the train going out and newbies coming back in. So also a lot of new repetitions on new maps and trying to understand our map pool since
Romusėlis labai juokingas bičas, ble. O dar juokingiau, kad jis Romusėlis, kaip aš GTA buvau. Jam trūko tik tais daryt.
NAVI is better than, say, even the elite teams on?
Yeah, I do think so, that we still have the maps that everyone feels confident on, and you know, if we pick it or it's the decider or whatever,
aš per Valentino dieną stengdaus niekur nevaryt ir ne vienas gyvendam. Kai man padovanodavo per Valentino dieną kažką, aš padovanodavau atgal meilę savo visais metais. Man ta Valentino diena bibėždėjau. Romusėlis daužo visą alį. A tu čia įmetis kažką? Kur atrodo kartais aš dramblį auginu.
Yeah, I think it's important for him, even though he might not say it. But I do think it's always exciting to, you know, play in one of your teammates' country, I think that, you know, the crowd usually cheers for you. And at the same time, I think it's nice to see the excitement on these players and what it would mean to me to play in front of a Finnish crowd as well.
Yeah. But is this also
Mes per Valentino dieną lėtai žiūriu.
now show up and show yourselves? Do you feel like you're at that point where you must have a good performance here, especially even just look at VRS points, not tanking so much?
Yeah, all these points.
Miega dabar, nu nieko naujo, jam reikia, žinai, tokiuose metuose pauzelę padaryti. 2 valandas pasėdi, pusvalanduką pasnaudži, vėl 2 valandas pasėdi. Čia dar ir taip gerai išsilaikęs, blėt, aš tokių metų, nu, pas tėvą jau. Pala, po kiek galima kasti į tą pačią vietą laiko? Po 25 metų? Tai 16 buvo, kai numirė, tavam 6, tram 6, tai dar 5 metai ir viso, ir gali ten pat, na, smakt, blė. Gerai. Tai tu ir jam įjunk atsuk, kad aš jam linkėjimus perdu. O aš nesupratau, Šonai Konorai, blė. Kodėl tu džiaugies, kad aš... Tu man turi linkėti laimės. Meilės, sėkmės. Džiaugiasi, kad aš kurva pičkėnė. Ei, laiku, laiku. Aleksi, B tiek prisižiūrėjom, dabar aš jo nepalaikau ir hui neklausau. Varai, blė. Dabar reikia pasiruošti, jeigu čia spoilinsiu galvos. Ten irgi turbūt pirmas mepas pasibaigė. What?
Chance to see the bounce back. Astralis, they had an opportunity. It felt like over on Nuke, whether that opportunity was squandered or whether it was never really truly fair for the taking. Well, we'll leave that in the history books, Mohan, because now Mirage is where they've got a bounce back.
Kaip kėdės, tokios trumo.
They have to, you know, we typically see 3-map series from these teams. I think Astralis today, we're probably really looking forward to like having a Nuke victory. I think that was probably on their mind in terms of a win con for the series. Yes, they do well versus NAVI, but they also know that that's just not going to simply keep up. Pull up a streak like that unless you're one of the top 5 teams in the world.
Eik tu visai pažiūrėčiau Ancientą. NAVI GL Ancientą kažką jau nelabai gal? Gerai, dirbam. Tai Astralis ginasi, okei.
With this 5. So, let's see how Mirage goes.
Let's see.
I'm hopeful we get some good rounds, but we did see still some messiness from Astralis mixed in there. And I don't think they can afford that now.
Yep. Beretta's in the corner hearing the footsteps come through, but no overcommitment out of NAVI. Bomb is there. Never gets spotted, I don't think. We didn't really see it from Ryu's POV, but...
Hadouken.
Fire! NAVI are always meticulous.
Yoga Flame.
NAVI are always meticulous in these pistols, huh? You think back to the Nuke play.
Ačiū Ramusėlė, gal irgi du.
2,5.
Žinai, kas juokingiausia, kad bičą tik pažadino, tas dar miega guli, bet telefonas rankoj.
Now they'll crawl this one up through connector, looking to time off Bit, who comes through with the
instant bang.
While falling down the ladder hole.
Pizda, kaip ten jis išmokęs, ble. Taigi Bitas turėjo rampą eit pagal tos visus. Davai, pasakys tau tada.
And so NAVI looking to gun away a T-side pistol round. What a start.
Pasakys kada.
Be off of the momentum of the close.
Ne, aš 2,5.
Alexi into the cover. You have given a bit of space over to Astralis, but that's just going to feed them out into the open, where surely NAVI are able to finish off these frags. Bomb beyond the halfway point. Makaze's got Hooksy, and it's all good. Still 4 players surviving for NAVI, and it's basically pistol to perfection.
There's just some positions that are so done. You know, you get the first kill that quickly, you get site control that fast, you have connector, you have default, you know no one's flanking a ramp because you were so fast. There's just some spots that are too tough to pull yourself out of. Astralis were in one of them right there. Brought to you by Bit.
Pizda krisdama žemyn į skylę ir dar kopėčių neužkabino. Na. 4 B. 4 šortą. Oi, pamatė.
USP's trying to mow down somebody.
Let blogai ir vėl. Ai, nu bet čia užpai.
Keeps it honest. That is gentlemanly by Wonderful to switch over to his own sidearm, but it is mincemeat made of Astralis.
Gerai, pinigučiai yra, pinigučiai.
Mincemeat.
Dabar žiūrėk, 2-1.
You know how burnt into my brain it is that Astralis.
Įsiminkit mano žodžius, 2-1. Jeigu kažkas tokie kaip
sorry to, you know, pull it back, but
lietuvių heiteriai mindė nesuprato, tai 2-1 būdit.
You know, that just had every single player in their country on their team.
2-1.
Astralis, the Danes.
And maybe, you know, JL actually joins the Mongols and just ruins every team. And not JL, but
JL'as join, ką jie čia kalba?
Who do we have left?
Čia hipotetiškai prapisau pradžią, JL'ą su mongolais kažkas jie.
Aurora, yes.
MP7 at large for the opener and bit out of Palace. Let's put an early mark on this round.
Gerai, dar ginklai yra, Makatis nėra, viskas okei. 3 rampai, 1 Palace. Čia 2 konikė. Už dūmų bus abu, ble.
And he's actually going to take up that space behind it, so he's given himself this chance to
Molis išgaliojimo laiko baigė.
through this A commitment. Astralis are all here, all in the scene, ready to look, but the thing is, without anybody elsewhere and this pause by NAVI, now they start to question themselves.
You see the difference between not showing a single person?
Давай, gražiai, šitą nuim.
All the way back around.
Still looking to come clear this out, though. Jabby crossing over to the site.
Okay.
Gerai, krosas gerai.
Going to confirm they're here. He finishes the sandwich kill, can't snap over to the Tetris climb up.
Nu, Alexi, tu kurva 2 geimus iš eilės tikrai nepavarysi. Lyski savo gilų minusą.
Esposi again tries to challenge this off of tickets.
Dar žiūrim, ble.
Connects, man advantage collected. And Astralis going to keep that pressure up with Hooksy going wider, and soon enough, you'll find Alexi who sure can give a headshot.
Dar vienas, kur bitas, ble.
Astralis doing a good job of getting out of there to double check that there isn't something going down at B, and still returning in time as well, right? They played with that window of opportunity in 2 directions. The departure and the return.
Oi, tu naku, kas čia per drožimas,
pulled the trigger on the full fallback. And so this one is a
Tuoj va raundas baigės, 3 sekundės. Ai, tai viskas.
Yeah, I mean, well put. And
Romusėli,
this is one of
labas
Navi's
rytas.
spots, basically, is when they
Gavau tavo
and
pusantro 2 linkėjimus. Tai aš tavo atgal 2,5 na.
Better angle clears, better timings to come back to the
2,5. Eik padaryk, ble.
Hooksy go over to check on B just in case to make sure there was no lurker that got ahead out onto the site while everyone started running back. And so a very solid early response.
Aš sakiau 2-1 mindė, ble. Aš sakiau.
And a very early timeout call for NAVI.
Nes apsitrėdė. Patinka man šitą tyla, ble. O kaip čia tas molis, žiūrėk, jo neuždegė, įsimetė tiesiai į skylę, čia jie taip norėjo? Blet, kaip noriu, kad prapistų Navis, eiktų, kaip pažiūrėt, kaip mindė su klaidom visas bėsinasi. Tai kaip mano Navis, taigi čia Astralis kažkoks supysamus, ble. O mes perskaityti negalim, nes ten klaidų milijonas, na.
Few stray bullets go through that smoke, and suddenly Alexi B sitting on 30 health.
Važiuosim pas Asviną. Važiuosim. Australėtų kilai.
Is going to cost them a couple bodies. Alexi still fast to the tempo, brings that bomb around the catwalk.
Nice. Vantrelėjus vienas liko, nebėra.
Everybody is dead. Rock solid hold out of Astralis from the Staehr popping of the connector smoke for 2 into that B defense holding its own as well. We've got a tied game.
Ir mintė, kad suprastų 2-2, ble.
Astralis are just like 10 out of 10 on the setup here, and even when Staehr is the one getting 2 kills off of Cat. There's still 3 in B ready for the split to come through. Right after the blade pause, he comes in for the tack. Astralis have the exact right setup for the call. They read that thing beautifully.
Gerai, 2B lange, viskas standartas.
Not many counter blade.
Pas juos dyglai, blėt. Dek, Aleksi, dek. Ai, kurva, ir antrą iškart išmetė.
Just Hooksy's big
Esi išgirdai. Ankstokai su ta granata, ankstokai.
4 kills, 2 deaths. You got to enjoy a strong Hooksy start because they don't always follow through with the same gusto. You know what I mean?
Žydas susidėjai? Čia kuriam tu, blėt? Kas čia žydas iš visų? Čia kosovietis? Čia nu ten nėra žydo. Čia lietuvis. Aš žydas. Kamikadze Makadze yra kosovietis.
Look at a plaster stare
Kosovas.
on the side of connector.
Kas čia bus? Eik tu nahui!
That was kind of unlucky. He was really actively spotting, but now Boozy's in trouble too.
Bola! Eik tu nahui, Imas! Pizda!
He comes through with the headshot, 2 Desert Eagle kills.
Kurva, Navi nebūtų Navi, blėt. Be ginklų geriau žaidžia. Nice! Kurva, Makadze. Raulį dirbi! Kurva! 2 prieš 1, Hooksis, 1 liko, nu fuck off!
Wait.
Eik tu nahui, 3 dyglą. Kurį mes palaikom šį geimą. Tai gali kaip Mindė palaikyti prieš lietuvį būt.
Headed for a 1v1. Immo with the
Aš jums patransliuosiu rusiškai, ką čia.
Had to be a headshot. An amazing clear, and right here.
Вот это Има, headshot, 2 headshot.
Yeah, even the second frag, how wide he held inside of the window, exactly.
Вот третий headshot, третий Mindė.
It's just perfection in Cluj here for Ima.
Imk svoj член ir smokeik, blėt.
Ima in Cluj.
Definitely
pistoletai jau.
Like him on form for this event. That's what we're all looking for.
3-2, 3-3 darom.
A couple of employees out there on the field, but Staehr's not hanging on to one of them, so he'll go down with ease. Hooksy takes a bit of control up inside of the B apartments as Navi continue to float out middle.
You can't spell motivation.
Visi, kas LT lietuvių heiteriai.
You've got a point.
Rusiškai.
You know, it's funny. Navi, obviously, a team that many people cheer for. If it's the organization,
Čia ne apie Navi, aš apie
absolutely
Mindė.
immense history in Counter-Strike, right? Whether it's this roster specifically, whatever it is.
Lietuvių heiteris reiškia
Navi not coming to compete in Cluj last year was one of the few times where I remember like there was like a heated backlash. Where it was like, how could you do this to Ima?
Yeah.
You know, whenever
Koks dar Amerikanas? Amerikanas sirgtų už lietuvius.
At your hometown or your country's event. It's a whole other thing to just not even compete.
I know.
We had him on the co-stream. Like some kind of washed up ex-pro.
Yeah.
This is Emac we're talking about.
Opa!
So inside of the server, seizing the opportunity in that last round. Fozy, though, remember, M4 in hand, right? There was 2 of them on the field.
Alexis, kaip
prisiekė pizda, here in the dying moments of this A commitment. And there's still this looming threat now that Hooksy's found a gun and a frag out.
Šiaip 2 prieš 2. Ai, 3.
It's all good. Hooksy's challenge up through connector as nades come sailing into him.
Blėt, Hooksy išvis net neįbarėkė nukišti, blėt, į inferno.
Hooksy with 4 health goes 1v2 hero mode versus Bit and Alexi B.
Ispanas irgi palaikytų lietuvių. Te tik rusas gali heitinti.
There it is, and it's all by Bit's gonna jump on top of it. Confident to go into that challenge, and the low health
makes it all easier.
Dar vien game. Gets swallowed up by the aggressive Bit move off top stairs. That's Bit to 7-3 as he closes out the 4-2 Navi.
Tai kažkaip gal tą like mygtuką suspaudžiam, a? Nu va, manęs neklauso, tai gal Kasperskio paklausys. A kiek yra laiko?
Last map is behind them, and Navi just looked like they were warming up the whole time.
Kiek yra laiko?
Yeah, and I think we can extend it like warming up throughout the first play of
Nuke,
neišmeta manęs vis tiek. I think one of the reasons that we at the desk were kind of saying that there was upset potential really was because Astralis
logiškai mąstant turėtų
Navi's year so far. 2 events.
Laikų visą laiką daugiau nei žiūri, nes žiūrintis keičiasi.
Okay, great, you did what you always do. You know, you peak for the major. They were in all the playoffs of the
big
ones for 2025. But with NAVI, oddly, it's just never a guarantee. You never want to write them off.
You never know what you're gonna. You just never know what you're gonna get. Just a box of
Gerai.
chocolates.
Tai ekonominį pasidarom 5-2 ir tada grįžtam.
That is, but I hate it.
Oh, you hate it. Okay. Yeah. Well, you win some, you lose some. That's NAVI.
That's NAVI.
Sometimes you win big.
Ai. Gerai, nepataikė. Sau užsimerė. Ui,
statistically
18 liko.
Likely team to do it too.
Ir все nuėmė.
Speaking of unlikely, pistols here in this one, but you've been finagled by that apartment's presence, and now obviously AK, so more attention sent towards Catwalk as bomb is just gonna tiptoe its way into
Eik tu nahui,
control. They got the read, lay of the land.
Perfect.
Kurva NAVI su GL, blėt, virš metų žiūrėjom, blėt.
They do have that vision.
Pliusė buvo 2 games.
Exactly what the setup is gonna be. And then they have no fear. Sometimes they take a long time to get there.
Ką tai reiškia? Kad Astralis net Aleksijui per silpni.
You know, I don't know what other teams would say, but when I'm
Raulis
I always look at them as one of the hardest teams to read.
Va šitą reikia gaidį įsidėti. Taigi jį pabūstino, blėt, paskutiniam update.
Funky, that's a good word for it.
Yeah, they're funky.
Vis daugiau ir daugiau žaidžia. Tu pažiūrėk, kaip jis iš toli, kaip su jam, kai lupam.
Is it going to be late round? Or is it going to be late?
Pažiūrėk, ką jis darė.
You don't know which one.
Bet ten permaros.
Some people have said with James that with Paravision, you know what's going to happen, but you can't stop it. I want to believe that with NAVI, it's like that.
Sėsk važiuok nahui. Sėsk kitą pusę, blėt.
They ferment nicely, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. They get the flavors out. Tastes like citrus ants.
Citrus ants. Whoa. This guy's got a palate.
Banned now in Denmark.
Eating ants?
Yeah.
Apie tamba?
Really?
NAVI maikutė ant Dziuggo. Tai jo, nes futai.
Beings.
There's a whole lot of ants.
Dar prieš metus buvo NAVI Junior.
People too.
Well.
Komanda. Tai dėl to jis su NAVI maikutė.
That's debatable.
Smarter even, in some ways.
They look pretty stupid from where I'm standing. Well, stupid's not the right word.
Modestai paaiškinau, taip? Matai, aš viską, blėt, žinau. Šitam sporte aš jau esu analitikas. Ir ne analitikas, o analitikas. Tiesiog viską žinantis.
Sometimes it's nice to feel like a god. Alexei was looking for that feeling, but instead gets brought back down to earth. Staehr with the quick play. Man, he's had a lot of these today, hasn't he? These kind of opening duels in the first 10 seconds of rounds.
Alexei,
go back to the Nuke CT side.
Kurva, kol aš čia analitikas, blėt, viską pražiapsnau.
Off of the catwalk.
Žiekimas, tai dūmai dings.
Nu
kurva! Oi, nice!
Javi is lucky that Ryu's there to save him.
I'm going to say I don't think he does that unless
Apie Lietuvos sporto organizaciją?
He just almost still died.
Sport LT?
Yeah, it's like there's a bait when you reload.
Žinau tik tai šviesų žmogų, tą, kur 15 minučių darydavo. Podcast.
It's time to start shooting back, but they get
Ar kokį ten laiką
5v3 is a 5v3.
Neatsimenu vardą, tikiuosi ne Modestas. Ai, finger crossed. Tai ten...
Another slow start for Fuzi today.
Kas ten žaidžia dabar? Magila žaidžia.
He had that recovery back on the CT side of Nuke. Last time I brought it up, he also had a recovery within it, so let's see what he can do in this one. It's easy pickings for the finish of round 8. Astralis looking for their third of the CT side, but to do it with 5 players alive, that is newfound success.
Yeah,
it's always come at a cost until this one.
Without over.
Va taip, kol mes prapizdėlinom na Astralis ima 5-3.
At the same time. Like Fuzi jumping up his rating by like 0.07 over this last month.
Ai, Spardos dar žaidžia, jeez.
You know, maybe Staehr needs a little bit extra on average to be really impressive for the, better rolls that he's gotten since the beginning of this lineup. Ryu, like, I'm so many smart moves out of Ryu. I'm seeing a long career out of Ryu. Just, you know, whatever happens, essentially. He seems like he's actually extremely versatile. I'm always very partial to the Swiss Army knife players, and I see, you know, good clutches, you know, smart moves here and there. But overall, it's not like they've just superstars with massive amounts of stats happening.
Mama atnešė kūgelio, tai aš ką darau? Ryu, ble.
Was he? No. We get that replay now, right? Ryu's Staehr is sure, but watching ramp when that walkout. And maybe that comes down to, you know, we had a quick conversation about like the communication breakdown sometimes with the This isn't a round where they lose because of it. The Ryu's not watching that connector smoke on the reload.
Ruja!
Literally just using all his
Žinot kodėl?
So,
Nes jis lietuvių heiteris ir jam ilgoji yra kaip pas rusus. Blėt. Ir jis Ruja, blėt, vadinu.
All right, I'll watch the ramp.
No, flipper for our connector. Man, oh man.
Oi, užšoko?
But I love Danes.
Užšoko.
The few remaining.
Tas jau iš šorto per tą laiką atbėgo. Let, man reikia pasimokyti tokių šuolių.
And they're back. Looming threat of the utility.
Kad Blastas Premier ieško 2-7-2-8 vietos, kur turnyrą daryti, apie Vilnių pagalvojau. Wow.
Top mid, huh? Astralis want control of something. Don't we all? Locked into the angle top mid, they will sit right there. Not greedy.
Net nežinau, ar čia sakyti ačiū ar ne, blėt. O ką jie? Turi ginklus.
They have the better setup.
Smaukosi, blėt. Op! Nahui! Vadokė. Blėt, įmas! Kurva!
They're kind of on this wall
right here, right? Palangės, blėt.
Small adjustment to the top mid for the second
Savo
one.
mažom rankutėm.
Ryu not able to get into the engagement, and he's going to lose control. Bomb's still towards that T-spawn. It's fine. Plenty of time. It's got it in the bag. Utility to try to block off jungle, but if he oversteps, Fozzy's AWP could still catch somebody off, including the bomb crossing at this rate. Bottom mid challenge gets caught out. Still though, that bomb's got to jump over, and Fuzzy goes for the play inside a connector instead, so that does give the space that needed to plant this bomb. He's going to have to reload this off the next shot.
No incentive for Alexi to move up in jungle. Even though he's got 87 health, we're talking about a smoke, so much to save. No kit.
No kit. But still, he walks back.
And everyone's dead inside of middle if there was.
That
was a nice sneak out from Bit. That's exactly what you want to do when you see a setup like that. There's only so many players on the map. If it's a 3-player mid setup, you know, at best, they've got like Fuzzy and Ticket, but he was already spotted off of Cat. So Bit knew he could sneak out, maybe take a fight, maybe just walk out there. And then the molly to clear out connector was perfect too, because they knew that they had him wrapping around triple. So everything is just kind of perfection actually from NAVI. One moment where maybe Hooksy takes the kill back in connector and it's still going, but it doesn't happen.
Off opening the EMAP play.
Ai, nu tai kurva.
Single point of failure. Yeah, if that duel is taken, right, of the guy waiting, that's all good, that situation, but nope.
Kažkas gausis? Submarine, down in half a second.
Submersible.
Sure.
I still don't know what the
Death Trap is, I think. Rest in peace.
Oh, yeah. Ir nugarsišo. Nu jo, tą raundą taip atrodė tikrai.
A tough one around like that, because like the last.
O kurva, Vanderlėjus Elys, nu nahui tu perink į tą Alexį, Biblėt saitę.
Savo bazybę.
Ten tu išlindinės.
Here the setup.
Ai, ne,
meant to catch them going for mid control. It's again the perfect setup, but they don't follow through with the kills. Now their money's
Raulis 4-9, kaip ten pas juos?
They have a decent buy here, but it's
15
still
bitas,
sketchy.
Imas 8-6. Alexis 7-4.
Jabby on high alert.
Nice!
Good clear by Wonderful under pressure there up close with the off.
Oi, gerą granatėlę varyk iš čia.
So I think Astralis will be content with what they get out of that forward setup.
Varykit.
Although,
Dega pėdutės,
did they need
biškelį?
hit? That's the question. If they knew that, maybe they'd feel a little better.
Yeah, and it is the Opper, so we'll see if that really will matter. We're probably going to get Wonderful posted up in the B apps window to market.
Mano būtų tokia įžvalga, kad Astralis 6-4.
That is a new smoke.
Mindė, 6-4 bus.
That's the cool thing about big tournaments like this. You always get new smokes.
Yes, of course.
Oi, kurva, čia vienas Huksis, blėt, kaip blogai.
He's going to come through with the E-man kill.
Oi, ne, yra, Iksai, nice, 3 kilai. Iš šorto, va, tai pravalyta. Piskiam, na, Vanderlėjus.
The player in sight who was calling for cover gets what he asks for and then some. Well, let's put that in the highlight reel, shall we?
Right after he said he had a slow start again. Here he is. Oh, that was...
Oi, čia dar buvo.
Brother.
Valep. Blėt, kaip primena mane geriausiais laikais.
First shot was crazy.
Vakar. Užvakar.
Oh, a chance to tie this up if they can swing together the next two. This is 4 rounds, non-consecutive round wins, back and forth.
What the fuck? Ai, gerai, tas iš šorto.
Does that bode well for Astralis? You'd think so when you check out the buy here that NAVI bring to the table in round 11. We've got Galil's in play for the majority, a Tech 9 limitation for Alexi, but still Wonderful's op on the hunt.
Boostas, kurva!
And he will find his counterpart. That boost over top of the mid-smoke has got Boozy down for the count.
It's nice to see NAVI pulling out the setup victories. That's an early pick.
Eik tu, na! Gerai, Rauli! Gerai, Rauli! Reikia tavęs, naku, reikia!
Nobody else to help him inside of this A site. Had to bring it back then and there on his own, and does so.
It's actually incredible.
3 prieš 3.
100 health after those 2 kills.
2 kilai ir išlygina. Labas, koks.
I think it's still fresh enough.
Skip the deep corner clear. That's what cost them. Connector and Staehr here for NAVI. Everybody so nearby. Bayou's down. 2 kills, all he's gonna find from the beneath of the palace. Staehr does a ton of damage. And that could damn well
Huksis liko, jo fana!
Is Ima gonna go palace?
Bomb planter found out.
Now he can't.
And now Hooksy's trying to figure out where the hell this
last player got to.
The bomb is planted for ramp, and Ima didn't cross yet. He thinks it's just a 4-dimensional play.
Gonna try to stick this defuse.
Oh
my god, he's
going Yes!
All right, why not?
Yes!
He goes right for it. Bomb is planted for Ima. It is right there to stop.
Kaip ten sako, pro never fake.
Like, he knows where
fake
I am.
never skip.
I'm gonna get killed on this first shoulder peek. Oh my goodness.
It's so obviously planted for
ramp.
Sure, he's holding me.
Tu kaip mano brolis, kartu negeriantis. Metės geri. Tu kai žinai, kad čia jau vidurdienis. Mes negeriantis keliamės 7 ryto.
That second kill is tremendous. And it's like he's an anchor, but you see that level of aim, it's like he really is.
Ir laiką nepamirš paspaustas. Ant pirmo puslapio nemeta manęs.
For the round loss with an opening kill out middle. And he will do a good job of scaring everybody back. Bit comes through with his.
Bet praeitą raundą ne Huksis laimėjo Raulis. Kurva, makasė. O gerai. Gerai ir Huksis nuėmė Ima.
And with a smoke in front of him, there's a looming threat that somebody presses up against the bomb plant, but now it is down and Wonderful freed up to try to find a better gun. Deagle in hand. 2 teammates
4 prieš 3, pizda makasė, ne. Kurva ir dar low.
Goes big. Further damage done onto Jabby as well, so 9 health for him to have to
2 prieš 2,
somehow find impact. And Wonderful got the headshot point blank on Boozy. Another one for Astralis to try to tie up the CT side. Bomb is planted for Connector. And Jabby trying to push the issue with the USP is going to be dealt with by Wonderful. There is NAVI, 1 more for the road, and what could have been an even 8-round
Ir dar naujiem atėjusim nesugalvokit spoilint Dziugo, nes po šito žiūrėsim Dziugą. Nieko nenorime žinoti. O jeigu netyčias kažką sužinosime, tai jūs sužinosit, ką reiškia YouTube niekada nerašyti. Jūs parašot, o mes nematom.
performed so well after the tack pauses. That was probably the most impressive part. But it's a volume problem right now. The volume of rounds is just not there to support the good rounds that we do see. In some moments, they let go of some better situations, and that's where NAVI really have shown their fangs. I think it's when they're not expected to win, where they get the clutches. I think they're the ones who are coming up bigger on that front. And even though, you know, I'm crediting Ryu for his frags, his overall half is not that impressive in general. So, again, another volume issue.
Pong. Ping. Pong. Ping. Pong. Vietoj muzikų. Pizda, blė. Nenusipirko muzikų. Tik įpirko sound efektus laikrodžio. Ta, counter-terrorism. Eko laimi lygų.
So we'll kick off this next
Eko laimi lygų propys.
I don't know if Astralis have done enough, not without a pistol round.
Gerai, 7-5, blėt. Labas, atsarginį, labas.
2 Berettas. Nades on 3.
Blėt, kai tas kurva 2 pistoletus paima tuos. Tai nahu, man, blėt.
I love this crossfire. Let's see if it works.
Čia gali kilų pridaryt, pidarasins.
O!
Nu va, blėt, Vanderlėjus, 4 kilai, na. Aš ką jums sakiau, na. Eik tu nahu, blėt.
Pistol round win.
You take out Berettas that cleanly and you think you're out of the
woods.
No, here's wonderful. 4 frag highlight from Sandwich. Completely shut that off on the cross.
Eik tu ir ta tolimesnė, eik tu. Čia įimas paskubėjo, čia ir eisas būtų. Eik tu. Nuo šiol perku visą laiką tos 2 pistoletus. Vieną dėl malonumo susikišu į šikną, su kitu pušinu. Tai čia prapisai namo, ne. Čia 3 reikia prapis arba 3 laimėti. 3 laimė, iškart į...
Okay, HLTV.
Top 8?
Easy pickups here for Ime. Ooh, back-to-back kills for NAVI. 1 in the pistol, 1 in the anti-eco.
And you see how quickly the game just gets away after
It's gone.
that. And it's like it didn't even really start yet. We haven't even seen what Astralis can do yet, but it might already be too late. That's how Nuke felt. That's how Mirage is feeling. And there was a world where we got to overtime back on Nuke, actually. Astralis, they lost to
Alexis buvo užsivedęs, kurva.
On that final round, so...
Kaip Raulius, eik tu, na, nu, bet čia visi giliam. Ne, šiaip Raulius didžiausiam. 6-13. Jakobsas 6-12 dar trūksta vieną. Neina. Ką tu Getkuli ten trinės prie to kojų? Eik tu, nahu, viską apgauna, blėt. Nu, Raulį, blėt. Gerai. Nuo molio slepiasi.
For this T side to get started, and it's already man down, but that's fine.
Huxis nuėmė, gerai.
Timing out middle, wonderful freed up with these angles from Ticket, deals deadly amounts of damage.
Kurva įmas, blėt.
Huxis showing us something though, coming through with another headshot.
Prieš vieną ir Huxis liko eina savin. 10-5.
Performer for Astralis, Launders.
Huxis pizda vienintelis pliusai, ką?
It's almost always a bad sign, absolutely. Definitely is today as well. No exception.
B-side wrap around, thinking he'll catch them off, but Wonderful is locked in, folks. And that is 3 rounds consecutive for the CT side of NAVI without even an Astralis bomb plant.
And I think we're overall just getting a poor performance out of Jabby today.
Okay, tam žaidžia futai su Aurora, ne?
You know, somebody...
Iš Auroros nieko nepamenu.
We get a lot of conversations about who can pop off and stuff, and when Jabby played on Heroic, you know, he was incredible for a while, like truly incredible.
Nu kas yra kavos pasidaryk, Jakobsai,
no? That was a hard team to really top frag on because of the way they played CS as well, and
Ai, šitas
big things from Jabby, man.
Šantaresas, blėt.
Well, very unique Danish player as well, an aggressive lurker.
Right.
It's not something you get a lot.
Raulis! Aš nesuprantu, Raulis, tu ne prieš vien, čia ne 5 prieš 1, kai vieną nušauni, imk ginklą į rankas, ten dar yra, ble. Po 7 kilų.
Tech9 goes dry, and we have NAVI laughing their way through these last couple of rounds. It is another no bomb plant situation. It is another round that just feels like we are being led to the inevitable NAVI 2-0 today.
It does feel like that. It's hard to envision a different ending.
Nei vieno iš viso, ne? Vien Dziugss ima. Blet, jie gal ten susitarė, kaip ir per Chamberlaino geimą. Kad jam tik pasuoja ir tas met. Okay.
Who is the father?
Maybe we can get... This is Maury.
Kaip per šito dar geimą Lamela Bolo mokykloje, kur 127 ar kiek suverė. Tas iš vis tik prie trituškas.
I don't know what he'll have to dance about, because this is probably a crushing feeling now for Astralis. You
Mane tai kalbant apie Chamberlaino laikus, žinai, kas sužavėjo.
Competitive in the first half. Navi's ability to just kind of stamp out any embers has been
excellent. Spoilina, aš nelabai matau, ištrinkit, nahu. Ar nesąmonių prirašęs, nežiūriu. Nieko neįsidėmėjau. Kas ten parašyta pastačiuvo paskutinį? Baninkit. Jeigu ar galima žiūrėti.
Time to impress. The missed opportunity by Wonderful to kick this off is still capitalized on a what looked like fully smoked out window spam from Ime.
Yeah, it might have been I don't know exactly.
I didn't hear any nades.
Yeah.
No, atik čia, mažulį.
Sometimes it's tricky. Be quite a crazy spam there. Nail it. But also it's Ima and Food. Anything's possible.
Yep. Ooh, see ya. Ryu gonna catch him. Get the 4v4 back. Bit trying to peel away from the ramp, and this is starting to go well for Astralis. Damage comes out a bit, and he's not able to hang on to the bomb site. It's Ryu who comes through with the multi-frag. All right,
nice.
4 kills for Ryu.
Raulis 4 kilai, man.
Set up by the mid presence in connector. He just looked to couple off of that, right? Be a part of the split. He ends up being the whole damn thing.
He's just really, really good. I mean, this is again, not even a super solid map overall for him, but I just feel like it's so favorable whenever we watch him. He gets something good. Yeah, so he did blow it open.
Makes much more sense.
Gali būt, kad...
He was just in such a spot. That would have been kind of crazy.
Nors, blėt, aš mažas irgi buvau duchas, gal dabar mažiau. Yra šansų. Blėt, Raulis 4 kilai, iškart 11-15, tuoj bus viskas gerai.
Well-timed grenade.
Now Hooksy's going to try to chase this down. He heard that shoot from bottom mid though, right? He knows that Wonderful's down there, but Wonderful finding the smallest gap between the smokes.
Kad man atrodo, aš tik pamačiau tenais, kad jis 3 mapus parašė. Nu, tai reiškia, biški vis tiek paspoilino.
Lexi B head tucked into the B bomb site. All he's got right now is himself, waiting for that market player to slowly come over.
Rauli, žiūri!
Lexi B's going to spot it. He's got now a set of helping hands, and Ime Staehr's going to try to come over, and Ime's got this coverage for his in-game leader to really slow it all down. Jabby scrambling top middle to get bomb possession back. Ryu just kind of has to do this on his own, and that seems fine. Ime kind of a little lapse in cover there for Lexi.
This is a moment where you don't even necessarily go to him, even though it would be crazy to go A. It's just that he's so low on HP. He's attracted probably 2 CTs. And Wonderful's coming around the corner. Clears this out. Perfect move from NAVI. Top of connector, clears cat, clears connector itself. And now will just be Ryu here.
Tai dabar į kitą pusę spoilinį. Aš pašalinsiu šitą žinutę, nes kai...
Ready to close this map with it. The map, the match, it's all queued up now.
Kai mažiau žinos pizdukų, gal nesugalvos.
For the T side of Astralis. They meet their makers in the follow-up. It's another majority alive. It's another no-bomb situation. So the best thing that we've had through this T side so far for Astralis was this Ryu 3K off top stairs. Whether or not you're starting this event doubting the likes of Astralis and whether they can challenge, what this confirms is that NAVI are looking to get 2026 started, right? A clean victory in 2 maps, despite there being legs to stand on back on Nuke in the first half. This bodes well for a team that we know in a, it's a funny thing to bring up, but specifically the Swiss groups Now all best of threes.
Well, you can definitely.
Čia panašu, kad gali būti, kad po raundo jau žiūrėsim.
Their biggest issue is probably motivation. It shows when you get to the major every single
time. Aš jau valgyt noriu. Pizdakai negeriai vėlaus. Pastovės noriu. Kiek aš jau? 2 valandas. Jau noriu suvalgyčiau. Mažą mergaitę gal. Bet rūkyta. Kiek valandų reikia? Jau. Toj bus 2 mėnesiai. Kurva, 2. Nachui. Oh. Oh.
It's going to be another one where Ryu could
Aik tu nachui, kurva.
He's able to offer for Astralis. It is Fozy with the clutch attempt. And he's not able to go for that long jungle lurk. And already Alexi has gone through the bench smoke. It fades. The cover's wonderful. He's locked in on the ticket challenge. And so he's waiting for Fozy to get in on this.
Alexi has a smoke as well.
Wonderful's going to go for the angle, but now a bit of coverage for Fozy to try to move this in. And he'll find Alexi.
Nevedoja!
Missed off shot by Wonder.
No kurva, bled!
For the close. He's got the clean lead, and NAVI will kick off Cluj with a convincing 2-0 best of 3 and a star-studded Mirage here by Ime. 22 kills for his name, looking to take the highway to the hometown crowd.
Nu gerai, žiūrėk. Turėkime omeny, kad tai buvo NAVI vis tiek. Viena iš top komandų. O dabar mes, vaikinukai, persikeliame nuo Dziuggo pradžios. Nuo Dziuggo pradžios. Op. Čia yra užpauzinta pas mane. Blet, kad nepaspaus tik tai tiesiogiai vienu metu kažkada. Nes aš galiu pats užsiparinti. Blet, kaip, nes visada norisi tą tiesiogiai paspausti. Aš žinau, man reikia pririšti pelę. Išmes nak.
Yeah, surely not, right? Surely they can't win all the trophies again. Don't be so back.
Gerai. Gerai, važiuojam, atsargiai, atsargiai. Nors kok, kurva.
Let's kind of touch on this Aurora, man. Problem that
važiuojam. Gerai, veidai kokie? Eina pizdon.
Look to have done that back in the group stage. They played targeted in those early games.
Nu ir ką, mūsų rėksniai? O kokie mapai? Balandas čia žaidė, o kur tu matei ten kažkur šnobelį gerą? Šito? O, pikai. Futai Miražą. Blet, antrą iš eilės Miražą žiūrėsim. Miražas, Anubis. O, Dosto nebus. Blet, čia ką, rusų nėra šitam? Ir overpasses. Miražas, Anubis ir overpasses. Futai Miražą pasirinkti. Nu taip, taip. Gerai, čia jūs pizdėlinkit. Mums jau nebūtina žiūrėti šitą. Važiuojam. Kodėl ta linija apačia kažkokia keista yra, matot? The fuck? Kaip Anubis paupdeito? Nekenčiu, na. To updeito. Sugadino mano vienintelę gerą vietą, blėt, koniką.
Yeah, no util to get rid of this CT position. And it's going to come down to just this mad scrap. These fights.
Launas.
Control. Long's looking pretty handy right now in this pistol.
Oi, pizda, Launas 3 kilai, ble. Čia geras garsas. Gal ir geras. Svarbu tiesioginė paspaus. Nes pas tiesioginė. Nors taip ar anaip sužinosiu kažką.
But it's given a pistol round over, meaning Foot get off to a good start.
very slow to react for Aurora either way. I mean, Madger's maybe feeling the pressure to not give them all the space. We saw Foot still had that.
Gerai, vaikinukai.
Aurora taking their time behind the jungle smokes. Obviously mentioned the huge amount of comfort for Foot on this map, so excited to see
Forcina, nieko lange nėra.
On this T side today. Gonna get straight into middle. Down the guts.
Nikai netie, bledžiai.
Lonks walking towards connector. 4 stack for Aurora. Lots of MP9s. Good luck, Xantares.
Šantaresai, eik nahui. Tau linkėjimai. What?
Struggled to get much of an angle here through the spawn. It's the MP9s crunching on connector and then breaking through. Krabeni and Symmetry left up in this one. They've got a 2-on-3 in front of them and they lose Krabeni to that scout. Symmetry's in for a world of hurt here. 1v3 doesn't have the ball. Time's the only thing he's got to work with, and even that's getting away from
him. Tam perspektyviausių sąraše, man atrodo, pirmoj vietoj, ai ne, antroj. Dimka mūsų iš Futų, demonas. Dimka.
He is, terrifyingly. Timing looks good here for Madger. Just missing him getting upstairs, but there's a scout picking him off from the spawn. Woxic with 2 kills and a boatload of
Kažkaip man šita transliacija tyliau, jums neatrodo?
Right between the eyes of Foot.
Tik tiesioginės pasnės.
That was a Soulfly jumping round the corner with an MP9 in Palace. Not gonna lie, Harry.
Vienas.
I dabar tiesa pistoletas. I don't know how you feel about it. Pro's still using it. It's still getting
good.
some game time.
It's still good, man.
It's still good. I just watched
Koks planas, Futai?
It's not the GOAT. You know what I mean?
No.
Koks planas?
It's far from the GOAT. But it's serviceable. It's cheap.
Okay, that's
it's cheerful.
Where it should be.
Close range. It's going to shred. You can jump with it. Why not?
Bob's your uncle.
He's not. That would be Pete.
Shout out Pete one time. As Foot's money looks to peter out on this T side.
Nepatinka man tas dukonikė čia. Labai nepatinka.
Connector clear here. Good timing, and they're just going to crunch middle. So already off to fantastic beginning here for Aurora.
Aš žinai, kodėl pamačiau, nes kai šiandien ėjau žiūrėti laiku. Pirmam puslapį buvo tas. O, Dimka. O, ir centimetrai. Centimetrai irgi, blėt, išrašė, bet mirė. Žiedimka, ko nusidažęs plaukus, na. Ant peroksido užsidirbo Krokuvoje gerai pasirodęs, blėt. Nihui, esibė. Pažiūrėk. Ai, kai spygina, blėt, Dimka, blėt.
Woxic will keep eyes on, and so Defuse just about found there for Aurora. Gets a little closer than maybe you were anticipating. But they'll get the round when all is said and done. Woxic looks cheerful.
Ekonominis. Ar pirks? Kas čia?
First tech coming in here, but maybe just a quick fix.
Kas čia?
Here for Foot. Gonna have no money here in round number 4. Talking Deagles, probably no Kevlar. And Aurora gets to run away with the Civ out of form alone. Well, they'll at least get the early game. Couple of flashes, couple of Deagles, hope and a dream.
Iš 22 į 14, jo, mačiau, kad... O, kareibinas, nahu, Deaglų nuėmė
kažką.
Gerai, ekonomistinis pusiau.
Well, Soulfly, gotta do something now.
Turi 2 flešiukus. Oi, kurva, šitas per giliai, nahu, flešui. Nuės. Šitas per giliai. Toj kareibinas jam kaip dėsna, kurva. Ai, oik tu nahu tas pizdukas. Pizdukas. Palėta šies noriu, nahu, ir nieko neturiu. Pasipjausit nebedė.
I think I am. but I think he does get hamstrung. Oh, wait a second.
Du likę, vienas low.
Would have been great in the spawn. Both players here. Woxic playing ahead. Lonks, can he piece it together? It's feeling quite obvious right now that both players are here, and unless Aurora goes searching, Lonks is going to have to come to Woxic flicks and saves the day. To answer your question, I am an Oscar fan, but I feel like at times, Harry, at times he gets hamstrung by the roles on this team.
Nu ką, ginklučiai, vaikinukai. Dabar pažiūrėsim. 3-2 mindė. Čia irgi sergi už Aurorą.
Wonderful. In how much util he's throwing, how much he's at the back. Sometimes I want him to, get in there.
Aš tada, jis sveikatą.
Even that, I think, is interesting, though.
Jeigu kas geria tik tais, blėt, į sveikatą, nahui, aš žinau, kad jūs daro tai...
And he used to overheat, so he's now got the opposite problem.
Savo malonumui, tas malonumas yra neapsakomas.
Better in that regard, but maybe at the cost of some of these explosive old school Woxic rounds.
His CT sides are still to die for, He is the turret, right? Like, think of CT Anubis. Think of him, like, rotating out of mid, sat on A site, flicking main, flicking camera, flicking main. Like, that's a Woxic moment. Oh, good molly timing here from Madra at B. Still want to go, but they're getting blocked.
Ir tą žinau. Nesuprato iš kur. Ai. Eik tu nahui. Eik tu nahui. Ta prasme, kiek lenta nemato žmonių, blėt. Eik. Jai, būčia, blėt.
All right.
He'll take that all damn day.
Malonumas yra, kai atsikėlėsi.
Madra. We talk about Soulfly having a standout performance at Krakow, and it must be said. But at the same time, Madra had a couple of really good games.
Aš čia kažkada išvis keikiausi ant lovos krašto atsisėdęs, blėt. Ai, tada, kai žaidėm CS-ą, blėt. Atsikeliu į darbą. Hujova, nors negeriau. Atsikėliau ir tiesiog keikiaus, tai nahuja tada reikėjo, blėt, negert. Yra tau tai buvo, tai šiandien. Dėl to jis įrašo. Aš šiandien, blėt, už Rosvaldo, nahu, tą treizvininką anksčiau atsikėlęs, blėt.
Badger tested again. They say Unk can't do it twice.
And well, they were right. They get past him.
Oh no! Good save.
Thank goodness, Soulfly's there. That could have got super awkward for Wakardia. Still could.
Blėt, komentatoriai kaip aš, na.
With one. And now low HP on Wakardia. Lonks goes to actually take that short control back. It's double market rotate here for Aurora. Wakardia going to try and switch it a little bit later. They lose Woxic.
2 prieš 2. Nice!
Could have bailed you out.
Ir šitas 11.
Caught by surprise.
Eik iš čia. Varep! Iš niekur 4-2, prašau.
They were right in their assumption. If they go to Madra enough, eventually they're going to break on through. They get it done here with just the pistols.
Vaikinukai, nieko nebus. Aš einu, žiūrėkit, karočią vieną raundą be manęs. Aš einu pasipjausiu su kažkokiu turiu ten mėsos. Mėsos donelės, svogūno. Ir paimsiu energetikės dar nedagertos 3 dienas atidaryta. Tai labiau užvilks. Tu ateinu.
Rambunctious?
Oh, yes. You barely know her?
That is the joke I was going to make. It's good.
I'm in your head, buddy. All right, what we got? Warps out aplenty. Everybody gets one. Foot looking to abuse Madra. This is something I mentioned in Krakow, but Soulfly, despite position changes, is playing the same site that he did back on Fireflux, an A anchor. So he's not uncomfortable on this map. Madra might be forced to be. Break on the smoke, in they come. Madra ready, takes one.
He's done his part. Now it's on a Wakardia. Oh, with Love to get up with the double there, couldn't quite control it, and so they will get past the B defense. That's going to give rise to a bomb plant here. Suddenly you're cooking, you've got an AWP in this post plant. Cemetery has a bit of room to maneuver. Trying to pick his fights, pick his angles, and now they hear Woxic fire off with his AWP from the market. You're left looking at this flank, Xantares embarking on it. Soulfly a little later in through Catwalk as well. Woxic just trying to keep them homed in on this control over the market position. And you hope that that gives Xantares some room to work. They've missed this timing. Xantares gets out with his, and they know that Dziugss trades places into the market. Defuse being held, had to give chase. Woxic is there with the cover. And so a close round, but one for Aurora all the same.
Doesn't get much closer. Down to the wire, takes a pistol kill for Woxic to win it. And it could have all been avoided by a Wakadia double. So a bit of a whiff makes things way too uncomfortable, but still Aurora get it done. Woxic looking good.
Liking the start that we're getting, man, out of Aurora.
Yeah, they're coming in red hot. Foot game plan kind of not working right now, Harry. Focus on this B-bomb site 3 rounds in a row.
Sometimes, you know, you think you just want to go to where Madra is as the IGL, as the captain. You want to try and shut him down early, hope that that reflects in his performance, hope that maybe, you know, it slows down the rest of the team as they try and compensate. But Madge is no slouch in these moments, man. He got out with his one. Wakadia was there to play, to stop the spillover. And you were just able to kind of bog them down long enough. You know, where's the game plan go if you're getting shut down over towards this B-bomb site? It's been a real focal point thus far for Foot. Where does it leave you with? You want to try go back to mid. That's where Woxic's been playing on this AWP, and he's been very frustrating to deal with.
Giving Madra all these early fights might just unlock a life game for him. That's not what you want. Oh, this is a good move, though. Boosting the window very quickly for Foot. And Aurora have no idea. They have no information. They are not even considering this play. So Woxic should just be dead to the flank. Gravity right behind him. And he's got this window locked off as well. Madra low health, not long for this world. And Madra just getting fought, maybe unnecessarily, but it only leads to the save. Foot bomb down on A. Nice decisive gun round. Window boost is the round winner.
I don't want to say Wakadia is going to win this, but it feels like Wakadia is going to win this.
They are hunting.
They are hunting.
Nice.
They've got a decisive 4v2.
If Magic kills one right now, maybe that draws more in, but I think he probably just dies.
Oh, there it is, right on time.
He's still got a smoke.
Yeah. Smoke and kit on Wakadia.
They're here.
He's going to pull this off.
He's going to try, and they say no.
He took the fight straight away. I thought Wakadia was ready to try and go for the ninja defuse.
It was a nice try.
We were all kind of believing, you know what I mean? No bias, but like a little
koks yra pliusas, kurio aš dar nesuprantu, nes labai retai būna. Aš dabar pjaučiau mėsą, žiūriu, kad paskutinė ir mėsa, ir duona. Ir tu pripratęs po streamo jau negali vairuoti. Tipo jau viso reikėtų gyventi su to, ką turi. O čia bibių tačka, na.
Got a nice voice. Ooh, they missed that nade. Come on, lads.
Pistulkės!
Imagine kind of the Tom Bombadil of Aurora.
I don't know that dinosaur.
5-4 gal?
I just said, don't worry, guys.
Krautis tai krovėsi, bet mažai labai nuvažiuoja.
And they believe him. He is playing really, really solid.
Teslos nesikrauna, nes mačiau, kad per šaltus, tipo, šaltą batargę. Aš namie, kai kraunu, tai įjungiu nakčių ir žem.
Well, that might be round there.
Aš ten stebiu nei ką, ateinu tiek pakrauto tiek. Opa, ei! Nu nagui!
And Soulfly double. Wait, what the hell is going on? Xantares.
Gerai, Dziugss. Gerai, Dimka.
Okay, it's all fine.
Gerai.
It's all dandy. It's all Foot. Aurora get trod on.
Gerai, nepripisiu.
Or would it be trodden?
Trodden on. That just doesn't sound right. None of it sounds right. It all sounds right.
No.
You should just have stepped on.
Aš darau pertraukėlę bent 2 savaičių, kad...
Trodden on.
Du dalykai. Biški pačiam užpisa.
Trodden on this week.
O.
An alien species.
Antras.
Trodden on.
Antras noriu, tegu biški kažkas ten... Žinot, kai neįspausta kempinė, visa šlapia būna ant kriauklį palikta. Ir tu ateini, pabibi žino, kiek laiko įimta kempinė. O jinai kurva šalta, blėt, ir pilnas kyščia. Ne, Dziuggas čia pasifragina. O kitu atveju ateini, jinai įspausta sausa švaryta kempinė. Tai va aš noriu, aš įsivaizduoju mano kepinis.
Yeah, that's just how they do it on Trodden on.
Aš biški pasausinsiu kepinį.
Foot from Trodden on.
Foot from Trodden on.
It's good. What's the main export of Trodden on?
Exotic matter.
Huh?
Exotic
Ir tada, kaip sakau,
Matter. Okay, sorry, I heard ma.
Startuos mano olimpiada, nahui. Žiemos, ble.
Sorry. Yeah, you know what's really cool about this foot team right now is Longs, dude, because this is a squad that lost their...
Do sound like aliens, don't they? Longs from Trodden on.
Longs from Trodden on. This is a squad that lost their, standout player. They lost their most aggressive rifler. And you and then they got picked up by foot, and you're just thinking like, they're probably, a one-man band. But really not, like, he has not only been an apt replacement, a lot of firepower, plus a bit of experience, but
jeigu jūs galvojat, šiaip čia kažkada ašgi tokiais momentais ir Eurotonus darydavau.
Even with Mikaze, probably. But he has just looked really,
Nežinau, kaip bus šį išmet su Eurotonu.
Right there, Kraben, he puts one between the eyes.
Reikia pirmą porą reabilitacijų nueiti.
Zantares playing ahead of the molly can catch them as they boost it also, but he's missed that.
O kodėl jį lau nusiuntė? Ektuna. Nice. Dėl nugaras, jo, taigi, jeigu reabilitacija nepadės, jais pas chirurgą ir pjaus nugarą. O jeigu pjaus nugarą, tai... Ligoninės ir ten gali būti antros operacijos, ten visokių gali būti, karačių. Mėnesiais. Čia visko gali būti. Tai dėl to Eurotonas dabar joks.
It is over on this A site. Even with numbers. Imagine.
Ką darytum, jei gautum tokį vaizdo įrašą? Nori važiuoti 10 minučių, kad susitiktum su vyresnio amžiaus moterimis, kurios nori tik sekso? Paklausk adreso ir eik dulkintis.
17 mėnesių atsarginių. Sako visiems pakelk, ką gerat, no?
If they weren't going to win this map, they were never going to win the series.
Oi, praperdės koks.
Back in full control here on the T side, looking for one more to sweeten the deal.
I felt like Aurora usually deceptively good in these type of rounds, but when you don't win the opener, you don't really have a lot of hope. Longs securing that entry has forged the path into an A play. And he's even going to try and take away spawn control now. He's very low on health here as he plays it forward, but the flash is fantastic. And so you've now got great positioning here. Control out towards the spawn. Ramp side post plant. Players still on default. This is down impossible for Aurora to break through.
Ne vienas pas tą babelę atėjęs yra nuo plentinukų, nuo hujukų. Bet jinai, kai mane maigė, ten visai kojas tikrinu. Iš niekur sako, ką lankėsi nuo 10 iki 15 metų, kai labiausiai formavosi. Dubuo. Ką šį, blėt, iš kiemo neišlysdavo ir lankiau. Tai mano dubenys kažkaip jinai koja lenkia, tai pas normalų žmogų kem 5 laipsniai turi atsilenkti, pas mane net 10, iki 10 laipsnių.
Rough recovery.
Ir dėl to, kad taip aš stoviu, vaikštau ir taip toliau, jinai man paaiškino, kad tada nugarai didelis krūvis ir dviratis tiesiog damušė. O aš žiūriu, taip atsistojęs į ją klausau, paskui sakau, kurva norėjau sakyti, ką iš čia, blėt, nusišnėk, kad ką aš, blėt, blogai vaikštu. Galvą nuleidžiu, aš stoviu tuo metu, va tai va. Tada nesakysiu.
It's just a fly on the soul, Harry. He knows what you're thinking.
Nu tai va tokia situacija. Pratimus darau nesąžiningai, magnį geriu, biškį pamažinau dozę, nes negaliu nuo toliko atsistoti trienį. Didžiulis trienį, ta prasme gaisrininko žarna. Tai vietoj 1500 į 1000 pamažinau. Bet čia ir tai dvigubai daugiau nei paprastam žmogui. Pratimus darau, reikia 3 kartus po 3. Pratimus. Tai pirmas dienas 2 dariau po 3 lygtais, viskas gerai. Antrą numuilinau, mažiau padariau tiesiog, 2 kartus antrą. Labai užpisa, bet noriu pagyti. Tai vakar grįžau, viską padariau vėl. Sunku, nes man skauda paskui nugarą po tų pratimų, tai va tas nedžiugina. O tu žinai, kai nuvarai mašiną ir kad tau stabdžius neatsiptų pakeist ir išvarai iš garažo, bet ten dar labiau cypia, tai žinai, nėra malonu. Bet gal čia toks procesas. Labai reikia nugaros, visą juosmenį stipriai. Kūros saugūno priedžiau pizda, kaip personalius davė. Tai va, o yra dar vaistai tokie labai stiprus, kuriuos ant miego tik tais geriau, nes 2 kart net miego išgeriau, tai
Hope that Zantares recovers from what has been a pretty slow start. I wouldn't tell him that. I feel like that would wreck the mental.
This is a lot of ifs. This is a lot of things that have to go right, Harry.
Yeah, but Zantares is 5 and 12. Where a lot of things do have to go right, Hugo, for you to win.
So let's see if they do.
You've got second half. Util for Madja. A little bit on Moxic as well. Enough.
Paprastų pratimų. Jinai man pasakė 3 pratimus, būtent vieno čiubo, kur moksliškai jie labiausiai padeda. Didžiausias procentas. Su kuriais gyventi reikia, būtent man, kas yra. Būtent mano kairės, bet ten abiem. Būtent, kad kojas nervas užspaus. Kad koja, kurva, kad man koja bent atleistų, aš tą nugarą pastiprinčiau. Kurva! Va tau ir 2 pistoletai, na. Vieną ruron, eik, tu.
It's him and Madja to try and complete this turnaround 2v2.
Op, Dziugss. Dziuggas 10-6 beje. Vėl mes prie tos nugarės.
The captain can do it.
High damage.
Ne, reikia partnerį dar pasikviesti ant stiklinės.
Madja not going to be given an easy fight again. If they realized where the bomb is, they dropped it down on ramp. They should have that information. It's going to take some time for Madja to get in position to win this.
Здорово, Madvidai.
Just have to come down to these fights. Lonks with info. Madja smokes him off. That might tame him on low health, trying to play this clock.
Eik tik tais, kurva, majorai iš temų, ble. Varai, Dziuggas, jie šotais pleškina 11-6. Kaip tu, viskas zaibys man. Viskas, achuja. Kaip tu?
But Dziugss takes it all away, and Foot keep up their streak 6 rounds in a row.
Lietuvis palaikė. Žiūrėk, jis jau su servetėlė zaibalą valytis, tai tiesiog servetėlės uždės su maus. Ai, galvau, taip ir žais, ble.
Remember I said, Harry, 10 map win streak here for Foot right now.
Yeah. Not hard to see why, man. It would have been easy to just kind of roll over and die after the slow start.
Gerai.
But they've not done that. And now they're in a fantastic position.
Eina 3 į link B. Ir dar su Diglu
Cooking Aurora's mental with everyone you
vat
put on
jiem
the
aš
board.
suprantu, kad apsimoka Diglą profesionalą. Kurva kaip su snaiperiu žaidžia. Bet kad mes ten perkam ir jūs, jūs tokie patys šaudytojai kaip ir aš, bet su tais Diglas. Vieną iš 100 pataiko, ble. O, pizda, aš Diglo dievas.
Lonks, so good as well. Just playing great.
So good.
So good.
Harry, six months of Mirage for Foot. 6 months. 34-8.
Давай центиметrai dirbim. Pakšt, pakšt. Čia netgi sprėjus. Nu va, ble. Eik, tu šantarės, kurva, tu, ble. Mes atsesam. Eik, bulves.
Oh dear.
Šitas kurva majoras iš temų, ble. Bet čia kurva 3 prieš 2. Ai, gerai. Laikiukų nepamirškit spustelt, kas naujai tik ką įžengė. Į šitą. Be jokio heito. Tik pozityvų. Community.
What if you're good at it?
Jūs pataikėt puikią vietą. Atsipalaiduokit. Jokių riksmų. Jokių keiksmažodžių.
Harry, the numbers get almost better.
Nakui.
12 months, 56 and 18.
Lėtas svagūna per daug.
Yeah.
3-1.
Bet kai vienintelė dažovė namie, ble.
That is just absurd, isn't it?
Gerai, tai jie apsipirko, žiūrim, ar apsipirkę kažką galės padaryti. Dziugss 11-7, beje. Eik tu, Laūnas 17-7. Wow.
It just gives you a lot of confidence, you know? Like, you've seen a hell of a lot on this map. You're not really surprised by anything at this point in time if you're Foot. Gonna be hard for Magic to call you back.
O žinot, kas man įdomu, čiate? Parašykit pliusą į chatą žmonės, kurie žino tikrą rezultatą, bet vis tiek žiūrit dar. Yra tokių žmonių, kurie įsispoilinot arba šiaip pasižiūrėjot ir jam pochui žiūrit. Yra tai, Grudakas? Gerai. A, yra ir Artemičius, ir Loadingas. Nice.
Stuck out in ladder. Okay. Feels like an A split here for Aurora. 40 seconds. You don't really have much of a choice. Wox is going to have to drop back.
Eik tu! Džiugai nahui, virš tavis, ble.
Cemetery back in sport.
Eik tu nahui.
Wox might get caught, but turning around, bailed out.
Nice, Džiugai!
Double for Dziugss.
Nice.
Where does that come from? And a seconds timing difference wins the round for Foot. Without that spot,
saving kurva, Alibabana.
And the whole round can fall apart. Instead, it's Soulfly, the one guy who got a kill, saving.
Okay.
Or at least trying to.
Nu, visi kiti, reiškia, žiūri tiesiogiai. Kurvas, pašokas, ble.
That's 10-5.
Šitas baltapūkis naujai. Iškeptas.
I think it's run out of battery. I think it's been sounding all game.
Kad toks ankstyvas, zdaro, Radvilai. Kas negerai? Aš kaip tu nebegeriu, tai 7 kelios, ble.
Timeout called in for Aurora.
Kas dvi skaita?
As this is so rapidly gotten away from them.
Ko čia česnaką vietoj svego? Nes česnaką valgiau ryte, vakar vakare ir vakar dar vakare. Tai dabar svagūną pamaišyt. Oi, puzera, kaip pas mane, ble. Treneriuk, ble. Atsisėsime mes, ble, prie šonkauliukų, nahu, ir prie 12 salaus, ble. O, papizdėlintame.
That's valid, I'll give you that.
All right, little faster play out towards middle. Aurora coming
Kas čia vyksta, ble?
in this gun round. They do not want to lose.
Oik tu nahui. Tas Wikipedia čia, blėt, įsisiautė.
Unable to stop this mid-spill, but one by one, these kills are clawed back at least. And a bit of aggression, Demon decides that if Aurora can play fast, so can he. And he is hot on the heels of a backstab here.
Gal net kovotojo.
On the back of Madja.
Oh no,
and he's going to hear this. Big Demon.
He lets him go. I love that for Demon. Doesn't take the fight. He lets him go to A. They've got full info. Cemetery gives it up.
Boom, nahui,
Boom. Easy shot. And the hot pursuit now of Demon coming in.
Žiūrėkit, tie patys karmalai, blėt, ant dėžių visur, na.
Because Antares doesn't know, he might run and give it all away. At what point will Demon realize, there we go, turn around now, 3 kills, Antares, a tilter.
Labai gerai, kad praleido, matai, tada tą nuėmė. Galvoja kaip aš. Ir atvilai laikė, pastas gerai. Nes nemeta manęs ant pirmą puslapį niekam. Pastas laikė. Aš noriu būti pirmam puslapį. Ar čia kurva reikia, blėt, šūdus valgyti pirmą puslapį. Ar sporto salėj su teškiniu Maikai ir akinukais gali ant bėgtą kreiti. Nuo saulės. Papa insta, kaip ir aš moku.
Because money's still in a bad place for Aurora, and you don't have time to build that back up. You're just buying whatever you can.
Kitą kartą, kai žaisim premjerą, o dar kažkada reikės. 5 pergalės paėmė. Tai būtinai saitą rasim patogiausią, kad smaukus mėtyti ir ten ką nors dar. O yra saitas, kad boostam kokiam, tipo pist, išvautino miražą ir užsity pasirinkė ir tada gerus boostus parodot.
Just really good protocols too. I love this, you know, an aggressive stance in mid to start the round, then you try and follow through with aggression down through ramp. Woxic did keep his eyes on it, and so shuts that down. Good trick from the Arsenal, removed early, and the advantage for Aurora. Boosted the windows, and Antares even finds another to spam. And right now, foot is spread very, very thin with this backstab out of Wakadia, finding a great timing. He's got a free kill. What's he gonna do?
He's ready.
Delaying it.
There we go.
Delaying that kill, letting his team get a little bit closer. A funny one out of Wakadia. Demon.
Davai, Dimka su Dziuggu, tikrai gali.
Oh, thank goodness. Wakadia, safe pair of hands. John Wakadia, they call him.
John Wakadia.
Gerai, o pinigų tai... yra. Dėkui Radvilui už paspaudimą. Kaip čia gali nebūti pinigų, blėt, 11-5, tai 11-6?
Yeah, but that's good. Honestly, no one wants to lose a game like that. You're cooked if you do.
But do you want to win a game like that?
Yeah, it'd probably feel great. But not an option. Not an option for Foot.
This was fun.
Jis galėjo čia nais pralyst po apačią ir nuėjai dar pasižiūrėti, ar nėra žmonių. Kaip toks? Ar pasimatytų kapeliušų?
Triple B, aggressive, you'd imagine. Longs walks behind Cemetery. To give Aurora any ideas.
Anderis, top midis. Tie du trinas prie... Oi, gražu. Wikipedia nuėmė.
Simply done, and now Aurora, who are already setting up for an A play, have nothing but Xantares to rely on out in lower.
Nieks čia nelys, blėt, Šantaris šaina.
Kind of felt like a shame for Aurora too. They didn't know it.
Šantaris pizninkis Šanhajštein.
Towards A that will get plugged eventually, right? In this 5-on-4, you don't have to play with just this solo A hold from CT, and Woxic Missing on that opportunity there at the opening. That would have brought you in, would have given you a decent bit of control.
Nope.
Zantares also follows up with a string of missed shots of his own. And so even though you're out now...
O, Kareibinas nuimsi. O, eik tu, na. Ai,
gerai, on the first, there's a late swing from that AWP on the catwalk. Bomb now planted.
Nu gerai.
Aurora, tricky.
4 prieš 3. Ar paims? Centimetras tik tais mažai gyvybių turi. Centimetras mažai centimetrų. No, ne. O, gerai. Ai, tu jau nuėmė. Wow, nice. Blet! Nežino, nežino. Yes! Dziugss! Žabalas tas kurva. Majoras iš temų, blet.
Two will have to do.
Oh, let down by the blade.
Let's go, 6-12. Gražu. Mes galim netgi taimautų prasukti. Kiek čia laiko? Taimautų.
So good.
Tai važiuoja. It's smacked, nėra smacked.
Man.
That might be how it goes, Harry.
But hey, at least you didn't lose to a big old streak.
Ten du. Nuėmė, nice. Oi, gražu.
This might be a very clean finish for Foot. They're getting
the exact play they were hoping
for. Hang
on. Kurva, gal grįžo, ne?
That's just sweeten the deal. Him and Magic getting out with a kill.
Gražu. Kareibinas atsigauna. 13-12. Kiek Dziugss? 13-10. Kas geriausiai varo? Launas. 20-10.
And it has at least kept 2 players there for Foot, but you still got Demon to get past.
Pas juos yra tragedijų kokių, toksikas 9-12. 11-15 temų Majoras. Ir gėdingas prapisas raundas. A jie ką čia Seivinsą galvoja paskutinį?
Demon, as I said, is not going to move.
Atidarinėtojas žiek saito su vienu gyvybiu. Kodėl man jo veidas toks, kur dėdukai turi daug naftos?
Foot aren't biting. They have palace control.
Sola.
They're not worried. Soulfly does come back. There's time to reunite with Woxic, but he is playing alone right now. With that flash peek, Krabany has moved in. Game on the line here for Aurora.
And you're in a box.
Aš jau pamiršau, koks kitas mapas? Trečias overpass.
Now more than ever gotta really stand tall. Soulfly's at 1 health. If he can even get out with a kill, that would be impressive enough. Learns now about this bench player, but won't make dealing with it any easier. And Demon able to bite down for the killing blow. That is really about as decisive as it gets. A huge streak of rounds in there for Foot. They able to lock in 9 rounds consecutively, a streak that was briefly broken by Aurora before victory returned to the Foot camp. And so now
Anubis in the pick.
Anubis.
It is the go-to for.
Jie gal visą laiką pusvalandžio vėliau pradedam žiūrėti.
Funny to see that interview. With Dziugss at halftime, he said it himself. He's never lost in Romania, Harry, winning 4 out of the 4 lands he attended. Now, 3 of those were mostly domestic Romanian leagues, etc. But he also won Draculan with this Foot team towards the end. 4 of the Foot quite attended, but...
Važiavam, vaikinukai. O, tai jūs čia dar kiek sėdėsit?
And speaking of Foot, Aurora looking to not make this a day of defeat, Hugo. They want to turn things there.
Auroros Anubis. Norėtųsi vadinti Anubį tokį išprievartautas Anubis.
Still watching.
O, eik tu kiek čia sėdi. O, važiam.
We are in.
Jau matau pas Šantarešą ir, blėt, Wikipedia 2 dvigubi pistoletai. Jei būna ant jų. O, Dziugss! Bum! Bum! O, va čia jau panašiau kaip aš šaudau. Su tais 2. 2 prieš 1, aš gavau čia daugiau.
bit too many bullets to get that kill. Voxic walking in, they've just hit perfect timing, but he's not to be spotted just yet. Info gathered, quick tap. Is he ready for a second player in the same position? Voxic's not. Lonks has that cross right now. Does Voxic piece it together? Doesn't look likely. Shot in the back of the head. Triple kill for the young Romanian.
Ant tiek nepatinka tau tas naujas? Ne, nėra, kad labai nepatinka, bet senas buvo geresnis. Aš dar nesuprantu, kur va, išlendi su snaiperiu nuo laiptų ir čiut per daug išlendi, iš lango gaidys. Aš ir šiaip ir žaidęs tik tais 2 kartus, neskaitant, kur net nepamenu, kai žaidžiau. Vaikinukai 1-0, o jie perka dabar savo 3-1. Bet po raundo vėl pas juos 0.
To be a super legit win, because we said this for FUT, right?
Flešas centimetrų į gražiai. 3 abėje. Einam į B.
Been moving in the right direction. Feels like it's one they've been putting in a bit of work on. I like this from Madger at least.
Nu, čia blogai, kad jis viską pasakė. Ai, bet čia Dimka nusidažęs plaukus, žiūrėk. Op, nebėra. Irgi pašoko, blėt, kaip aš stresė. Roteitina į B, eina visi ją. Einam ją.
And now you might just go B.
Why not?
Oh, Dziugss. Dziugss 3-1 jau.
Taking. Only Voxic home. The mollies come in.
Labai ten nieko nėra. Savo varo saugot. Wikipedija su Šanchaju.
Harry, mid-window hole. Discuss.
What about it?
Discuss.
Yeah, but like in the confines of what? How do I feel about it? How are Aurora going to use it? What do you want to know?
How do you feel about it?
I like it. That's really all there is to it. I think it's given the CTs more options. I can tell you how Aurora plan on using it.
Oh, go on.
3 valandą.
They quite like using Voxic as like a rotating piece, and sometimes he'll start off over here in the mid window trying to scope up
vaikinukai.
just to snipe one on a jaunt down
Negi čia bus 2-0. Eisim po pietukų na.
Not uncommon to see those early double mid holds, and then they'll kind of fall back and they'll either use Voxic as the rotate or Astralis is the go-to.
Žiūrėsiu į sieną.
You know, kind of move pieces around based on whether or not they get given these mid fights. And I want to see Voxic fight in the window from the word go.
Gerai, ekonominis vėl. 2-3-1. Išsaugoti. Ne, negavau da. Ar 5 pergų. Tai po to kartu ir nežaidžiu. Op, Dziugss. 4-1.
Let's try for Wakadia. Dziugss is on cover.
Rankai,
Krabeni has got full control right now. Soulfly going to find out the hard way.
Žiūrėsi į sieną? Gal geriau į sieną pažiūrėti. Kartais ir sieną pažiūrėti.
Options open now. Can just split this A site. No stress.
No stress. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum.
Whoa, double headshot.
Just has to do that 2 more times.
Op. Op. 3-0.
Not meant to be. And so that word go.
Really solid, man.
Who? Lonks? Yeah.
Lonks. You said it. 100% win rate in Romania.
Labai gaila, kad dviratis baigėsi gyvenime.
You've heard of White Boy Summer.
Vienintelis smagus su sportu su kilogramais
Romanian land season, Hugo, it's Homania, Lonks, he's...
Bet kaip sakė šita reabilitologė, visi čia atėję su tom pačiom problemom jau plentinukus keičia į tos, kur su dideliu vairu, tiesia nugarytė ir krepšiu priekyje.
all you have to do is beat team vitality.
Exactly. How hard could it be?
Easy, right?
Nu ką, jie turi pinigų. Ar čia kažką parodys šitie pidarastai?
Is he the best Romanian player? Am I missing someone?
You are missing someone.
Oh, of course.
Čistai čia iki Rumunijoje vyksta. Kuris čia Rumunas?
We could have a couple of Romanians
Nes
in the playoffs.
NAVI įėjimas.
Yeah? Who am I missing? Maybe historically. Is there a historic one I'm missing? I'm sure it will come to me. For now, it will come to A. There's a stack here, Harry. This is an Aurora classic.
Aš tik dabar prisiminiau, kai baigėsi. O kas iš čia Rumūna? Ai, Laūnas?
Zantares.
Oi, gražu.
A little rough looking there.
Tai ką, ginklai nepadėjo jums? Aurora nėra kad 10-ukė, yra pagal reitingą.
Dude, I mean, I'm shocked to commit to that with how many times they get blocked, how announced it is. But Aurora don't want to move before kills come down because they have 3 players in A. 3 players, no kills. Just a clean double entry and a messy spray for
Dziugss 4-1 vis dar. Ai va, Aurora nėra top 10. Ai, 11.
An effort, Hugo, to keep up with the modern world.
Yeah.
Nu, bet dabar mes jau 14, tai žinai, mes čia jau kaip ir lygus su lygiais. Bet būtų zaibys top 10 vienas bent lietuvius. O šitie po Krokuvos nukrito ar ne? Šiaip irgi neblogai pasirodė, giblė. Astralis gal pakilo į top 10?
So I've asked my AI to give me commentary lines for Lonks, a Romanian player with 100% win rate on LAN in Romania.
Okay, what have you got?
And so I'm just going to subtly drop
Aš tai manau, kad Astralis padarė klaidą.
Su map pikinimu. You have to try and figure out when is it an AI line, and you can just write that's AI.
Nu, okei, jų overpassai išbaimino, bet nahu jie niukai.
Not AI.
So they have to be, they're all Lonks related.
Nukas kurva su NAVI
so there's like, I've given you a nice narrow vessel.
Okay. I think I'm up for the task. I don't think AI could recreate the genius that goes on in your brain, Harry.
O, išnyro iš niekur su akiniais.
You gap AI. You
iš monitoriaus išlindo.
Well, that's what we're here to find out. You know? AI.
Right.
You know what it stands for, Hugo?
Artificial intelligence.
Intelligente.
Intelligente. Boxing, don't hug it to 0 at this moment, please. He is going for the mid pick, Harry. The word go.
Yeah, there is we promised it would happen, but they're getting
O, išrašė kokį?
As the first man in, it's Longs. Would have been a funny time.
Blogai, nieko neužėjo.
He's dead with nothing.
O, Kareibinas grįžta, ble.
Okay, double kill. Suddenly you're right
Tai
back
ką
in
čia
this
rodo,
thing.
ble? Čigoną mum rodo, nahu, čia ne Kareibinas, ble.
Let's get that bomb down.
Čia ne Dziugss, ble, čia naftininkas.
Dziugss picks it up, puts it in.
Yes, da kameras,
good shot for Wakali, recovers that burst.
O aš pagal kamerą žiūriu.
Now, can't really play connector because the bomb is not for you. You have no nades either. Foot are going to have to fight forward to win this round.
Susipisa, nu tai kurva, čigonėjai šito.
To their positions. Good
O,
kill for Dziugss, just holding
Dziugelis.
on. Second flank.
Dziugelis
is a
5-1, na.
Dziugss molly.
Oi, bled.
Wasn't ready for magic.
Nu, Kareibinas.
Still holding the line.
Burned.
Molly's big, gonna force the
Ai,
spring.
kurva, nepabėgo, na.
Taking it to time, the util there to bail out Aurora as they
Vienas,
get their
keturi.
first CT round on the board.
Čigonai kameras.
Comes off of
Jau
a
išnešė.
major 3K on the flank. Good patience on that
Tik
molly.
kurva nusisuko.
Letting Krebeni burn, not dying to a firefight. A very scary round indeed, though, for Aurora, because despite the fight,
Šitas tai Nikmersas grynas.
double entry for Krebeni.
Bet
He's
tas antras.
feeling it right now.
Kas žinot Nikmersą
With him
iš
and
Warzone.
Lonks looking good.
Grinai mažas, kurva. Juot su barzda.
So Aurora on the board. Can they build?
Nu
Double
ką?
here. 7-3 going for mid.
Ginkliukai pas visus, kameros dar negrįžo, dar vejasi.
With the boost, his team can
O,
walk
čia kur mes gerai varėm.
Eik
tu naku iš Šanchajus, blėt.
Need the trade.
Gerai.
Behold, Lonks, the Romanian rifler whose land record at home gleams 100%, a flawless diamond in the dust of defeat.
I think that's AI.
That was AI. If you guessed AI, you're right.
Defeat.
The dust of defeat.
What does that mean? He won.
From Bucharest's battleground, Lonks emerges undefeated.
We're not in Bucharest.
Land sovereign, weaving perfection in every pixel.
Wrong city,
4 prieš 4 nerėkit, blėt.
That's the wrong city.
Laūnas su kem 8. Jie visi cieli. Oi, sulaukė centimetrai. Oi, flashas geras.
Until Wakadia feeds him a kill, and now the double orb.
Eik tu, na.
It's here.
Gerai.
Double trouble.
O, blėt.
Can he skewer them coming through the smoke? Woxic dodges. Nice shot. Second player. Woxic gets a chance to scope again.
Oh, gerai.
Demon does recover.
Blėt.
Oh, Soulfly suddenly thrown into a 1v2, and a part of you's kind of keen. Almost doesn't want to write this one off, but you're smoked at camera.
Gerai.
Room's been taken away.
Dviese ir cieli. Aš siūlyčiau tau Saulį ant Raulį pizdint saugot.
These are hard rounds to get CT side. 1v2 post-plant with a kit. Give it a go.
They're just positioned so well to deal with this. Even as Soulfly comes looking, maybe you're ready for one. Down, peek together.
Pizda 14, na.
With a 1v2.
Saulis Janaudis, blėt.
You never write it off. You're always willing to give it a go.
They've choked it, Harry. They've absolutely thrown it away. Swinging together.
Say, I don't know if it was needed per se.
Didn't necessarily have to go and do that.
There was very little time left. That is a rough round to hand over.
Oh, that hurts. Even just one player going for that play, it sets you up for an easy trade. I mean, you could see that one aligning. Oh dear.
4-2 mes kinkų turim. Nelabai Karibienas su Diglu. O tai kamerų dar negražino, kad čia su paveikslėlį žiūrim.
Like a snake in the Florida Everglades. Round grabbed by Aurora, and Foot could have run away with his half, Harry. But now their money, cause for concern. 3 smokes, an orb, and a couple of guns.
Baleto, jeigu čia kurva eit dabar 2, smokinį koniką ir čia pabūstinį ir lauk.
Lose here, and Aurora perhaps on
Išva ir negražinat. Jau kelintą raundą. Nu gal geriau tokias nei, blėt, kur ne to žaidėjus rodo.
Here we go.
Oh, nice.
Good trade at least.
Oi, granatėlė ten pizda 3 turbūt padarė.
Tempted to play for Aurora. Hara is waiting with flashes, but they're already in dark, so he tries to get that out now. He'd imagine to deliver. Dziugss still breaks through with one of his own, and now has a clutch in front of him. We'll have a chance at the bomb plant here. Aurora don't give chase on that tap. This is going to waste time. Might try and bait them in again. And they still don't fall for it. They're really looking at leaving with no time, no options. Big nade, big damage. And again, trying to force the fight. Woxic, eyes on, never lets him have the room to attempt that 1v2. It's a high pressure ending to the round. Woxic nails the shot, and it's all forgotten about.
Oh, yeah.
Čuvas pasirinko nedėt, o eit 2 šaudyt.
And he just wanted to force a kill. There was a chance for a lineup for Dziugss, but when they get the double entry, you feel like
Jūs pažiūrėkite tą Šanchajų. Man jis labiau panašus į mažą tik gimusi drambliuką, blėt, kas traublio.
Without that lineup, this could have been a very strong opening half. Now it's going to be competitive. Aurora get them on pistols. Aurora get a chance to right their wrongs. I like that active B defense last round as well, right? Matt just setting up Soulfly with a deep flash into water. They can peek with it without getting blinded. Then Xantares sets Madra up for his kill main. Then they combine. Aurora always doing something. Gotta stay active on CT Anubis.
Here he is, in Romania's pixelated Colosseums. Lonks is the undying gladiator. 100% triumphs. A legend forged in flawless fire, but he's dead after one. Damn good try for Dziugss.
Pixelated Colosseums, dude. That's kind of
Gerai, lygų ginklai yra.
I love how it mentions his land win rate every single line. Every time I mention Zywoo, I'm going to mention he's the #1 player of 2025.
It's good, it's context. AI news, the context is important.
Kas čia tai Dziugss?
Without fail.
Was AI.
Varom.
Good PK.
And then one of those really big hyphens.
Yeah.
He's great.
That's how it works. Oh, no molly in the window.
Здорово, полброли. О, блядь!
What you doing, buddy? Quick pick, and he's out.
Ой.
Like a gladiator in a pixelated Colosseum. Woxic.
He's sticking around.
He's crazy right now.
Oscar.
Oh, nice.
Well, we all liked what he was trying to do there. Foot put a stop to it. Soulfly. The bomb now spotted out here. Another fight through.
Oh, watch out.
Du longe. What blядь, Heaven?
The Romanian Reaper. That one's off the dome.
Oh, okay, I thought it was going to be a mention of his 100% land win rate in Romania.
There is a slight giveaway with these AI ones. You've noticed it, Hugo.
Have you got more?
Dziugss bandys
I have infinite. That's the beautiful thing with AI. I will take the Amazon rainforest down today to give you the Lonks lines. Come on, Lonks!
Kaip čia tai ankstyvo? Nuo 10 jau.
Evil. Oh, that's a crazy kill.
Nu ir liko Majoras. Nikmersas iš temų.
Shit.
Give us something.
Lonks!
Tai pandemijų, kai, žinai.
Untarnished legend, perfect
Metais gertai 7
painting masterpieces with every spray.
Varyk tu į šią kurvą, tėminį, blėt.
Okay, they can't line up here, Harry. It's impossible. But Madra has kit and smoke and molly. It's taking a lot of time right now. Smoke on the bomb is going to cause some chaos. Can they break through?
Nice!
Oh, yeah, they saw him before. Yeah. They saw him get on the bomb.
They saw him.
Taip neveikia.
Before the smoke blew. Took a little too long.
Taip neveikia prieš pult. Bandyk kažką naujo atras.
All right, well, it went wrong here for Madra. If only they both played Heaven and peaked.
O prasidėjo ne kažką.
That's the thing, man. When you're facing these gladiators and
Pandemijų, žinai, kieno spalvos ryškios pasidaro, kai negerai. Sienos, nes į ją žiūri vakarais, nėra ką veikti. O ten nieko nepakabinta, tiesiog. Plika siena.
These are my favorite rounds.
You said that earlier. Don't know if it's true.
I actually do like them. No one feels like they have anything to lose. Look at all this B main space.
Pistoletai pas juos 6-4.
I have a good feeling about this for Aurora. Check this out, Hugo. Cast this round. You're gonna lose your mind.
Nu jo, čia blogai.
They're walking very far.
Bet bus viskas gerai, atsisuks ir nudroš.
Behind, but Foot. They've got better guns. There shouldn't be anything. Madra kill. Nades dropped. Exec ruined.
Eik tu nahui. Eik tu nahui, nu.
He's also fighting. There's 2 kills.
Eik,
3 kills.
Bet gerai, ten užėjo.
I warned you.
Girdėjo kaip dega?
Anything happening, but we were warned. They're bailing.
Nice, Dziuggai, nice.
See you later. Bomb runs away. Almost leaves Dziugss to the fire. But he will join up. Krabby takes Con back straight away. Bomb down.
Nu, nelabai, 2 prieš 2, Dziuggas low. Nelendam, ne. Gerai! Abu low.
We'll get out with the kill. Got the spot on Woxic as well.
Mesk ten, ką nori mest. Geras! Geras 2-2. Varyk nahui čia. Varyk.
You know what? I don't want the smoke. And he'll get out of there. Lives to fight another day, does Woxic. Still, it's around for foot. Narrowly. You can't lie, Hugo. They gave him a very good run for their money.
Aš jums ką sakiau, 6-4. Beje, atkreipkite dėmesį, Dziuggas 11-5. Dauža.
You can just tell when those rounds are going to happen.
Well, it didn't happen, so don't get ahead of yourself. Take the compliment.
Well, I know it didn't happen, but come on. It basically did.
Come on.
Did. I'll give you that. Except it didn't, because for 6 rounds, a double orb again here for Aurora.
Aš esu pipirus. Oi, kaip Šanchajus drąsiai.
Ačiū double orb.
Vos nesiskaito. Wow! Rumūnas hatoj pas save. Šanchajus pažiūrėk, tu jį, blėt, nedreba, kurva, aš einu iš galo, palaukit, vyrai man.
Ascends. Flawless on Romanian lands. Like an eagle, talons ready for the world. I don't even understand this. Oh,
that doesn't make sense.
I don't know. We'll see. Here we go.
Zantaro's ready for this world. 3v3 here. Aurora, a make or break round.
3 prieš 3. Let's go.
They win this. They're in great position.
Oi, matė, kurva,
needs a quick kill. He's got it, but his whole team have been felled. Grenade lands, slam dunk. Zantaro's getting his time wasted and enough time to win it out. He knows that
nice.
Foot have picked up a 7th on the T side, and Zantaro's triple is not enough.
Oh, I like
tai yra
that.
7-4.
Thanks, man.
7-4.
All right, we're burning through the long lines faster than anticipated. He's 11-7.
Man atrodo, man Magnus nori
Yeah, but
išlįsti.
have some more for the second half.
I've
Aaron.
asked it for more, but
Čia jeigu
Rock is
tokiais
being
tempais,
slow
tai geriau,
today.
kad
Do you have to
putai
give him like,
laimėtų,
more
blėt.
information, maybe?
I don't think so. I'm liking the angle it's taken.
Okay, sure.
O aš dar šiandienos net negėriau dozės,
I just
pamiršau.
wish I knew his win rate on
Jeez.
LAN in Romania.
Nu tai va,
It could be
ant
anything.
papietukų, kad pažadintų.
Don't worry, boy, if I got some lines for you.
Okay, that's good to know. Foot, 7 rounds.
Šanchajus
T-side.
šitas geras, eina į spizdom.
Terabithia to sell you.
Aš tau tik tiek pasakysiu. Va nahu, man neįdomu, kas ten geras. Jeigu ne pas mus, jis iškart automatiškai tampa duhu. Aišku?
Couple of rifles.
Ar tau aišku, kaip nors?
Romania for Aurora. I hate saying for Aurora.
I know, I've even seen people comment on it saying they
really
love when
hurts.
casters say for Aurora.
It really hurts my lips.
Och, tu pizdžiau, ble.
For Aurora.
Aurora. Aurora Rocher. Here we are. Krabeni leads the charge.
Supratai, irgi? Tada aš supratau tą.
They tried to blitz through over the water, see if they're given an opening, see if they're given a reason just to keep that pacing high. It doesn't happen, and so now you take the pace out of the round and you slow it down yourselves. Aurora.
Opa, būstas į langą. Va, taip.
Boost up.
O čia užteka 2?
Oh, and
O,
look
žiūri
who's going
pizdžiai.
up there. Longs tried his hand at a mid peak. And
Kind of
really,
like an
they're
eagle.
lucky. Kind of like an eagle.
His talons ready, or whatever you said.
Pažiūrėk, kaip visi ten info dėlioja.
Ready for the world.
Pasikūręs.
Lands labyrinth. Longs is the flawless Minotaur. 100% victorious.
Nice, Dimka, nice Kareibinas. Nu ką jūs įjungėt, ble?
Precision. And as we're talking about dragons, it's demons on the rise for Foot.
O, drambliukas bus raublė.
As they get into a post. See, I segue back into that with non-AI.
Really
Man
good.
and machine working together. And a bomb now planted. Oh,
What
it's
the-
rough for Madja as he is laid down in sacrifice. Foot
Zantaras,
about to put in a fantastic T-side shift.
Nu ką, naftininkas? Anukas naftininkas gavo į galvą. O, kur? Drambliukas atėjo, aš gavau, jis jau seivinti eina. Pizink, tu pas mamą. Pas dramblę. Ui, dar išas. Dziugss. 13-6. Nu ką, laukiam birželį, Dziugą perka NAVI. Su vienu lietuviu jau turėjo majorą, dabar kitais.
I think, they're quickly becoming a very interesting team for us to get to watch this season, man. They put in a number of solid performances.
Įsiminkit, birželį kažkur.
This young squad are all building in the right direction. I liked in the interview in between these maps,
Dziugss tampa birželyje notorious.
He felt like they had the foundations.
O, mes galim persuk.
And, Dark Hole, they can try the that's the task in front of them.
Technically. 3-win streak.
Pistoletai. O, Dimka jau išrašė 2 net. Va dėl ko, nes man tai būna dažniausiai. Dėl to aš nemėgstu.
It's demon double from Con while a window player keeps the pressure on.
Yra gandų, tai aš paskleidžiu.
5v3, forget whatever you had in mind.
Nu čia mano kanalai.
4 out of 4 pistols in the series if they can convert this 5-on-3.
Kad ramusėlių domisi. Žiūrėk, kad ramusėlių, blėt, po tiek parų nesidomėtų rehabas. Tad nugirdys į žmogų, blėt. Duok pavalgyti jam, blėt. Duok užkast kažką, kad būtų stiprus. Jis netu, blėt.
I love it. This is the bomb.
Bam, 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 bam.
It's fine. Never worried. I know it sounded like I was, but those were
Prakep jam kokios šoninės.
Zantaras.
Oh!
Can't get past this guy. Do you even know who he is? Lonks.
Išvažiavęs šnapsą
like a Black Sea Rose, thornless on Romanian lands at 100%.
Pats gal dar vairuodamas?
Petals of perfection poised to conquer continents. Lonks just keeps up the goods, man. He's got a streak to maintain.
I don't know. I think that one was off the dome. That was that was pretty good, Harry.
That was pretty good. That one kind of hit. A lot of alliteration in these.
Yeah.
Gerai. 9-4. Pas juos teknainai. 3 valandas kepėjo orkaitaičio į folgolį. Krito nuo kaulo.
Every pistol taken.
Monte laimėjo savo gėmą. Bet nieko nežinau, kad tempimas veikia.
They did lose to a force at the start of Mirage.
Nei, stage nieko nežinau.
But Aurora, even for a second round buy, nature of not having that bomb plant means this is pretty ugly. 4 or 5, 4 tech 9s, back 10.
Nu, garėliai.
Just looking to charge their way in.
Nes man pasakė, žinai, ką reabilitologė. Jeigu
the gap has been found.
Jau sėdi kažkur, eini atsisės, tai gulk.
As this mid control comes in, Aurora pick up the pace. Lonks, no kills for this. They've lost a lot of map control right now.
Gražiai atsitraukia, gražiai. O dabar jam pizda, žiūrėk.
Dziugss does what he can. Tries to nade that gun away from them and catch anyone attempting the chase. Bomb now planted. This post plant. Soulfly adds another.
Давай, Dziugss! Давай, kareibinai, ble! Mes jokių čia ekonominių nahu netiduodam 10-4.
On these final few steps to victory now, that bomb plant did come through, means that
10-4
you could see another cobbled together investment out of Aurora. But if they go for that, they're all in till the end of the game now. This is Aurora believing they can break through on lesser buys with not a lot to work with. And when they do, they'll break Foot's money, and that will give them the way back in.
Taigi matosi apačioj, turi, nahu man žinot tą sumą.
10-4 down, you're on T-side. You're on your best map. And Foot have yet to win this map.
Okay.
Finally looking to break through at an integral time. And doing it with bravado and confidence. Lonks just dropped window. He has stairs control and he's making it no secret either.
Grudakas Romusėlio nepažįsta, bet Grudakas pažįsta tą Edvį, kur šoka priešais kamerą. Pampaliuką užsilečia. Opa! Blogai.
Does well to get out with that, but it's still
But
not an
Dziugss
ideal
bet
place
tas
to
lėktuvo
be
labiau
in the
patinka.
round. Dziugss just holding on to heaven, trying to stop anyone from closing in while his teammates rotate over. Now, there's no util to block off these angles for Aurora, and that will give
Tas
foot
vaikas,
away
jo,
back
jo,
into
buvo.
this retake.
Jis žais su mumis dar norėjo.
Nice swing for Lonks, struggles to convert.
Davai, kareivinai! Ai.
Krabeni who can't break
Ai.
through. Very aggressive post plant there, and Aurora find their lifeline. That round they were hoping for comes through straight away.
Yeah, it's almost like foot
galima
Hey,
pasakyti,
they
jo.
wouldn't do it twice, would they?
Taip,
They take eyes off middle as Aurora just walks
Mes
through the middle
sėdim
of the map.
10
It's a bit of
žmonių,
a surprise.
5 prieš 5.
It's kind of a classic Aurora move.
O
just
šitas
walking dry mid.
Grudakas iš niekur sako, va dar ateis toje atsarginis, kai išeis kas nors. Pliump, iššoka, žiūriu.
This time, it cost them.
Tas, bet suprato, kad ten eilė didesnė susidarė, tai nuėjo į kitą kanalą, vieną savo. Žiūriu, įsijungia kamerą, nu kaip tu neužeisi pas ją. Ateinu nuzdarovą, kaip tu ten, ką tu. Tas bambaliuką, muzikytė ir... Jis vienu metu ten įsitraukė tokį juodą daikčiuką ir taip kažką daro, pradėjo daryti. Aš jau pirštą laikiau ant stream deko perjungt va taip. Nes galvau, toj ginklą išsitrauk, sakau, kas ten ginklas, a ten cizas suka aparatas. Juodas. Galvau, tas gloko viršus, blė. Vakarė streaminsi? Pažiūrėsim, blė. Ar man į sieną atsibos žiūrėti? Nežinau. Jeigu atsibos į sieną žiūrėti, tai gal tada. Jeigu siena nepasirodys tokia nuobodi, tai... Tada ne. Tai įsivaizduok, kaip faina, tai kaip ne Eurotonus, tu gali pasirinkti.
And sure, the window, I guess, has changed that a little, but
O Gedis nega... Oi, palauk, Gedis šiandien meilės dieną darys analizę.
used to these type of scorelines, and so I like that the
Tai
energy
jis
is high
irgi
after that
šiandien,
one
matai,
round
blėt,
win.
pasirink.
Yeah, they know what it can be.
Šiandien anal diena. Šiaip šiandien anal tikrai diena, nes aš kaip geras CSO analitikas žiūriu CSU. O Gedis kaip geras anal...
I like that. Some acknowledgement of the opportunity.
Good read on the situation from Madja. Plays it through this smoke down in dark, and that catches Krabeni entirely by surprise. Thinking he's done enough to kind of drum up the idea that there's multiple players there on B.
Oh, Dziugss!
We'll lose Antares, but the bomb should be safe to escape. Walks the around.
No.
Kalašą turi?
It gives away a kill.
Tai 3 prieš 3. Ar čia gali būti?
Soulfly thinks better of it. Now, bomb rotating in a little bit later will give you time.
Yeah, flanks coming in. On the bridge as well.
Reik priimkis ranką,
No
gal?
kit
Nebūtinai.
on the clock. Foot need to move fast. They can't afford to wait for Longs to get set up. I feel like Demon needs to go get a fight right now, or Longs has to run.
Šnekuorio alaus ir iš kur pasipirėjo. O ką aš žinau, blėt, gal nupizdinės.
Moving fast now, open plot.
Aš kažkada irgi neturėjau 16 metais pinigų, bet po lovą gulėjo kažkoks pistoletas mažas dujinis.
But still kills to take, and Wakardia saves the day despite a team kill there in the mix. 4 foot.
Moidina nežinojo, bet polovytę aš ten laikiau kažkas tokio dydžio.
And stack avoided. Now it's full eco. Now it's looking like a three round game.
Kažkiek 2 metrų. Ne, neklaus.
Aurora with
Ten gali
more to
būti įvairiai.
show.
Arba jis 16 ir va taip atrodo, arba jam
And
5-2.
suddenly, no longer all doom and gloom.
Iš vis cizų suktukas buvo. Ok. Stekas B. Na, pažiūrėsim, ar pratrauks. Ui, jie iš vis pušina čia. Oi, lautenis. Ne dar.
Run.
Soulfly now has a friend here to
Ten jau
support lots of them.
nustatyti
In fact,
mortarai,
the
na.
entire team
Wow,
apart from Madja.
galą nutrynė.
They're
Oi, Dziugai, молодец! Daužot.
Now changing their mind and trying to get away. Well, hold on, it's fine. Good stuff for Woxic and Xantares. All right, only a couple of rounds left on this one.
Taip,
You're close to
sakė.
tying it up, Aurora.
Nesityčiokit.
Slightly concerning.
I feel like if you're
Klaipėda labiausiai derino, ką tyčiotis, ar Edvis Klaipėcką derino į svečius.
just going and taking this space every single round, it feels like. And again, Madge is back.
Aš tada kažkada atsimenu pirmą, antrą nakties streamą pabaigiau. Kitą dieną pradedu. A čia visi ateina, Nedas visi ten apie vakarykštį čiūvą kažkaip pasakos. O kas buvo? Nu palauk, ten Nedas bus nufilmavęs, atsiųstau, ten visas vakarėlis vakar buvo. Tai jie po streamo nuėjo visi pas... Tai čia jis buvo kažkaip, kada tas gerai ten programos davė. Paskui kitą dieną visi šnekė. Gali pys žuvų jam, o kam? Jis ir taip žuvų gavęs. Oi, gražu, su ginklais, davai, 11 nahui darom. Darom 11. Au. O vatnykas? O tu negalvoji, Tautvydai, kad jis tiesiog jaunas bičiukas informacijai pamestas? Tu kaip Samuelis, iškart vatnykas? Aš tai kažkaip galvoju, kad jį tiesiog atvers labai būtų lengva, jis nieko nesupranta.
A molly after the 3 smokes. No more util left. It's going to come down to 15-second fights.
Davai! To deal with the main component. That's the bomb. Dropped out in no man's land.
Nice.
The rotates now arriving. Kills come through. Seconds to spare.
3 prieš 2.
But you're going to get through with it. Foot trying to close
Nice! Dziugss iš galo pataikė, Dziugss 2. Dziugss 18-10. Birželio mėnesį į Naviną.
That B-play from Aurora.
Man tai visi Edvinai atrodo kaip...
Well, you said you wanted them to deal with Madge.
Geriausiai yra jis nesiteisino, žinok, čia aš jį bandau pateisinti.
3 smokes and a molly get used in one position, cycling throughout the round, knowing Aurora are focused on taking this control. Bet jį gal galima atversda. Aš turiu mintį, supranti, žinai, kodėl aš jo dar vatą nevadinu? Nes kai žvejyba, pradėsiu žaisti žvejybą vėl. Kai kažkada vakare pagausiu jį, kaip anksčiau sėdėdam. Ir aš normaliai jį atversiu, na. Paprastai normalų žmogų. Jam pripasakojo ten UK ar kur, blėt, kad tai yra normalu ir viso, jis kitos mintiesniai. And one little swing in the wrong direction could be the end of this series.
Aš tik taip galvoju, čia, jeigu po mano žvejybos jis neatsivers, kurva ten akis draskys toliau, blėt, Rasija vperiot. Tai tada jau, blėt, čia jau klausimas, ar iš vis galėsi čia tą parašyti. Jau tikrėk. Man vatų čia nahui nereikia, blėt.
Change the direction for Aurora. Slow out here towards middle. Demon just hoping he can play for one.
Nu davai, 12. Pas jos 3-1-1.
This contact. Fire a bullet on the flashbang. That's what Aurora were kind of hoping to get the reaction of. And even a takeover A, crunch of water for Lonks as well as he's playing through that smoke. They'll make it through camera. Need to win this main fight. They deal with that. Able to stop the flank.
Oh, Dziugss, dirbi!
It's just Dziugss over here. In main, still putting up resistance. He's got 3 players coming his way. They're going to try and swing it together here. One more from Dziugss.
Oh, nice! 1 prieš 2.
They can't fight for main.
Gerai nusisuko! Yes!
Elsewhere just got shot in the back. Round falls apart, foot fired up. They've now got multiple chances to close out this series and go 1-0
Tai
up
vat
to
pandemio
start
aš
their
galvoju,
run
kad jis nėra įsikibęs, jis nebuvo toks užtikrintas.
All the way back, it was a perfect reposition. Then he just fires Harry. He accidentally
Nebuvo tas
clicks.
toks.
He just shoots in the
Jis
open,
porą
reveals his
kart leptelėjo ir
position.
net
They just
susimąstė.
walk through the
Ką
smoke,
aš čia šneku? Man tai pasirodė.
and he can't blame anyone for that.
Nežinau, gali būt, kad aš klystu, sakau, čia viskas
Big mistake
išaiškės
to
vėliau.
stop a likely clutch. Sick hold
Dėl to
for
aš
Dziugss
neskubu,
in
bet
May.
jo, žinai, kažkaip, dėl to, kad man
And
pasirodė.
Foot, like
Nu,
you said,
važiuos.
are right there within touching distance of the series of a 2-0
O su jais aš turiu patirties.
of a win on a
Mano
Nuke.
geriausias
It's a map they
draugelis,
yet to win
ble.
with
3
this
mokyklas
squad
pakeitėm.
over
Nuo 6
Aurora,
metų.
a team that were
Pažįstami.
the world's best.
Geriausi
Even
draugai.
that, you know, adds pressure to the guys
Ūkos
to go on
įsėdi,
and face Foot. It's
jau
been one of the few,
15
like,
metus.
hard and
Rasija
fast
vперед,
vulnerabilities
ble.
this team have had, even
Ir aš
though
dar
not many have
nežinojau,
scored,
kad
you
jis
know,
ten
loving to go
RTR
and do
žiūri,
this.
ble.
Right now,
Atvažiuodavo
taking
į
out
šitą
the
varom
guys
alaus, varom.
famously that do love this map,
O
that do
paskui,
always
o
look
mes
to
nieko
pick
ten ir
into it
nešnekėm ir
if
tada dar
given
karo
the
nebuvo.
chance. It just makes
O
you,
paskui
you know,
karui
it kind of puts the
prasidėjus,
thought in
man
the rest of the
draugelis
team's and
kiti
attendants'
sako.
mind. Okay, if they've
A
been
tu
working
matei,
on
ką
that,
jis
you know, you see the
komentuoja,
results
pasižiūriu.
better, you see the games getting closer. This
O,
could be a
Ąžuolas.
very galvanizing win for Foot.
Ąžuolai, sveikas atvykęs. A jis kurva po Delfiais po 15 minučių, žinai, ką komentuoja apie karą. O tai Amerika, blėt, nepuolė Vietnamo.
Anubai.
Jasna. Tada jis kitais metais atvarė į Lietuvą, man parašė, einam alaus, parašiau, kai pasveiksi, tada rašyk. Jo, Tubelis. Labas, Tubelis. Neblogai vakar pasirodėjai. Nebuvo ten tobulai, kaip tu moki, bet neblogai.
And right now they're returning to form at the perfect time. Okay, same play has caught you off guard twice, and it's caught you off guard thrice.
Oh, and still they'll get the kills. Dziugss was not supposed to get away with one there.
Three specials.
For symmetry. And so it has given you a bit of leeway here, a chance to move in for Aurora.
Worth a shot.
Right now, don't have a perfect picture of this retake. Woxic.
Op!
Can't control for the second. Demon with a high impact trade still leaves you with a chance of going for this. Santares looking to remove that opportunity. And he will just waltz it home with a 3K.
Tai gal nedas galėtų pakomentuoti. Tai
Aurora
nebuvo
still in the
čia.
map thanks to that multi-kill from Zantares.
Aš tiesiog pasakysiu taip.
We're going to need a lot more to go
Jūs
right here on their
pagalvokit,
path
kaip
to a
susidėlioja
comeback.
viskas.
How many times will this fast
Į
camera
ūkus
split
didžioji
catch
dauguma,
Foot
nesakau,
sleeping
yra
at the
normalių
wheel?
tikrai.
I'm just
Bet
shocked they don't
daug
have eyes on it in
išvažiavo
any of these
tų,
positions.
kurie
They don't even
debilai
play up
nesugebėjo
close range,
įsitvirtinti
watching
čia.
the jiggle,
Kai buvo
watching the
sunku,
pixel. Like that
nes
round
mokslų
there,
nepabaigė,
Dziugss got
dar
full flash
kažką.
in the sight, but he still
Ir
had
taip
his
toliau.
back turned.
Aš
It
vienas
took
iš
some
jų.
running to make him even look at
2010
them.
5 mėnesiam į Airę buvau išvažiavęs.
Aurora, this is not
Nes aš
new.
vienas iš tų dalbajobas, kuris neįsimokslinęs, nesugebėjęs įsijungti. Tai kai tu esi jau ir šiaip silpnesnis, tai ten dar yra dalbajobų iš kitų šalių, tai tave greit paversi, nahu, kam nori. Supranti? Į kur aš keliu? Su visa pagarba visiems normaliem. Čia yra nepateisinimas, bet čia yra išmąstymas, sakyčiau. Tai vat mano draugeliu taip atsitiko. Ačiū iki. 5? Su kuriuo... Jeigu nerašo, reiškia, dar nepagijo.
Shotgun is scary. Not sure you want to push.
Ką mes čia pompelę turim, dimkablę?
Team setting up A and with
Gerai, 12-9. Ble, čia bus pratęsimas, negi?
As guns dropped over
Man jau
here,
Magnis lenda,
but
ble.
are in no position to go and get them. So just sending Wakadia out to go and roam. He'll get all
Eik tu
info. Well,
nahu,
there were
Wikipedia
2A.
čia, ble.
They've ended up playing into the auto shotgun. Thankfully, Madja doesn't let it ruin the
Tai gerai.
round.
Eik tu, tai dabar tik ekonominis bus.
So
Kurva.
now within touching distance of overtime, money broken for Foot. They've got one more proper buy in this game, Hugo.
Oh, suddenly it's not looking so easy, huh?
Putkos kalbus eina, tai va. Ta pati situacija. Sakau.
Have to work for it.
Tai ten to mano draugelio, stekas, to mano draugelio, geriausias draugelis ūkose dabar Rusijos kurvo kombinezonais raša, blėti, ant kepurių. Tai tu įsivaizduoji. Eik.
The guy for the job.
Daugiau!
It's all been contained. No worries, no issues.
Eik, tu Dziugss 2-2-14. Blėti, uždarykit geimą, man Magnis lendant.
All right, it's got pretty much everything
Uždarykit
you
geimą, man Magnis
I'm going to
lendant.
feel the burn of not being able to field an orb down the tail end of this game.
Laikau, kad daugiau įsisavintų.
Especially with Woxic having some high impact around on his. You see Manager
Tai
talking
tau
down the
Tram
line
5
as
pagal
well.
mano apskaičiavimus.
Maybe
Tram 6.
something involving a Woxic opener here on that orb.
Definitely getting given the fighting window so far on this T side.
Tram 6 rugsėjo, Tram 7 ar dar?
Immediately for it. Oh, interesting.
Išlaikėjai, blėt, jeigu taip.
Longs drops in and Zantares has cover. So
Nu, diretkė, galvoju, diretkė, 9-3.
Aggressive.
I think it takes a lot of balls to go with a call like that this late in the game.
Kurva, va tas tau langas, pizda matosi ginklas.
Setting the tone, they know they have.
Šaudyk!
Oh no! Missed shot for Demon.
Eik tu nahu.
Wow.
And he just nails
Man Magnis atgal lenda.
he's given here. That
Su
is a
tokiu žaidimu.
dominant round on the
Atgal
right
grįžta
balls,
į
and
gerklę.
now overtime is right there and up for the taking.
Look, fair play to Aurora. You're all ready to write them off. Everyone watching at home, I was there as well. It felt like this game was done. Aurora with a late resurgence off of that contact mid-walk, and now
Bet ir turi,
4 rounds
pažiūrėk
straight.
Facebook'e, kiek su rožytėm.
Couple of gun rounds,
60,
now an
70.
easier one, foot broken with MP9s and Famai. Fam in on this CT side, they got no money. And the patience has paid off
Eina
here for
sau.
Aurora's T
3
half.
pirmi famai, blėt. Nu davai.
Zantares in middle,
Uždarom.
Woxic in water, continually given opening kills.
Yeah, look, man, Aurora, they've done the hard part, right? This is, in theory, one of the easiest rounds they've had on this entire comeback, and this is the one that gets you in OT, so just no missteps now. You want to play a kind of safer round, taking it low and slow, seeing if Foot come through with any aggression off the rip, and this is got two benefits, right? One, if there were more of those aggressive moves, you're ready to deal with it, but also, because Foot don't have a lot of money to work with here, you're making them burn through whatever util they have.
Jo, su FB tikrai dirba. Nu kurva taimingas!
Oh, but they just take the fight straight up. Crabini knew they were in
Visi čia, blėt.
Now it's all eyes on Demon. He's 1v5 in the B site hold. Teammates might be on their way, but if he dies instantly, this is left to a 3v5 retake. Aurora looking good to drag us into OT.
O, čia tokią granatėlę reikia leisti. Okay. O aš bet kur ten išbėgęs mes.
Taken 3 players main. They can fight together. They have the manpower. Smoker's problem. There is no break for that available. There's also no kit. You're going to stick this in the open? Are you really? Surely not.
Ir bus tada. Kurva tokie. Spėja viską pidarastai. Dziugss ten dar spardas. Dziugss daro spardaus.
There is no way to force this kill. One runs through, but no time on this clock. This is OT between Foot and Aurora.
Blet, Dziugss kiek prišaudęs, šiandien būtina laimėti. Dar vieną, blet.
Every second.
Būtina laimėti 2-6-16, man atrodo.
All for naught, all in vain. Overtime arrives, all the same. It's a case where, you know, you feel like Dziugss is super warmed into this game. He is running hot right now, but it doesn't matter. He's just been getting avoided in these last couple of rounds. They've stopped with the A plays, even though it was a winning strategy early on.
Bet bijau, kad gali ilgiau užtrukt. Tai reikia prakentėti pratesimą. Jeigu Futai pratesim, einu Magnį. Jeigu laimė, jau tada be jokių parkių Magnis eis ilgokai. Važiuojam. Važiuojam pratesimą.
He knows that might not happen, so he's in a position that's ready to fast flank.
Oi, kurva, per toli jau Dimkos nėra ir Wikipedijos kur.
When you're having a game like this and when you're not getting the fight you want.
Ne live žiūriu, ne, čia mes live žiūrėjom Raulį. Nespoilinkit čia, blėt, tik ne. O pamatėt, kad jūs spoilinat, kol aš nežiūriu, užbaninat tą žmogų visiem laikam. Jau vieną užbaninu. Čia tik čiatė yra 3 žmonės, kurie žino rezultatą. Aš klausiu.
Voxic even plucked Dziugss out of that flank, so they've lost their big time star, they've lost their heavy hitter.
3 prieš 3, bet vienas labai low. Ir jis su sniperiu, aišku.
No damage util either. To get this free kill on Voxic, you're gonna have to earn it. He's still got chances to be involved on this AWP.
One shot.
A tai jie eis čia ar neis?
Oh, it's all gone wrong here for Team Flash. They can't waste a second. This shot, Voxic gets his last, and it all comes up again for Aurora. That was very tame for Foot. Feels like they lost the fire on this CT side. Too many close rounds not converted.
Ką pasakė į užbaninai? Kažko užkoduota ten apie šitą geimą, aš specialiai neskaičiau. Ten net neaišku, ar tikrai jis, bet pana gavo. Kažkas jį užtildė, o aš jį visiems laikam.
You're now just fighting for survival, and it's a fight they're rapidly losing out on. This is helped massively as well by the recovery of Voxic and Astralis, who both started slow in the series, now hitting very, very hard. Nearly 30 kills deep on both of them.
Gerai. Davai, ramiai, -1.
Those type of numbers for Foot. It's Dziugss, and
kas ten pas juos varo? Eik tu nahui Šanchai. Rolandai Mackevičius. Pagarba, žvaigždės renkasi. Šanchajus 2-9-16, eik tu nahui.
And again with this aggression.
Kurva, Toksikas 2-8-15. Pas mus tik Dziuggas toks geras. Nice!
Reikia pinigų, reikia pinigų ir ra.
Oi, Tomai? Per mažas raidės nematau čia, kad turi. Toi. Pizda, tubelis.
Ką darytum, jei gautum tokį vaizdo įrašą? Nori važiuoti 10 minučių, kad susitiktum su vyresnio amžiaus moterimis, kurios nori tik sekso? Paklausk adreso ir eik dulkintis.
Eik, tu 2-3. Nutėliau? Tai nes 10 prasidėjo, vienas aš dalbajobas tik ir atsikėliau čia žiūrėti.
Hard to get past 30 deep on Xantares, moving around that pillar
masterfully,
and he lines them up on the clutch.
Kurva.
32 frags
reikia laivo tik tais nepaspaus.
And to the tune of this T-side, Aurora
looked to run away with the game. Tai šiandien pasubscribino Ąžuolas Tubelis, Rolandas Mackevičius. Pitaka ant magnio atsiuntė Tomas. Ne vienas nemeluok, Rosvaldas. Pagarba Tomai ant magnio sako.
Aurora firmly in the driver's seat. They just turn around a 3v5. They finish it down near flawlessly from that position. Comes through with a flurry of openers.
Oi gražu! Oi gražu! Dar! Dar 3 nahui! Va taip! Jis namuose žaidžia, beje, nepamiršk.
It has to be enough. There's no excuses at this point for Foot.
Ką darytum, jei gautum tokį vaizdo įrašą? Nori važiuoti 10 minučių, kad susitiktum su vyresnio amžiaus moterimis, kurios nori tik sekso? Paklausk adreso ir eik dulkintis.
Darove, lygio, pagarba už užėjimą. Eik, Dziuggas tiesiog. Gerai. Sveiki, sako. Darove.
Bomb down over towards the stairs. He's going to go on the retrieval.
Nu eik tu nahui, kurva majorai iš temų, blėt.
Out in the open, caught on the weapon switch.
2-1. Bombas neturi, tai gerai, jie po vieną įsiskirti. Ai, ne, tas midė. Teisės. Ai, ne. To toks ankstyvas, tai šiandien visų pirma negeriu, metais gerti jau metus ir dar metus planų negeriu. Tai atsikėliau 7, galvoju, 10 valandą lietuvių žaidžia, tai pradėjau žiūrėti, nice!
but only one round found on this CT half
Tai va,
of Foot.
bet čia gali būti arba pabaiga, arba dar vienas mapas.
Should have never been overtime, but they'll take one, Harry, with how this game is going. 6 rounds in a row, streak broken. 7, in fact, from Aurora before Foot get back in the game, get that taste of victory once more.
Man.
But Aurora, I think, is a very different team now, right? You had Zantares, Voxic, Quiet.
Tai vakar negeriau, tai ir atsigėliau. Aš sakau, kada mes ketvirtadienį žaidėm, Cesiuką, sako, Raulis žais su Dziuggu. Nueinu pasižiūrėti kelintą 10 valandą šeštadienį. Galvoju, kai debilas tokiais laikais. Bet kai kur va 7 atsigėliau, galvoju, puikus laikas žiūrėti. Ir parėjau, užkūriau visą šitas mašinas ir parėjau. Raulis nelaimėjo, neaurim. Deja, bet Navim prapiso, tai, žinai, negėda. Bet jie ir neiškrito. Nutraukė mačą.
It was the right decision from Foot, but just no accounting for the individual efforts there out of Aurora, and you're instantly off to a horrible start.
Minus 2 mum.
Meant to be the better half,
Kurva, kol čia čia skaičiau, ble.
but you begin this all-important rifle round 3v5.
Well, Orpa's rotated out after firing in con, so Voxic back to mid. There is a chance, I do want to say, despite this being 3-on-5, Foot with that molly put a lot of pressure on Aurora, and I don't think they're ready for double B main. If only those players were walking in right now, they could get kills. Maja, aggressive in connector, takes Demon with him, and that gives time for Voxic to move on over. Dead or not, this one's done. It's a map point to Aurora. Finally, with a chance to win the game now.
Kaip planuoji praleisti meilės į sieną žiūrėsime. Nes nėra kas veikia.
And a smile on McCarty's face despite
nėra kas
being
veikia,
bottom of the entire server right now.
Nėra kas veikia. Su ranka aš ne per Valentino dieną darau. Valentino diena, gedulo diena, blėt, lapkričio 1, blėt. O, kūčios. Kiaušinių diena.
Choked the important rounds.
Laikiu, kad tik nepamirškit, kad į pirmą puslapį mane išmestų YouTube ir viską. Ir ačiū jums.
Even now, another good idea in this one, right? Voxic runs dark again with the spawn, fires a shot off on the orb just to kind of misdirect where it's in play, and then immediately goes and shores up the mid defense.
Smakt koks gražus.
You know, that last round kind of showed the Foot are down to react
Reikia
quickly
atvažiuoti
once that
video.
orb
What the
fires,
fuck?
and so gonna look for control elsewhere.
What the fuck?
Voxic is one step ahead of them with this reposition.
Oh dear, Longs with a catch down in
Eik tu nahui, 3 prieš 1.
fight that comes up well for Aurora, setting a man up right
Nu
now.
nahui, eik tu nahui, Wikipedia tam.
Aurora made that call before Foot. They've already rotated Voxic in. 2v4.
Neįleis, nu. Tai dar tokiais tikslais, tai tikrai, blėt. Aš prie Vilniaus tavęs neįleisiu, blėt, nuvažiuosiu. Prie įvažiavimo, kurva, spiglių primėti. Varštų, na.
Flawless record on Anubis, looking to keep up.
Kaip Dovydas, taip ir keistesis. O tavo vardas Dovydas? Jei būna.
Throughout that entire map, able to seal the deal in overtime, and they make it look easy. A welcome recovery from Voxic and Zantares, and a series now set to go the distance.
Gerai, reikia eiti Magnį, žinot, ir žiūrėti pratesimą. O pratesime overpassas.
I hope their overpass is up to snuff.
Yeah, that's going to hurt for Foot, because not only was this a chance to 2-0 Aurora, it was a chance to do it on Aurora's best map, on a map you've had trouble with, sets you up really well in the tournament, makes other teams scared of what your Anubis has to offer, and to be fair, it looked really, really good.
Nu gerai, nieko mes neprapisom, mes tiesiog jų mepo nepaėmėm ir taip per plauką per pratesimus. Nu tai overpassas, manau, mūsų. Gerai, jūs čia kol kas pasižiūrėkite, aš žinau, kad galiu persukti, bet aš irgi noriu pažiūrėti. Tai pasistengsiu greitai Magnio atsikratyti ir ateinu.
Aurora caught them off guard with a very magic call.
And I mean, you can kind of feel Foot shrinking up under the pressure of this one, you know? They lost a lot of that kind of initiative they had early on. They were no longer down to make the contact moves of their own. They struggled getting a solid read of the game. If you give too much respect to Aurora on this map, you're going to be in for a bad time, and that feels like it's what happened after losing out on those 5 chances to close the game. Couple of man advantages in there that they couldn't. They kind of couldn't tap back into the form they were once at, because there was a time where they were down to go for the contact walks, down to take the aggressive moves. I'm thinking even about like that B-hit round in overtime, where if the main players had just committed, if they'd kind of believed the info they'd got from that early molly into Dark, it could have been their round, even though they were at the disadvantage. You end up kind of not playing to lose. That felt like the vibe, you know? You recognize that you weren't playing for the win anymore. You're just trying to stem the bleeding every step of the way. And this is the last team you can afford to show respect to on Anubis, especially with Woxic and Xantares playing like they did. 220 ADR between the two of them, man. It's a damn good showing.
Yeah, it's about as punishing as a match of CS can get, where you feel like, you know, not one player, even a player having a great game like Dziugss, can change the outcome or can save the game. You're only as strong as your weakest element, and there are a lot of weak elements there in that CT side for Foot. I don't know what to call now coming into this third map, right? No. It's an open game. It's a middle ground map for both teams. It's an Aurora who are now hyped up, and it's a Foot that have been trodden on after that Anubis comeback. So we're going to have to wait and see. Third map of this series, opening game here, PGL Cluj-Napoca, up after the break.
Astana, are you ready? Counter-Strike!
We are talking all things Anubis with a team that I know is so happy that it's back in the map pool. It's Aurora, it's Woxic, and okay, let me ask you this, because I'm sure you're happy, but obviously Train went out, which you guys also played pretty well.
Yeah.
So is it just like a win and a lose at the same time? How do you make it the map pool right now?
It's great to have that Anubis back, but personally, for example, I was like really love the Train.
Yeah.
So it's gonna at the same time you're like, why did that not gone, you know? But otherwise, Anubis came back, bro.
Yeah,
you know, it's like in the middle.
And do you feel like Aurora is a team where you are like trendsetters on this map of how to play it, how you do things?
Yeah, I mean, overall, that from the start until now, yeah, there is like changes about the window, but our like play styles like didn't get affected too much. The way we play, I think if everyone even knows, they cannot still kind of beat us.
Yeah.
Like they are like if you watch 5-6 demo of our Anubis, you will see similar rounds to each other. One we're doing it in like a third round, and one we're doing it in the after 3 games in 6th round. But it's kind of still same things.
Yeah.
We are playing a really successful kind of defaults there. I think that's why the map is overall is feeling comfortable for us, because everyone in their position knows what to do on the T side and or which nades they need to throw.
Yeah.
And or great timings, we are catching it. So I think because of the default of the play style that we're making great on that map, I think that makes us play good and kind of like scary to play against.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on the mid changes? You know, the door change, obviously the window. Like, when you saw that, what was your first thought?
It was in midnight at home, and I was about to go to sleep as far as I remember, and I just saw the news on Twitter, and I just went back to the computer again.
Nice.
And I checked like what they brought, and I saw the window. Okay, what else? And I just saw there's a big box, they put it there, and so I said, okay, the T is gonna sneak now from now on or something. I was thinking it, but I haven't seen yet because if you are not close to pillar, you don't see who is coming from camera. Yes, if you are like inside the A main or A pillar, someone can sneak to the left towards left side position because of that big box. So I said this can be game changer. It's like a good thing to add or switch. So overall, I like it because I like always like some changes inside the game. The same for when smoke was exploding with one nade, people like half of people was like disagree with that, like bring back the previous one or something. But I like it, you know. It's something new, something more making exciting. For Anubis, I think it's great. I can do like more early peaks, for example, from that window, and I can have the control. Either they're taking from like stairs or they're taking from carpet side to aces. So if I see that nobody holding them, drop guys can push or something, and we can do flash pick in mid and with timing because I'm holding down and I'm really close to pick mid. So this gives me kind of like some moves around the map, because in Anubis there was no such a moves for the AWP for early round. Either you picking drop,
Blet laiptais lipant žemyn, taip koja norisi šonu pastatyti. Tai reikia visada laikytis, nes kažkada ir pastatysiu.
Always you were on the back. So, but with these changes, our upper can be like in front of everyone.
Tai dabar kas? Overpass?
Like a round to start with it, but now there is antis for it. Molos.
Overpass, važiuojam.
Sometimes you are just wasting your health while you're making a move. But overall,
tu nahu, kiek čia pertrūko?
So longevity over the course of a series.
I think there's a good underdog strong.
Nu davai. Per toli.
Or if it will always be a question of
Gerai, Dziugss puola. Nepasižiūrėjom, kaip ten Dziugss pabaigė praeitą. Ai, vėl šitus kurva du dyglai. Gerai. Gerai. Nice! Nice! Gerai. Nu ką, vieną iššykom. Kitą varo Magnum.
I don't think previous matches or recent form can tell you a lot about what we're going to get on this game, right? Both these teams having highs and lows on this map. I think the most interesting result is Foot taking down Furia dominantly 30-5 on this map at Bounty, but that was online, and it was off the back of 10 round CT side, so we won't get to see that defense just yet.
Gaila, kad prapisa tokį game.
And for Aurora, there's nothing really to write home about.
Alaunai, nežiūrėjai rezultatą? Kas vitaminus pisa, kas salo? Nusileido pačion pizda, pažiūrėjau diena ir aš tipo funkcionalus, žinai, nereikia eit miegot, kad gatovas. Šiaip eisi miegot. O jeigu sugalvosi, kur nuvažiuoti, aš galiu nuvažiuoti, žinai. Tokie nauji potyriai, retesni nuo kompo nuėjus. Nes aš ateinu dažniausiai čia jau šves, kai jau viskas dieną nurišinėjau. O čia pizd dar diena. Aluje yra pizdėts. Moteriškų hormonų tiek, kad papai gerai auga. Blet, paskui... Tročinė... Labai faina, ne? Nu, toks, žinai. Čia kaip babai, kuri iš kaimo pirmą kartą juodaodį pamatyti, žinai. O, kaip keista. Koks čia, o. Bet antrą kartą viskas. Nu ką jau, viskas saveks. Jau ne taip įdomu.
Timing is good, but how do you get back in? You're smoked off. Oh.
Magic gets one.
Aš tiesiogiai žiūrėjau, ai, tu žiūrėjai ir fudus, okei, aš taip ir galvoju.
Keeps the round safe.
Savinkit,
blėt, durnelį.
Or at least play to contain, right? Go for kills, get those AKs out of the exit. But it doesn't look like it here for Aurora. There's 2 frags for Dziugss. We'll win the round for Foot. Good repause.
Nu, nahui, sako, nepatiko tokie vitaminai tau?
They pull their player off of B, and then Foot just waltz right in.
Nesupratau tavęs rūkyklą, štai pakrovęs.
Badger with a lot to say
on this cameras
during the save, talking about this upcoming either eco or buy round in the next.
Ką čia jums dar pasakyti?
Because
Šiaip aš norėčiau, žinai, ką pamėginti, ar streamui, ką nors duoda, pavyzdžiui, daugiau peržiūrų, jeigu streamo pabaigoje aš jo neužprivatinčiau ir kiek čia jūsų kem žmonių parašytumėt komentaruose šypsenėlė, tašką, šauktuką. Nu, ką nors, bet ką. Ar komentarai papušintų vėliau streamo žiūrėjimą, ar ne? Nežinau, kaip veikia. Nes man atrodo, kai streamą pabaigia, jis tiesiog kažkur kitiem išvis net nesirodo. Bet tai jūs kurva net laiko nepaspaudžiate. Tai prasme, reikia 2 čiupt vienu metu, kad 1 laiką paspausime. Tai čia jau per šansą. Gal pabandysim? Vienas ir parašysim.
Day 1, 0-6 in pistol rounds.
Nu, aš priminsiu dar ant galo, jeigu pasimpa.
Even with the win, that would feel, well, it'd feel hollow in a sense, but it'd also
Davai
feel
padarom
like,
taip.
hey, if there's one thing we can improve, it's pretty obvious at least, and we
Jeigu
but if you lose, you know, 0-6, you do just put it down
komentarų surašys po streamo tiek, kiek žiūrėjo,
starting every half
tada vakarė eisim žaist premjerą.
CT side of Mirage.
5 pergalės. Iki 5 pergalių.
Foot execute.
Čia gali būti ilgas streamas.
Only Xantar is here, but they are considering it. Longs is very aware that they haven't cleared Banana, so while he catches one, the second
Ir tas stimulas dėl nieko.
So with that, the round.
Nes gali būti, kad tie komentarai nieko nepakeis. Niekam neišmes.
Careful, Crabney, low.
Like, yeah, reasonably dangerous position.
They want a boost, but ooh.
Ai, čia dar būna boostas. Uiktu, nu.
Krabeni found up close, Longs at low HP, deals with
5 vinai iš eilės. A mes šiandien launai rasim, nes saviškių tai nerasim, nes tas 5-tukas, su kuriuo žaidėm, tai visi analinį šiandien. Supranti, čia bus tiek, kas analinį turi, kuri grus. Kamaratai tikrai šiandien jau paprašęs, kad žiedinį mergą lūpdažių išsipieštų. Moskito irgi. Moskito gal ne iš didžiausias meilės, bet iš prievartos. O Artiomka tai čia buvo, pala, Artiomka analinį šiandien ar cesas? A, irgi žmona? Gerai, 3-0. Vadai. Ginklai. Žiūrėk čia, nes net nesigirdėjo nei kulkos prasveikimo nieko, kai jis drožė.
Insta looking for that pick on the boost or the jump spot.
Bet čia jeigu pakomentuos visi, aš jeigu pamatysiu, kad, pavyzdžiui, streamo pabaigoje kem 7 žmonės ir 20 komentarų, tai gal ir reikia. Čia su sąlyga, kad daug pakomentuos. Nes dėl 20 gal tikrai nieko neatsiveiks, bet jeigu dėl kem, pavyzdžiui. Kaip YouTube'ose veikia hupai, nes ten tikrai kitaip nei su video.
Go to the other side of the map where Aurora have no information.
O jei vienas, tai ne, man atrodo,
you are going into Woxic and Xantares, so even in a 5v4,
man atrodo, ten
don't get ahead of yourself.
Unikaliai lėjų eina kažkaip. Hui znait, sakau aš.
Also, a bit of a question for me is how do they plan to use Dziugss here?
It
looks like he's already trying to get out Monster early in this play and towards the top side.
Up!
Up! Past the hold. Woxic wasn't watching. Him and Xantares offered up as sacrifice just on a contact walk from foot.
That's so naughty. There was a flash teed up and Longs just goes, don't throw it.
A nice note is like these were the type of plays that kind of went missing.
Arena, gaudyk,
the feel of the game on Anubis.
Perverku. Pysdink seivin. Pysdink, tikrais, kurva. Kad nematyčiau ten Dziugą šiek tiek naims.
It would actually like lead to them missing those windows of opportunity. Just nice to see it can fall right
čia draugelių nėra. Ateik čia.
That's a very devastating round to deal to Aurora, and you will look to get that early control over this game of
Pagarba
overpass.
priešininkui. Tik ne šitam streame, na.
4-0 up. These
Va
state
taip!
guns,
A, kurva,
all
ne ta pusė,
Aurora
ble.
gonna have to work
Zaibali
with.
junginėt, nahu, nespėju.
They could cobble together another buy, but I hope they don't.
Kur. Nebeturiu nieko atsigerti. Net vandens nespėjau, bet aš turiu pelus kažkokios.
Except 5-0.
Padarom vaikinukai, blėt.
That's a really nice round for Longs.
Blėt, bet čia kurva neįveikiamas nahu dalykas.
No one's contacting, no one's jump spot, no one's
Aš su vienu sunkiai užsuku atgal, tai jie dvigubai
pista. Holding me, or are they still in their early stage of taking toilet control?
Jie čia nori, kad aš galvosūkį spręsčiau.
Longs just shoots 2 players in the back. Voxic will get an orb. They actually do match. This is a pretty good buy. All things considered with 2 guns saved.
4-0. Kas pas jūs ten su pinigučiais yra pas pidaras šitas.
Did not expect the orb to be here.
Bėg, kur drambliuk.
Spotted it long, Zantares goes back, not wanting to
Jis daščia pleškino aparatas karštas ir karštas.
Voxic has to be
cautious. Kai tik žiūri, tai išvis pizdaina cigaretės.
So they pick their positions.
Nu, kur bus minusiukų drąsesnių? O, matau čia. Žiūrėk, kur galvoju.
Can throw a couple into this site before his team go B.
This is where the double toilet setup could be a little frustrating, though. You almost think you forced it. Oh, never mind. What if you turn it to your advantage? That kill on Zantares is massive, and now, yeah, rolling out the belly.
Blėt, ten tas vienas, žiūrėkit, kurva! O, blėt, gerai. Pagimčiau, už gretuką. Ai, praėjo dūmuose! Ja!
Blėt!
Nu davai, Dimka prieš 2!
Madge is in close. You hear the orb fire off, and as
he goes up, Majoras teminis.
Dude, that was beautifully played from Wacardia and Madge, because both of them have huge impact. Wacardia inside the smoke, and Madge knows his job. He doesn't need to get a kill. He doesn't need to fight. He just needs to get spotted. As soon as they have the info, he runs away. Everyone's fixated on his position. Wacardia can just sneak through. They think that's the B player.
Tai toj vietoje visą laiką man kažkaip atrodo, kad ten bus multikillas. Kai ten stovi ir dar kažkodėl atsikyra, išlikęs iš kažkokių šudinų prisiminimų.
A 5v4, all the control, the gamble on the wrong side. Foot managed to lose it pretty quickly. Really needed that monster trade.
Gerai, ginklų yra, skilo yra, kas čia mirksi, huiznai.
So, 1 round taken by Aurora. And looking for a hell of a half.
Kokie perėjimai. Marė. Davai, 5-1 reikia.
Yeah, Woxic holding for that exact move.
Tu pirmas killas 0-4 buvo.
How they rotate here for Aurora as they bring a 3rd player up into this top site.
Bustas. O čia Nikmersas kurva neužauga mažą šukinėje. Pamatė.
Spot for Madge.
Jau čia kurva 3.
Again, Longs might just walk into this bomb site. Knowing they've been spotted means that Foot should flash this. Executing now, playing towards Banana or Aurora, but Voxic's got to watch his back. Zantares is getting caught with no cover, and now Dziugss is stuck between 2. Dziugss with a double. He follows up, and it is a clinical dismantling of this top site.
Varyk Wikipedia.
It's now a couple of these ugly looking rounds out towards
Saudis and Daudis irgi varyk.
Once where Longs was able to walk in on contact and just catch Woxic and Xantara is looking the wrong way, and there, Xantara is also
Penki vienas. O pas jos pinigėlių nuo 2000.
And that one left us a bit of a head scratcher. Dziugss wasn't exactly being quiet. He'd been making noise at B. They knew that there was a chance he would rotate late up through connector. If he does want to end at the top site, it's really the only path available to him, right? He's not going to loop all the way back around through the spawn.
A tu žinai, Alonai, kas yra Saudis and Daudis?
But Woxic was safe. He didn't even really need to take that position back. He could have let Dziugss
tam
play.
video metu kiek tau.
Timing,
Čia
seconds
pats nelabai
different comes to
pamenu.
cost.
Parašyk į YouTube Saudis and Audis. Ten daina turi.
And yeah, using long really well here. When your team won't high-five you, you got to high-five yourself.
Aš jau pats kurva 100, man. Kažkas ten buvo.
Oh, that's good.
Not quite what's happening, but that's fine.
In
A
Audi.
clap really is just a one-man high five.
Yeah, it's better than hitting the
15
desk.
metų. 12 milijonų.
Woxic glass.
If Nico had punched through his own hand
Tuoj
during
kurva
one
tiesiogiai.
game, that
Ai,
would have
bet
been
Be a lot more blood.
Saudis in Audis.
I mean, you're already in a great spot for...
Yeah.
Nu ir ką jie ten nusipirko? Kurva, kažkokiu būdu vėl visi su ginklais, blėt, jie apvogė banką ten. Jiegi atsiranda prie banko. Įsilaužė į dėžutę.
Like, this buy for Aurora is pretty limited. I know it still is the AWP, but they've only got, you know, one belt of full util, light on smokes, light on stopping util. You're vulnerable to a faster play here, and Foot are grouping for a quick one out through shore.
One flash and they send it into the site. Another just contact
Ой, кто нахуй? Сауди, блядь, пошел. Даудик, найс.
Gets out with his life, chased down by Dziugss. And you almost feel like you have to give this a go, but no armor on Woxic. It's the Xantara show.
Dziugss 8-3 beje.
Especially after some of the awkward rounds that have gone down between these two and at the top site. You're really hoping that Xantara can give them a way out. Asking to be boosted.
Eik tu, nahui!
Kill on
Tas
symmetry.
kurva overpassas, blėt, kiaurybė į baną.
Swing. They give Xantares another chance to fight. That's both players now spotted. Flash
jie
is high.
defuzus turi, ai turi
Dziugss is
vieną.
hoping to slow the roll of this retake. Make it never an issue. Xantares does have a kit to work with. Smoke down on
Patai
that
prašovė,
ball.
kariai vienas nuėmė.
And now Xantares spammed out.
Let's go! Let's go, Dziuggai! 9-3.
Just charging them down, keeping those hot hands up. He's been on fire throughout the entire series.
Yeah. Feels like a shades of Mirage right there in this team side for Foot. The way they're playing is so nice. They keep changing the pace, going for contact plays, finding the gaps. This round, they walk in water, and they just throw one flash over Monster, and they run into B. Soulfly, man, he's not in fun spots. He keeps getting double kills. Still, it's not enough. They chase him down.
Ir vėl jie kurva su ginklais. Darykite ekonominį.
Feeling like a dominant start, and it might get better.
Aš tau sakau, jie iš banko, pleš. Dėl to ir nerodom mums pradžios raundų.
Is that true? Woxic 1-6 right now.
Oi, ir tas longą prapušinė. Ai. Oi, centimetras atgal nahui.
Sorry.
Ai,
3-6. Woxic double opener. And he's even going back for a little bit more. Maybe he was onto something. This AWP is all they need.
His AWP is just so big, Harry. I don't know if it's the view model or the player, but his AWP is massive.
Neatkreipiu dėmesio.
Eye to the scope.
Ten centimetras laukia, davai. Kurva.
Woxic finds a third. There might be more in store.
Oi, tu nahui, tas minusinis čia, kurva. Dziugss 1-3.
Single-handedly.
2-6.
Yeah, what more could you say than that, man? Woxic, that is a
pinigų
hell of a round.
nėra.
It's a classic Woxic round, really. Just posted up like a turret. Ready every step of the way. And that's why they've got faith in the AW.
O žinai ką, aš dabar pagalvojau. Galėtų CS-as perdaryti, kad galėtum susimest. Kad galėtum, pavyzdžiui, turi štuką 3, atiduot visą štuką 3. Tai būtų dar komandiškiau ir įdomiau. Donku ant temkės visą laiką. Oi! 2 kilai, blėt, atidarė, na. Oi!
Good removal, but it's instantly traded.
Va tau ir be pinigų.
Bomb not planted, it's left loose in the middle of the site, so for now, Woxic...
Klišius, kurva!
Can't shut it down, bomb picked up. And Krabeni actually goes challenging, looking for this kill on the AWP up in heaven.
He had his window to plant.
The smoke's faded. Gets a little awkward for Krabeni.
He's picked up a molly. That only does so much. Crossing into this bomb site is the problem. Gonna reroute short side, but both players fighting here. Demon could get caught in the open with just a pistol.
Gerai, Heavenas žiūri, bet jo surpysti paregai.
Krabeni walking back in.
Hovano, atsiprašau.
Plant allowed.
Ir užstrigo dar.
Krabeni really fumbles in this round.
He would have made it.
Any hope for Demon in this 1v2?
Jis reloado nebuvo padaręs.
Puts a stop to him.
Kas čia buvo? The whole time he's there in pit, he has 5 bullets. And he never reloads.
Never wanted to reload, right? Didn't want to lose the arm. And a surprise coming out on an awkward clutch.
Oh, everything about that. I really think Foot butchered that round. Like, they got the entries they needed, they got the space. The smoke is down. They can just plant.
Nu dabar, kai jau prapiso, tai galima sakyt, kad galėjo ir pasidaryti.
Couple of rounds today where
Savo Zoltanai antrą kartą vėjo. Čia engi sveikinamės ryte.
Would have just loved him to stick that bomb.
Or maybe undercooked.
O eik tu nahu 3 valandas. Tai kada miegot?
Pink in the middle.
Eik. Papietuko.
Pink is still moving.
Ten rytas. O eik tu nahu čia užsitęs, aš gavau čia, blėt. Kelių valandų, čia jau 4 valandas.
Oh yeah, some awkward moments here for Foot, because, you know, at the end of the day, still 6 round T-side, but if you let Aurora take 6 back, not going to be feeling as good, are you? Again, playing quick timing here.
NAVI laimėjo.
Aurora in the bomb site, no AWP here. This could get messy.
Gražu?
All right, hell of a catch.
Gražu?
No. Follow up, they get past Antares. The A site might be a problem once more for Aurora. You're not meant to win this round, Foot. But they get out with a bomb plot, a 5v3. And Aurora that really don't want to concede this.
Oi, gražu!
No way. Slaughtered.
Viskas, vienas liko. Saugo klišiaus savo. 7-3, nice.
But then they win. Armorless Eco, Hero AK, not even necessary. It's the P250s that catch Magic in the open, repositioning, run and gun.
Dziugss 11-6.
Wins around.
Oh, no save is not guaranteed.
Oh,
good stuff, good stuff. AWP gets out at least, that's something, but it's not worth celebrating yet. Woxic would have to earn his keep in the next. You can't believe that they've just broken through with P250s.
It's a shocking round to win, and it's the time they find it as well.
Streamo pabaigoj, po streamo komentarą bet kokį.
Too close to do so. And so we're just talking about the Woxic AWP. Maybe one rifle. If that.
Siaurusaitis žaidė? Ai, tu ant dimkos su šviesiais plaukais?
So this is Foot looking, staring down what could be a 9-round T-side after all.
Vėl odelės ten valgo. Nustok grauž, dimka, ble. O, ir dar vienas. Ten visi jau.
That kill was crazy on Magic.
Jiem reikėtų sukurt vietoj to rankų pašildytą, kad ant jo dar būtų ką pagrauž kaip padelę lupinėti, žinai? Kažkokio medžiagos. Nepažįsti nei vieną? Nebuvo susipažinę, mes tai su visais čia pažįstame.
I mean, this is Aurora going all in. They've put all their money on the line. Hoping to scrap for anything down the end of this CT half. And I mean, one thing that Foot have always managed in these games is putting up these great first halves, always leaving a lot of pressure and little wiggle room on Aurora. This is their chance to do it again. T side of overpass, no easy feat. But an up-tempo round getting dealt away of their opponents. Soulfly.
Кто нахуй, курва, щиtas нафтinikas, блядь. Ой, кто нахуй? Ну что, сокол нахуй эйна-то, блядь?
And Foot's attempt at the up-tempo round shut down
convincingly.
Don't mind that at all for Foot to give it a swing. With the half they've had, they've gotten away with some murder. So another B-pop, but another multi-kill for Soulfly. He's had double kills every round but one. They've come B, and then a triple in this round. Gets out, like you said, sets up the close. Door shut in Foot's face, and Aurora scrapping for a fifth.
А что, они 4 būtų neblogai?
It's again broken money. No one's had any.
О! Ай, блядь, вон kuris. Pabūk dar, pabūk, tas gal išlysgai. Ne? O. Ai, nu ir tas lenda, nu kurva!
Topside has been the problem for Aurora up against these buys.
Kokio pogrindžio čia pagrindinis, tik prieš NAVI lietuvių žaidė.
In this position, so you'd like to think he's got at least one for free. There he is with the opening, and now teammates nearby ready to support.
Oh!
Symmetry makes up for it.
Va taip, man niekada gyvenime taip nebuvo. Net 1-6. Net 1-5. Net prieš botus 1-1.
Still floats around at Divider. Don't go losing to the pistols again, Aurora. They can't stomach that. Voxic might have to concede this ground. He feels bitter about doing so, but really no other choice available. Haven't had eyes on long in a while. Rotate starting to scramble towards the top site.
Oi, blogai, vėl tas kurva čia tulikinis, nahui, su snaiper.
Second player joins him.
Jo, Latvijai galėjo, bet mama... Ne, mama neišleido, pinigų nedavė.
And Voxic left in a position where he could alleviate so much pressure if he just finds this first shot on the AWP.
Va taip, blėt, žabalas, kurva. Va taip, nahu, iš komandos jį, blėt. Va taip, nahu. Kurva. Wikipedia liko.
Wakadia closing in. Bomb getting planted. And he's got to move very quickly here. As they now have time to get set up the crossfire established, they can swing on the contact of this first player. What's Wakadia meant to do?
Į turnyrą su Moskito, ką nu. Bet mama pinigų nedavė, o kiti nežinau, kad.
8 rounds on the T side for Foot on overpass. They throw away Anubis. A 12-7 lead.
Gražu, žiūrėk, tas dar čatino,
series for a 2-0, but what a compelling case
Launas dar
made
čatino.
In this third and final map. An 8-round might be in court.
Блядь, nu šitas. Nesakau, drambliukas vis rodo.
Aurora, they are left dangling in this
Netalino dar
series.
kreditų. Kreditai jau vėliau buvo. Čia man buvo 16 metų, man.
And it feels like so far that 4K on the orb.
Boom!
What has
Boom!
done? What has Wakadia
Net taikinys net ten buvo. Va tau ir Diglas.
In Anubis.
Ne, neišvarė. Ten, sakau, mano problema buvo, kad man pinigų man nedavė. Bet ir dar buvo problemų. Pas kitus kažkas kitas. Aš neatsimenu tiksliai. Opa! Drambliukui tiesiai kurva įsiraugė. Va dėl to ir neužauga pasiniekas. Nes pastoviai kulka ten.
Centaurus deleted. Oh no.
From bad to worse.
Jūsų drambliukas 50 sėdi.
Reminder, just said it, but they haven't won a single pistol round today.
Pas mus Dziugss 12-8, stabiliai pirmas.
Uh-oh. Smoke double flash into a triple A round.
2 players jump spotting. There's no angles unaccounted for here for Foot. A brawl to try and get in.
Dziugss nice, kurva.
Good tap back.
Dar Dziuggai, dar. Reikia dar. Oi!
Might find one more. There's still a lot of bodies to get
through
in this A site. And Aurora try and slow the roll. Voxic and Madja pump the brakes, hoping that Foot overextend, give them a way back into this one.
Yeah, this at least buys
Zoltanai.
Just freezing here means a player will rotate back because Aurora could have left. So
Nes Adidasą turi.
at least.
Paloskis 3. Zoltanai, kai baigsiu streamą, aš jo neužprivatinsiu, parašyk komentarą bet kokį po streamų, gerai? Nepamiršk. Bet ką gali... Op!
Overswing for Dziugss.
Centimetras, kiek kilų padarė? 4?
Since the double dig and a big 4K there. Absolutely
Bloga, gera, nesvarbu.
6-0 on the day for Foot. They've won every single pistol
daugiau,
round.
visi
Aurora
turėsit
haven't found
parašyti.
any, and here on Overpass, that might be the final disaster.
Su tokia ir miestai išliek nėra gėda. O kas, kad parašysiu, ponas? Jeigu parašysi visi, tiek žiūrėjo, noriu pažiūrėti, kaip YouTube'as reaguos, ar siūlis dar ar nesiūlis streamo. Nes streamų nelabai siūlo. Tai ne video. Jis turi kitą kategoriją. Bet jeigu prikomentuos, tai gal jį pabūs? Nu, tiesiog dėl mokslo. Mokslo tikslais. Kaži pas jos būna, Dziugss žaidžia, neeinam į tą site? Nu, su Dziuggu tai ne, bet šiaip ar įdomu būna. Jeigu ten simple laikais bėgiodavo per saitus ten, kur simple nebūtų. Ne, manau. Manau, ten turi savo taktiką. Va, čia flashas. Čia Ne, rimtai, Zoltanai. Niekada tiesiog taip nedarėm per kiek metų, tai noriu pažiūrėti. Ar kažkokie pokyčiai. O jeigu parašysit, visi po streamo, žiūrėk, čia 5-7 žmonės. Jeigu parašysit bet kokį komentarą, tai vakare ateisiu premjerą daužyti. Jeigu ne, tai žiūrėsiu į sieną, blėt. Ir tiek.
Oh, Zantara's making noise there in mid.
Going down con, though.
They're at least going to dodge the stack, play into the lesser of two evils. Only 2 players down here at this B side. Quick rotate is an option for Lorks if they don't get any A contact soon.
A tai nes jis su sniperiu, nu tai vieną nušaus, kiti papils. O. Ką čia žiūrit, blėt?
As Lorks arriving on the rotate, they'll hear this.
O, Tito subscribe, dear.
You're left with.
Labas,
you have to commit. They're mollied at the 30-second mark. So as soon as that's gone, your only option is to try and play through.
Begging for this boost to profit, but Foot have picked their positions. They're not moving.
Oi!
Oh, backstab.
Nice! Nice!
Yeah, just getting
upon
here, and it's
ir dar vieną! So!
When and where these fights take place, just turned up in its short.
Ir atvilai, kai streamas baigsis, būtinai komentarą, aš neužprivatinsiu jo komentarą parašyk, gerai, bet kokį. Ir tu, Kamiliukai.
This is where the comeback has to start. If it doesn't, it may never materialize.
Yeah, how can you be believing at this point, right? It's one thing when you do it on your best map, 12-7 down on the T side.
Jie kaip aš su maistu. Lėkštė yra ten kotletas, bulvių košė ir kas nors. Tai pradedi nuo šuliniausio, žinai. Kad skaniausiu pabaigti. Tai ir jie. Su Keniu. Ką, aš komentarą parašysi, Kamiliukai, kai baigsis. Bobo, tu turėsi parašyti paskui, kai streamas baigsis. Visi po komentarą, pažiūrėsim, kaip YouTube'as reaguos.
Even a miscom there. He just did a lineup to smoke the door on con. It was already smoked.
Televizijos bokštas man buvo, mat?
Perhaps, just trying to
Galit su virvė nušaut. Bet čia Sietlo. Ar Toronto? Kokia čia yra? Po streamo, jo. Va, bibi. Po streamo. Nu, jis liks kaip video, bet jis niekada nepučinamas nieko. Tai vat aš galvoju pamėginti, jeigu komentarų pripys tenais, aš irgi atrašysiu jums ten, padėkosiu visiems. pripist komentarus. Ar jį perkels iš streamų kategorijos į video?
Exploit the gaps, find the holes. They've taken away this con control. Magic could even get caught.
Kem sekundžių?
This will be heard by the player down here in con. Dziugss made a step. Shocked he kind of commits to it still after he's given up the aim of the game. I'll battle on in. Missed Molly in at the truck means that Lorks is still a problem. They've now got to deal with him, and Woxic will. Picking up both players that move in for Foot. Aurora narrowly scraped by with a fifth. They've got Woxic to thank, really. That's important set of kills.
It's not just the 4K orb. He's had a couple of impactful multi-kill rounds in this game, and
tai dabar vaikų
we need a trailblazer here on Aurora if they were ever going to pull this back from a 10-4 lead. Woxic making a case for it right now. Clinical headshots.
Kiek turi jis ten? Minusė buvo 50, kiek dabar? O.
Dished out in high supply.
Baik, ne. Jeigu bus daug komentarų, tada vakarė ateisiu super. No давай Timid.
Pressure now towards mid. Zantares can't get past it. Actually now tries to take up his position out towards the park, but you'll know the Foot don't make a habit of overstaying their welcome here. They're very content with the 5v4
kažkas tokio.
And now just leave Aurora and have to waste a lot of time and resources into clearing these deep angles in mid.
Per DC, jo. Ten pasim hakalį rolę, gausi 10%. Pas mane Discord'e yra kanalas. Už komentarą koks prizas? Už komentarą prizas mano į balniką dar kartą pamatyti čia. Zoltanai, ko tu nesupranti?
Rotates now available back up to the top site in time, and this was just a very smart allocation of resources.
Prizas yra nuvaryt mane nuo sienos bedročinai. Per Valentino dieną. Aš savo žvakutės, nice. Žvakutės būčiau užsidegęs viską. Oi, nice! Gražu! Nice! 11-5.
It does just feel a rails when that happens.
Kiek komentarų reikia? Skirtingų, jeigu dabar streamas pasibaigtų 5-7. Ne, mažiau.
Run through it. So Aurora take their eyes off for a second, and it is too late. Even the perfect follow-up flash to repeat that last player.
Kam pauzė vietą, aš taip paranai baigsiu streamą.
It's been a lot of fun today. Never sitting still.
Plius čia mes galim pasisakinėti, kada norim. Pala, čia.
And Aurora with that 5 very strong.
Op, į daugiabutį.
Oh, you're missing your instance.
That's the only thing.
Someone let him know.
Varau kirpyklą, paprašysiu, okei. Nu, aš būsiu ne už privatinę streamą, tai pamatysit brūkštą. Nenariams.
Krabeni even spamming there.
But did even like
not make you think that's solo A.
I'm loving the big picture for Foot, this idea that they've really been active at fighting for mid control early on, and so now when you hear that M4 spam, you're that much more paranoid. Again, you're gonna have to waste what little you have to try and clear these close angles. Angles that Foot don't even occupy. They started with one man in A, prepared for an up-tempo B hit, prepared for, you know, kind of the fastest round that could come through from Aurora. And now they go back into the more standard 2-3.
Oh, kas te šokinė?
Look at how much it slowed the roll of this Aurora squad. Only now getting to the bathroom, starting to close in. And they will have the runway to launch this play. Here's the block util from Foot to try and stop it. It slowed the roll, but the Tech-9s lead the charge, hoping to carve a path for these rifles.
Alone maždaug taip.
Krabeni playing the crossfire, answers with a double of his own. And now on for a retake. Woxic and Madja in the hot seat, and Foot wastes no time.
Blėt, pas jūs lagina kompiuteris, nahui, streameris.
Here and now, and they're just a round away from it.
No plant. No respect.
Kas ne šokinės? Blėt, užstrigo dabar. Gulėsiu lovai kurva ir dachūnė, kuros.
Everything for Aurora. They deny money, they deny AKs.
Gal saudis į naudis?
Regulation here. The final round of the series for Aurora, you would assume.
Blėt, Kareibinas atsigavęs. Pažiūrim, kaip 15-12, prašau. Dziugss 14-11. Visi gerai. Nėra įsiskirti. Pas tuos Šanchajus 5-14, na. Va, čia tau.
Like you needed any more help.
Yeah. Something you haven't had to worry about yet. Sure, Symmetry's forced back by the util, but still keeps an active stance with this
Aš dar su mačiuliu nepažiūrėjau.
Smoke will try and knock him off the angle, breaks that open.
Ten 4 valandos, pasileisiu dabar.
Knows better than to hang around. Does have Krabeni down here in con, and it was always going to be a tricky task to get him out of there alive. Opening kill goes the way of Aurora on this low econ round.
Santares gets the M4, but he is 5 of 14. We need him to do something in this game.
Ne, jau kai tapkė plyšęs, tada ir net memberė.
With him.
I mean, Demon just nearly spammed him to death down in the connector.
He's got cover as well. Aurora are wrapping back to be with that bomb, but strong position taken by his teammate. Just shoots him through the railing. Back to B goes
Dziugss per sieną
Demon,
nuėmė.
but still holding on.
Šiek du low,
And the gap is closing. Yeah, the flank coming in.
Du low.
Moving through toilet.
Netgi, sakykim, vienas, nes Šachtarius taip
If they boost, they might lose their timing entirely. Oh, dropping in, and no surprise here. Foot know it's coming.
A shot from the AWP.
Palet ten granatėlis kokios lėjo. Nice, Dimka!
And that's the monster play shut down. Now util to try and assist.
Oi!
Gets through it, Symmetry!
Oi!
No scope needed. Left it to chance. Comes down to this 1v1, and Zantares on the AWP.
10
He's got 10 seconds. Bomb picked up.
Ne! Kurva! Eik, tu paskutinį raundą atsigavo pidarastas, ble.
This as Zantares on low health and no time steps up in the clutch.
Very well read from Zantares. That's something here. Comes down to team flashing in the sight for Foot, but hard to criticize what was a chaotic moment. And plenty more chances, you'd like to think, to close out this series from an advantage, but you've given Aurora one more swing.
Yra ir didesnių ten kažkokių, man bonkas didelis.
Do Aurora have anything in them? On the hardest half in the game.
Tai dabar, nu visokių girdėjau. Penis, peliukas, dar kažkur, bet robotukas. Boom!
Oh, the molly and just instantly swings on the back of it. Krabeni with an aggressive
Oi, gera!
move.
Boom, kem 7.
Look at that.
Boom, nahu, Kareibenas! Noriu uždaryti šitą žaidimą.
Krabeni has dealt them one hell of a blow.
For a captain, he can frag.
This whole time, Lonks has been ready with long aggression, pushed all the way up down towards the rock. Symmetry even waiting as a third player in towards this A site, right? You see Krabeni down there in con, you think you've got room out towards the toilets. Will he be ready for what was actually a 3-man
Nu, negali būt, kad jie čia 3 paims 5. Negali būt.
Active on the flank. They do have this pocket
Ypač
right
kai
now in through short, but
Saudis
it's a
ir
gap
Naudis
that
jau
Foot are aware
miręs.
of. And the net is starting to close.
Bet čia nieko nėra? Oi.
Demon's checking everything. He knows they could be in the site. The nades announce it. And Aurora are wondering, why is this so easy? Why is this so free? It's because they're right behind you. Quick catch for Symmetry. Demon moving in.
Ai, tu na.
Deagle denied. 2v3
3
and
prieš
bomb
2.
is down.
Nu, davai.
Maybe jumping the gun there from
Uždarom,
Demon.
uždarom.
Tries to go in while he feels like the timing's good. Backstab for Lonks.
Nice!
Has to be profitable, and now it's Antares needing another clutch. This time would require.
Eik, eik, Šanchajų!
Get past him. Foot walk.
Let's go! GG!
Sweat on overpass.
GG, Dziuggai!
Winning every single pistol in the series.
Vieną pergalę trūksta, dar 2 reikia.
Here, inclusion of poker to start.
Dziuggas šio mečio, nu tai jis geriausiai ir varė. Beveik, visada. Manau, labai gerai. Gerai, Alaunai, klausimas.
Absolutely was, yeah. Played some great Counter-Strike today. Had
Alaunai,
some solid
klausimas.
CT sides. A bit of a blemish on the record as Anubis was a comeback levied against them.
Kol
But when you
atsisėdau, pamiršau
consider
klausimą.
how dominant that map was, it still shows a strong overpass from Foot, playing as a team, winning as a team, and still getting some incredible individual moments.
Kada žais?
Still on pistols, like
Kada
you
dabar
said,
žais rytoj?
is sickening. They've converted 5 of them as well, so these numbers really looking good for Foot. This this is a big upset of the top of the day here. I say that, you know, it's Aurora not in fighting form. It's Foot with all eyes on him as of late. Maybe the numbers called this an upset. You felt like this was right for the taking for Foot. Great chance of this event, I'd say, to bound into the playoffs if they want to be a surprise into that top 8. This is Swiss system, right? It never gets easy. You've got to earn your place. You need 3 wins, but you also have breathing room of 3 losses. So I think Foot are a team that could definitely grind their way through into the playoffs. I want to see more of this team against top squads, because what they've proven here and there with maps, with occasional series over some of the world's best teams, is that they definitely have potential. Right now they're here to seize it in Cluj-Napoca.
Yeah, and it's not hard to see why. You know, when they're at their best, when they're very switched on, this is a super active team. They're always making moves, right? I think the only times the games get away from them is when they show a little too much respect for their opponents. That felt like it was the issue even in this series on Anubis when the comeback started for Aurora. But at its core, whenever they're in their element and they're not afraid to, you know, take the risks, so often they navigate those mid-round moments well. I liked it. You really got to see that in this CT half. The active mid-round decisions, never leaving anything to chance. You know, always down to play for more info, to try and figure out where Aurora were.
Čia, karočią, laimėtojai, čia prapisinėtojai. Ok, supratau. O žiūrėk, turiu klausimą. Balia, čia galima vaikščiot, pizdaną. Bet galimai prieš Furiją? Jau kurią ir taip skriaudė. Gerai, prisiminiau klausimą, Alaunai. Reikia užduoti greičiau, nes vėl pamiršiu. Kai čia išeina, tai čia į ketvirtfinalį išeina 8 komandos, ne? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 komandos, 16 komandų, tai čia bus 8. Čia ketvirtfinalis, paskui pusfinalis. Ketvirtfinaliai yra 8 komandos, taip. Tai ketvirtfinalis, pusfinalis ir finalas. Eik, būtų labai gerai išeit. Gerai. Žiūrėk, čia mes prapisam. Krentam čia. Laimim? Laimim. Ok, prapisam, laimim. Blia, čia gali būti va toks kelias. Bet svarbu, kad eitų tas kelias, vaikinukai. Nes jeigu prapisam, laimim. Aha, matau. Bet aš ir taip pasidėlioju. Žiūrėk. Astralis. Dar kart prapisa, 2 kartus iš eilės prapisa. Jeigu 3 prapisa, visa... Kurva, nebestauk. Kuris čia langas, nesuprantu. Tai dabar vėl nesupras, kurį buvau atsidaręs. Šitą. Ne šitą. Šitą. Tai... 2... Pala, 1, 2, jo, tada 1, 2, 3. Astralio būtų kelias, neblogas? O jeigu viską laimi, bom. O prieš ką iš čia žaistų? Ai, nu iš čia dar vieną laimi. Ne iš čia. A, jo, iš čia laimėtų. Ok, nu čia jau favoritai iš čia, blėt. Vitality, pizdality. Kokiegi mes ankstyvi, aš jau streamą užbaiginėjau remontai. Nuo 10 ryto streamas. Atsigavo programa. Op. Tai tu matei, kaip čia įdomiai viskas, blėt. Jeigu pralaimi, jo, čia Astralis gali būti. Bet dar neaišku, tengi kažkaip pagal kažką. Atėjai įmečiu ten Volsą, man jis nelabai patinka, bet kur tu jį įmeti? Ai, bet mūsų. su Beatrice. Aš supratau, kad aš kai klipus rodau, tai būna dar blogiau. Ei! Dabar du klausys. Gerai, kas dar čia įdomaus? Gerai, Vitality. Su Gadu Furija, Falconai su 3 Furija su B8 kažkais. Pirmą kartą girdžiu. Ir Mongolai. Balėt, jeigu džėlas Mongolose žaistų. Pohui palaikydame zaibys. Nu kaip ir išsiaiškinam, tai dabar žaidžia mauzai su šitais rusais pidarastais paganais. Feizai su herojais. Gerai, tai vaikinukai, aš tik primenu jum, kai pabaigsiu šitą streamą, kai jį jau išmes kaip video pabaigta, padėkit komentaruose taškelį, šypsenėlę ar parašykit labai chujovas streamas arba labai geras streamas arba tavo pimpalas ne 9 cm tu mus apgavai, o 16, nes aš mačiau pirtyje vakar viešoji. Šiam laiku mane džiugina. B8 Ukrainos komanda, okei. Tai va, ir tada, jeigu daug komentarų bus, pasimatysim vakare, jeigu nebus, tai žiūrėsiu aš į sieną ir manau, tai yra tas pats, kas žaisti prieš rusus. Viskas? Dovydėlis va, gal dar turi šansų? Gal ir atsiras. O kol kas, ačiū už smagų žiūrėjimą ir... Kokie sapnai, ble, čia praeitis, vakar buvo. Vakar,